Ernst Cassirer. The Last Philosopher of Culture. Edward Skidelsky. Introduction. On April 23, 1929, in the famous Swiss resort of Davos, two of the leading philosophers of the day met in debate. On the one side was Ernst Cassirer, distinguished representative of the German idealist tradition and champion of the Weimar Republic. On the other was Martin Heidegger, the younger man, whose recently published Being and Time had shaken the idealist tradition to its foundations, and whose politics, though still uncertain, were plainly far from liberal. It was a symbolic moment. The old was pitted against the new, the humanism of the 18th and 19th centuries against the radicalism of the 20th. All agreed that Heidegger, not Cassirer, was the man of the future. No one realized just what that future held in store. After the debate, some of the attendants staged a humorous reenactment. The part of Heidegger was taken by one of his students, Hans Bollnow, who parroted his teacher's etymologies with lines such as "to interpret is to stand a thing on its head." But the real satire was reserved for Cassirer, played by none other than the young Emmanuel Levinas. His hair covered in white powder, intoning "I am a pacifist" and Humboldt, culture, the future maître Penzer cut a sorry figure of decrepitude and defeat. 1 Thus expired the once glorious tradition of German humanism. Humboldt, culture. What exactly did Levinas mean by those words? Humboldt referred to Wilhelm von Humboldt, philosopher, statesman, and pioneer of the modern university. Culture referred to his spiritual ideal. Together, the two words stood for the conviction, shared by most educated 19th-century Germans, that self-realization, not self-sacrifice, is the goal of life, and that we realize ourselves not by retiring from the broader world of culture but by embracing it. To grow outward is also to grow inward. Knowledge and self-knowledge are one. The power of the spirit is only as great as its expression, wrote Hegel, a leading exponent of this attitude, its depth only as deep as it dares to spread out and lose itself in its exposition too. Humboldt's ideal gradually came unstuck over the course of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Problems arose in two quarters. Natural science had always been a thorn in the flesh of culture. With its exact method and formulaic language, it was in no obvious sense an expression of the human spirit. Goethe himself had fulminated against the narrow dogmatism of the Newtonians. By the end of the 19th century, science had swollen into a monstrous leviathan, possessed of a voracious colonizing energy. Its high priests, the positivists, proclaimed in strident tones that it needed no moral or metaphysical sanction, that it was itself the final arbiter of true and false. Science was no longer a branch of culture, on the contrary, culture had to justify itself before science. Humboldt's ideal of culture also came under fire from a quite different angle. Faced with the alienating structures of science and its offshoot, the modern factory system, a few bold spirits sought salvation in the depths of the psyche. Here, in the Dionysian, the ID, they found that magic that had vanished from the objective world. This was a radically new departure. Humboldt and his contemporaries had by no means ignored the passions, but had viewed them as essentially subservient to the shaping forces of culture. Nietzsche and his successors saw them as wild and unruly. Humboldt had insisted on the harmony of the faculties. These latter discerned a tragic gulf between reason and passion, logos and mythos. In place of self-realization, man was now confronted with rival forms of self-surrender to the superpersonal forces of science and technology, or to the subpersonal forces of intoxication and desire. He was torn, so to speak, both upward and downward. But there was one section of German society that preserved better than most Humboldt's ideal of culture. Cut off from their own religious traditions, yet denied full participation in civic life, assimilated German Jews embraced their host nation's philosophy, literature, and music with a fervor rooted in anxiety. It was into one such wealthy and cultured family that on July 28, 1874, Cassirer was born. His cousins included the publisher Bruno Cassirer, the art collector Paul Cassirer, and the pioneering Gestalt psychologist Kurt Goldstein. This was a world intimately acquainted with philosophy, art, and science, only superficially with religion, and not at all with politics. Levinas's satire was spot on target. Cassirer's philosophy was indeed an attempt, a characteristically Jewish attempt to preserve the liberal ideal of culture under increasingly hostile conditions. It was a rearguard action on behalf of a vanishing civilization. Cassirer's first interest was science. Between the years 1899 and 1910, as the leading young representative of the so-called Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism, he wrote a series of epical works on the history and theory of physics, mathematics, and logic. His aim was to uphold, against the onslaughts of positivism, a broadly Kantian conception of science as an expression of the creativity of human reason. Cassirer later extended a similar approach to Einstein's theory of relativity and quantum physics. It was a losing battle. The recent revolutions in mathematics, logic, and physics were more commonly interpreted as proof against Kantianism, however broadly conceived. The march of specialization and technicism continued unabated. By the time of his death, Cassirer's philosophy of science was little more than a historical curiosity. In 1919, Cassirer took up a professorship at the new University of Hamburg, where he came into contact with the circle surrounding the art historian Abai Warburg. His interests broadened from science in particular to culture in general. In his mature thought, the creativity of reason appears as one aspect of a deeper creativity, at work in all the forms of human culture. Reason is a very inadequate term with which to comprehend the forms of man's cultural life in all their richness and variety. But all these forms are symbolic forms. Hence, instead of defining man as an animal rationale, we should define him as an animal symbolicum. 3. This redefinition allowed Cassirer to accommodate and temper the irrationalism of Nietzsche and his successors. Unreason was no longer just the amorphous beyond of reason, but an integral part of human civilization. It too had its distinct modes of expression, its symbolic forms. It too was open to education and refinement. Dionysus was given clothes and sent to school. Cassirer was culturally a liberal, but like many of his generation and background took little interest in politics. Yet from 1928 onward, as the Weimar Republic started to unravel, his outlook became somewhat more worldly. In books, essays, and addresses, he sought to supplement his philosophy of culture with a defense of classical liberalism. In August 1928, he famously proclaimed that the idea of the Republican Constitution as such is in no sense a stranger to German intellectual history, let alone an alien intruder. It has rather grown up on its own soil and been nourished by its very own forces, by the forces of idealist philosophy. For it was a subtle strategy, too subtle, alas, to succeed. In 1933, Hitler came to power, and Cassirer began his years of wandering exile. He spent 2 years at All Souls College, Oxford, 6 in Sweden, and a final 4 at Yale and Columbia. He died suddenly of a heart attack on April 13, 1945, a few days after finishing The Myth of the State, his final, belated counterblast to Nazism. The originality of Cassirer's endeavor is best brought out by comparison with the two traditions that have dominated 20th-century philosophy. Analytic philosophy is rooted in the logical work of Bertrand Russell, Gottlob Frege, and Ludwig Wittgenstein, and remains attached to a quasi-scientific ideal of neutrality and rigor. Continental philosophy, by contrast, is heavily indebted to the irrationalism of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, and has close ties to literary modernism and political extremism. This schism in turn reflects the separation of what C.P. Snow famously called the two cultures, the exact sciences on the one hand, the arts and humanities on the other. Different styles of thought and writing, different sensibilities and frames of reference, make any dialogue between the two traditions frustratingly difficult. Cassirer's enduring interest lies largely in the fact that he was the last great European philosopher to straddle both of the two cultures with equal assurance. Encyclopedically learned in both the natural and human sciences, he could engage in serious argument, as opposed to polemic, with Einstein and Moritz Schlick on the one side and Heidegger on the other. His philosophy is fundamentally an attempt at reconciliation. It understands the various branches of culture, scientific and non-scientific, as symbolic constructions, each with its own internal criterion of validity, rather than as attempts to represent a unique mind-independent reality. The conflict between them is thereby diffused. Each is able to assert its own distinct truth without injury to that of the others. Ultimately, the two cultures are revealed as one, as varying expressions of the same spontaneity and productivity that is the very center of all human activities. 5. At this point, I must interrupt the narrative with a confession. The above summary represents the argument of this book as it was originally conceived. It was to be a plea for Cassirer's continuing importance, a protest against decades of neglect. I was of course aware that Cassirer's philosophy had met with stringent criticism on both sides of the analytic/continental divide, but put this down to the rigidly sectarian spirit of the mid-20th century. Now that the orthodoxies of the post-war world have faded, I wrote in an earlier draft, Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms appears relatively attractive by comparison. For what it offers is the possibility of comprehending and, at least partially, overcoming that very cleavage of which logical positivism and existentialism were no more than unconscious and uncomprehending reflections. It promises to disclose the two cultures as aspects of a single culture, as facets of our symbolic creativity. But as so often happens, my early enthusiasm began to wane. From under the abandoned hulk of the first book a second, more skeptical one emerged. I now saw that the problems facing Cassirer's enterprise were far more serious than I had initially supposed. It was not just that many individual aspects of his system had fallen into disrepair, but that the whole thing was no longer obviously philosophy at all. Cassirer's thought is inductive, not deductive in its method. Setting out from the variety of human culture, it attempts to comprehend it as an organic whole. But most 20th century philosophy, analytic and continental, has sought a standpoint beyond the variety of culture and absolute conception of consciousness, meaning, or the world. Viewed from this angle, Cassirer does not so much mediate between analytic and continental traditions as fall foul of them both. His reconciliation is on terms that neither can accept. There is, of course, no reason to accept as final the conception of philosophy prevailing in modern philosophy departments. But there are reasons to doubt whether Cassirer's inductivist conception of the discipline could readily be revived. Cassirer was able to conceive of philosophy as the interpretation of culture only because he shared with most of his generation a conception of culture itself as an essentially liberating force. The 20th century was not kind to that idea. The cancerous growth of bureaucracy, the murderous perversion of science, the self-prostitution of the humanities, none of this portended liberation. The younger generation accordingly sought a standard of truth over and above culture's shifting tides. The logical positivists found it in the verification principle, Heidegger in authentic existence. Others turned to the Bible or the wisdom of ancient Greece. All agreed that the humanism of the past 2 centuries had failed. We encountered situations, wrote Karl Jaspers in 1948, in which we no longer had any inclination to read Goethe, but seized on Shakespeare, the Bible, or Aeschylus, if indeed we could still read at all. 6. Why, then, bother with Cassirer? For the good reason that he was the 20th century's most accomplished defender of the Humboldtian ideal. If he failed, it was not for any shortcoming on his part, but because that ideal was itself indefensible. Cassirer's failure was, in short, exemplary. It was the failure not just of an individual but of an entire cultural tradition. Humboldt's enchanting vision of harmonious all-round development had ultimately to yield to the hard imperative of choice. The 20th century had to rediscover for itself the truth, self-evident to the ancient Greeks and Israelites, that not all good things can be had at once, that we must sometimes sacrifice the lesser to save the greater. If thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. It is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of God with one eye, than having two eyes to be cast into hell fire. Cassirer could not accept this bitter truth. Therefore his thought remains, when all is said and done, a stranger to our age. When I first conceived this book in 1999, I did not know that others were thinking along similar lines. Since then, the wheels of the Cassirer industry have ground into action. In the English-speaking world, this revival of interest is due largely to the publication in 2000 of Michael Friedman's A Parting of the Ways, Carnap, Cassirer and Heidegger. 7 A Kant scholar and philosopher of science, Friedman interprets the three thinkers as responding in different ways to the collapse of Kant's theory of pure intuition and discerns in Cassirer a potential via media between the extremes of the other two. I owe a lot to Friedman's work. As will become clear, however, I am less struck than he is by the continuities between Neo-Kantianism on the one side and logical positivism and existence philosophy on the other, and accordingly less hopeful of finding in Cassirer a recipe for reconciliation. Meanwhile, other philosophers of science, Stephen French, James Littleman, and Barry Gower prominently among them, have seized on Cassirer as a forerunner of the position known as structural realism. 8 What does not yet exist, though, is a general interpretation of Cassirer's philosophy of science in light of his philosophy of culture. This book goes some way toward filling that gap. In Germany, Cassirer has received even more attention, not so much for his philosophy of science as for his cultural theory. Studies pour forth at the rate of 5 to 10 a year. The causes of this Cassirer renaissance are, one suspects, more political than philosophical. A reunited Germany is in desperate need of figureheads who are cosmopolitan in outlook yet distinctively German in intellectual style. Cassirer fits the bill perfectly. That he was Jewish and an enemy of Heidegger also helps. But there are other, more general factors at work. The collapse of communism makes it possible to see the entire period from 1914 to 1991 as a tragic interlude, following which we are free to rejoin the high road of history. Liberal progressivism is back in fashion, and Cassirer offers a more appealing version of it than American neoconservatism. With his emphasis on the spontaneous processes of culture and the plurality of symbolic forms, he has become old Europe's answer to Francis Fukuyama. But worthy intentions are not always conducive to intellectual clarity. In its anxiety to atone for many decades of neglect, recent German scholarship on Cassirer has tended to paper over the cracks in his thought. Its tone is often pious and hectoring. It insists, against the evidence, that the philosophy of symbolic forms contains a coherent ethics and politics. 9 Above all, it is loath to admit that Cassirer, for all his decency, indeed precisely because of his decency, did not see what Heidegger and many others saw so clearly, that the secular idols of humanity and progress were dead. We non-Germans, enjoying the advantage of distance, are better able to separate the political from the philosophical. We can admire Cassirer's moral grandeur while at the same time acknowledging his intellectual defeat. We are left, then, with a dilemma. We have inherited Cassirer's liberal political attitudes, but not the cultural sensibility that underlay them. With our skepticism toward progress, our distaste for bourgeois formalities, our fascination with charisma, and our endless talk of commitment, authenticity, and roots, we remain, consciously or not, Heidegger's children. We are politically liberal, spiritually illiberal. Is this combination a stable one? And if not, how long can it last? These are questions that this book raises, but cannot answer. 1. Prologue, The Alienation of Reason. That we disavow reflection is positivism. Jürgen Habermas. Cassirer was a child of what has been called the revolt against positivism in late 19th century Europe. Like the other children of this revolt, his ambition was to restore the freely speculating mind to the dignity it had enjoyed a century earlier. But unlike so many of them, his revolt against positivism did not take the form of a rebellion against science or scientific reason. On the contrary, it was in the name of science that Cassirer first developed his critique of positivism. Although his antipositivist spirit was later to manifest itself in studies of culture, society, and finally politics, it never disavowed its original source in the philosophy of science. Cassirer's mature thought thus represents not so much a rejection as a broadening and deepening of his early epistemological work. If we wish to understand its roots, it is to the debates surrounding positivism that we must first turn. The term positivism was coined by Auguste Comte, but its modern meaning owes more to the Austrian physicist and philosopher Ernst Mach. Mach proposed a radical solution to an old problem. Since the time of Kant, philosophers had been struck by the contrast between the successful accumulation of natural scientific knowledge and the fruitless to and fro of metaphysical debate. Kant had responded by trying to reform metaphysics, Mach demanded its outright abolition. Science must disentangle itself from all total pictures of the world, from all Weltanschauungs, and confine itself to describing the bare facts of experience. When this is done, a whole series of pseudo-problems at once disappears. Reason must renounce its old ambition to penetrate the mystery of the universe, reserving its energy for problems capable of solution. Inflated metaphysical expectations lead only to pious whining over their inevitable disappointment. Point 2. The elimination of metaphysics was Mach's central goal, placing him in the mainstream of positivist thought from Comte to the Vienna Circle. But in his quest to detach science from any broader rational framework, Mach ended up incorporating it into a purely natural one. In line with the all-pervasive influence of Darwin and Herbert Spencer, he came to regard science not as an autonomous intellectual activity but as an instrument of evolutionary imperatives. Mach himself failed to grasp the full implications of this revaluation. Like Weber and Freud, he remained loyal to rationalist assumptions that his own work helped to overthrow. Others were not so cautious, though. If science is a tool of survival, so they reasoned, it can no longer lay claim to its old title of pursuit of truth. It should be viewed, for better or for worse, as nothing more than a guide to action, a set of techniques for prediction and control. The instrumentalization of science sent shockwaves through the whole of European intellectual life. Belief in the objectivity of physics had been one of the central pillars of the Enlightenment. That faith now seemed to be discredited. Some drew the conclusion that truth must be sought elsewhere, in art or mystical revelation. Reason, rational method, and experimental method must be considered in good faith as having no cognitive value, wrote the contemporary French writer Abel Ray, ruefully summarizing this line of thought. They can be developed in order to obtain certain practical results, but we must be well aware that they have no value except in their restricted domain. The cognition of the real must be sought or be given by other means. 3 others rejoiced in science's newly proclaimed irrationality, interpreting it in light of Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power. From its beginnings, wrote Oswald Spengler in The Decline of the West, Western science has been not a handmaid of theology, but the servant of the technical will to power, orientated to that end both mathematically and experimentally. For through the work of Spengler and others, a kind of vulgarized Machianism entered the popular consciousness. The ultimate irony of positivism, writes H. Stuart Hughes, was that what had started as an ultra-intellectualist doctrine became in effect a philosophy of radical anti-intellectualism. 5. All this represented a dramatic truncation of science's original ambition. The Nova Scientia of the 17th century did not view itself as a set of technically useful recipes but as an investigation into fundamental reality. Empiricists and rationalists could by and large agree on the ontological significance of natural science, however differently they might otherwise interpret it. Nor did the Nova Scientia renounce the ancient connection between knowledge and virtue. Knowledge of nature was part of enlightenment in the broader sense, part of the self-liberation of human reason from all forms of external tutelage. Progress here was assumed to go hand in hand with progress in government, manners, and commerce. This connection survived well into the 19th century. Post-Kantian idealism founded theoretical on practical reason, and even the first generation of positivists, although they restricted knowledge to positive science, still encompassed under that heading the study of ethics and politics. Science was still conceived as natural philosophy, as part of the endeavor to understand the universe and man's place in it. It was still, in the broadest sense of the term, a humanistic discipline. How can we explain the sudden collapse of this traditional philosophical understanding of science? Economic factors clearly played an important role. It was hardly an accident that scientific instrumentalism should gain widespread acceptance at a time of rapid growth in chemical, medical, and military technology. The scientific method is not, as is often supposed, monolithic and unchanging. Different epochs in the history of science have varied considerably in their goals and procedures. Astronomy, the master science of the 17th and 18th centuries, was entirely non-experimental, as was comparative anatomy, the science of Goethe and the inspiration for early 19th century German nature philosophy. Nor did these sciences possess much in the way of technological value. The inventions of the early Industrial Revolution owed nothing to them. But the large-scale laboratory research that began in Germany in the mid-19th century was geared from the start to commercial and medical application. The scientific-industrial complex was born. This change brought with it an eclipse of the Galilean conception of science as theoria, as vision, in favor of the Baconian image of it as power and manipulation. What is science today? Asked Thomas Mann during the First World War. Narrow and hard specialization for profit, exploitation, and control. 6. But important as they were to the success of Machian positivism, we must be wary of attributing such capitalistic motives to Mach himself. He seems to have been more influenced by developments in pure science. Philosophical discussion of science at this time was inseparable from concrete advances in physics, chemistry, and biology. Mach always presented his theory as a straightforward extrapolation from contemporary scientific practice, claiming that there is no such thing as the philosophy of Mach 7. Neo-Kantian epistemology tried, as we shall see, to interpret the same scientific developments in light of very different philosophical premises. But it remains nonetheless true, historically if not logically, that the new trends tended to give encouragement to positivism. Three such trends are of particular relevance: the decline of mechanics, advances in the physiology of sensation, and the development of evolutionary theory. All three left their imprint on the work of Mach. The central development in the physics of the late 19th century was the gradual erosion of the mechanistic worldview. It became increasingly difficult to explain the most recent findings in thermodynamics, optics, and electromagnetics on the basis of mechanical models. Efforts were made, but the complications entailed seemed merely to highlight the futility of the undertaking. Maxwell's theory of the electromagnetic field, in particular, strained the resources of classical mechanics to their limit. The complicated structure that Maxwell ascribed to the ether in the earliest version of his theory, wrote Henri Poincaré, made his system strange and repellent. One could almost believe that one were reading the description of a factory, with its cogwheels, its drive shafts bending under the strain of transmitting motion, its governors, and its belts. 8. It was soon realized that such elaborate mechanistic models added nothing to the purely mathematical part of Maxwell's theory, and could be dropped without loss. Maxwell's theory is nothing other than Maxwell's equations, wrote the physicist Heinrich Hertz. 9. Under the influence of Hertz and others, it became customary to regard physical theories as no more than formulas expressing regularities among data. But what exactly was the philosophical significance of this development? Mechanics was regarded in this period as not just one theory among others but the model of all scientific explanation. I am never content, remarked the physicist Lord Kelvin, until I have constructed a mechanical model of the object that I am studying. If I succeed in making one, I understand, otherwise, I do not. 10. The peculiar explanatory power of mechanics was held to reside in its Anschaulichkeit, its intuitive perceptibility. Mechanical models were palpable, they could be drawn, built, pictured in the mind. They were naturally interpreted in a materialist fashion, as depicting a real spatio-temporal structure underlying the phenomena, but could equally be justified in Kantian terms, as a necessary condition of our understanding of nature. Either way, mechanics seemed uniquely capable of grounding surface appearances in something beyond themselves, whether this beyond was interpreted as an independent world of matter or an independent structure of mind. If the phenomenal world was a mise-en-scene, mechanics offered a glimpse backstage. The disappointment of these hopes inaugurated a new period of metaphysical asceticism. The aspiration to explain nature had been so deeply invested in mechanics that the failure of the latter seemed to imply the hopelessness of the former. Science, it was now argued, must renounce the goal of explanation altogether and content itself with the more modest task of description. Mechanics was accused of perpetuating the Platonic dualism of appearance and reality, of postulating the existence of another world above and beyond that of ordinary experience. The new descriptivist physics of Mach and Richard Avenarius forbade all such adventures. The task of science is not to unveil a world beyond experience but simply to describe, in the concise language of mathematics, experience itself. Physics was subjected to a positivistic purge. The traditional implements of mechanics concepts such as substance, matter, force, and cause were either banished as metaphysical or else retained merely as convenient metaphors. When we say that we have reached a mechanical explanation of any group of phenomena, wrote Karl Pearson, the influential English popularizer of the new positivism, we mean only that we have described in the concise language of mechanics a certain routine of perceptions. 11. But the main scientific influences on Mach came from physiology. The German physiological tradition grew out of Johannes Müller's famous Berlin laboratory and numbered Hermann von Helmholtz, Rudolf Virchow, and Émile du Bois-Reymond among its products. Müller had discovered that there is no one-to-one correlation between types of stimulus and types of sensation, that the same stimulus, an ether wave, can produce sensations of light or heat according to whether it affects the eye or the skin. Helmholtz derived from this finding a kind of philosophical dualism. Müller's law proved, he claimed, that the inner world of sensation is not a direct reflection of the outer world of physical events but is molded by our physiological organization. Sensations are no more than signs of their external causes, a digest of a far richer and broader reality. 12 Helmholtz invoked the name of Kant in support of this doctrine. Indeed, he regarded his work on sensation as nothing less than empirical confirmation of the a priorism that Kant had ventured on the basis of purely philosophical considerations. He thereby inaugurated the fashion for naturalistic Kantianism that dominated German academic philosophy in the 1860s and 1870s. Only later was it realized that this line of thought represents a distortion of Kant. Freeing Kant from naturalism was to be one of the main achievements of the Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism, as we shall discover in the next chapter. Helmholtz's representationalism led stepwise to Mach's phenomenalism. The logic of this development will be recognizable to anyone familiar with the history of English empiricism. It recapitulates, in broad outline, the progress from Locke to Berkeley. Mach was faithful to Helmholtz's assumption that we are directly conscious of nothing but sensation, conceived atomistically. But he realized that we have no right, on such premises, to postulate an independent world of objects behind sensation. We have knowledge only of sensations, and the assumption of a nucleus, from which sensations proceed, turns out to be quite idle and superfluous. 13 Objects are not inferred from sensation, they are constructed out of sensation. The dualism of Helmholtz and others derives solely from a mechanistic prejudice in favor of the so-called primary or spatio-temporal qualities. These are ascribed an independent reality, while secondary qualities, colors, sounds, tastes, and smells are deemed to be merely sensory. But with the collapse of the mechanical worldview, this distinction has nothing left to support it. Spaces and times may just as appropriately be called sensations as colors and sounds. 14. Yet Mach, in contrast to Berkeley, had no intention of replacing the metaphysics of matter with an alternative metaphysics of mind. He wanted to defuse the old quarrel between idealism and materialism, not contribute to it. For this reason, Mach preferred the term element to the more idealistically charged sensation. Elements are originally all on a level, they are neither appearance nor reality, neither in the mind nor in the world. Later we isolate certain clusters of elements and label them things, while others we ascribe to the mind. But such notions are only makeshifts, designed for provisional orientation and for definite practical ends. 15 Science is perfectly entitled to ignore them in pursuit of its own goal of theoretical unity. The purpose of Mach's theory of elements was to liberate science from all metaphysical commitments, materialist or idealist. Science is no longer to be beholden to any philosophical theory of reality, it is itself to determine the scope of the real. But metaphysics revenged itself on Mach in an unexpected way. His doctrine of elements is not at all free from ontological presuppositions, it embodies a distinct, if unconscious, ontology of its own. In attempting to raise the distinction between reality and appearance, Mach effectively elevates appearance to the status of reality. The immediately given becomes the ultimately real, sensation becomes the nuance. This has curious consequences for Mach's epistemology. If sensations or elements are the ultimate constituents of reality, it follows that to sense is in and of itself, without any additional intellectual contribution to know. Our knowledge of a natural phenomenon, say of an earthquake, is as complete as possible when our thoughts so marshal before the eye of the mind all the relevant sense-given facts of the case that they may be regarded almost as a substitute for the phenomenon itself. 16 In passages such as these, Mach appears not so much the forefather of logical positivism as the herald of a new metaphysics of experience. This bizarre doctrine, the woe-begotten child of 19th-century sensationalism, undermines the very intellectualism that Mach set out to defend. If sensation puts us in immediate contact with reality, the traditional view of science as the pursuit of reality becomes untenable. For what information can science possibly convey that is not already contained in sensation itself? Why, indeed, do we bother with science at all, when we need only open our eyes and unblock our ears? The only possible answer is a pragmatic one: science provides us with a convenient abridgment of the information already contained in sensation. This is Mach's famous principle of economy. If we knew for every period of time the space traversed by a falling body, we might be well content. But what a prodigious memory it would take to carry the pertinent table of S and T in our heads. Instead of doing so, we employ the formula S equals GT2/2, that is to say, the principle by which we can find the appropriate S for any given T, and this provides a complete, convenient, and compendious substitute for the table. This principle, this formula, this law has not one iota more of factual value than the isolated facts taken together, its worth lying merely in its convenience. It has utilitarian value. 17. Mach's principle of economy leads to a thoroughgoing naturalization of epistemology. If scientific theories have a purely utilitarian value, they can easily be presented, in line with Darwinian theory, as adaptations designed to secure a specific advantage in the struggle for existence. Mach's Darwinism, like that of so many other late 19th century thinkers, is loose and metaphoric, blurring the crucial distinction between natural and cultural evolution. It is essentially nothing more a variant of historicism, an assertion of the contingency and mutability of truth. Avenarius developed a similar but more rigorously formulated version of scientific instrumentalism. According to him, the principle of economy that governs scientific theorizing is just an instance of the law of least effort that governs all life. Every organism strives to execute its given tasks with as little labor as possible. Scientific concepts, laws, and theories economize on intellectual labor, they relieve us of the need to observe and experiment continually. Science is a product of indolence, not industry. Both Mach and Avenarius agree, however, on the critical point. Scientific reason is not autonomous, it does not, in Kant's classic formulation, give the law to nature. On the contrary, it receives its law from nature. It is an instrument of biological imperatives, with no validity except in relation to those imperatives. It has been relegated from the legislative to the executive branch of the human mind. A distinction must be drawn, however, between the instrumentalism of Mach and Avenarius, and the cruder forms of social Darwinism that blighted late 19th century science. Mach and Avenarius argued that science serves not particular national or class interests, but interests common to all members of the species. Indeed, one of the main aims of positivism by and large a movement of the left was to purge science of the nationalist, imperialist, and racist rhetoric that increasingly accompanied it. Its exorcism of metaphysics was at the same time an exorcism of ideology. Mach castigates a German ethnographer for describing cannibals as degraded, arguing that such language in the mouth of the ethnographer destroys that mild and sublime glow of freedom from presupposition by which we recognize the true inquirer. Elsewhere he contrasts the practical ends of everyday life with science's pure impulse towards knowledge. 18 Such remarks sit uncomfortably alongside the conviction that science is itself essentially practical. There is, to say the least, a tension in pre-war positivism between a generalized commitment to instrumentalism and a determination to rid science of particular instances of instrumentalization. This tension was not finally resolved until the Vienna Circle succeeded in purging positivism of the last vestiges of psychologism. But in the excited intellectual climate of the early 20th century, such subtle distinctions were easily overlooked. Mach's instrumentalism became the most immediately influential aspect of his philosophy, with ramifications far beyond anything he might have anticipated or indeed desired. Mach was not the sole influence here, he was part of the wider stream of biologism and instrumentalism that dominated late 19th century thought, encompassing writers as diverse as Spencer, Nietzsche, Friedrich Albert Lang, and Hans Weininger. But his special significance lies in the fact that he developed an instrumentalist interpretation of physics, the very paradigm of rational knowledge, thereby granting intellectual respectability to the instrumentalization of other fields. From a position within epistemology, instrumentalism quickly became a general principle of cultural interpretation. William James, the founder of American pragmatism, was prepared, for instance, to grant a measure of truth to religion for which Mach himself had no tolerance on the grounds that it too serves vital human needs. The Austrian Sprachkritiker Fritz Mothner extended Mach's naturalist critique of scientific language to language more generally, arguing that all words are instruments of survival, with no claim to represent the world as it really is. Mach even exercised a curious influence on the development of political instrumentalism. A number of Bolsheviks, Alexander Bogdanov prominently among them, were attracted to his and Avenarius's philosophy, discerning in it the epistemological counterpart to their own doctrine of revolutionary voluntarism. So popular was this heresy that Lenin felt stirred to write a tract denouncing it while at the same time quietly incorporating many of its ideas into his own political practice. But the most paradoxical effect of Mach's instrumentalism was the unexpected succor it gave to metaphysics. Like a gardener who destroys a weed in one hedgerow only to see it flourish in another, Mach banished metaphysics from science only to encourage its emergence in other fields. If science is just an instrument of survival, without ontological significance, then so argued a number of influential French philosophers, insight into ultimate reality must be garnered elsewhere. The conventionalist philosophers Pierre Duhem and Edouard Leroy accepted Mach's critique of scientific metaphysics, but with the ultimate aim, quite alien to Mach, of clearing the ground for an alternative religious metaphysics, Thomism in the case of Duhem, a variety of Catholic modernism in the case of Leroy. Henry Bergson similarly took Mach's neutralization of science as an opportunity to develop a radically anti-scientific, intuitionist metaphysics of his own. 19 Mach had in fact laid the foundation for this development in a positive as well as a negative sense. Bergsonian intuitionism can be viewed, as I suggested above, as an elaboration of the ontology implicit in his doctrine of elements. Here we see the first signs of the dichotomy discussed in my introduction. As scientific reason was divested of all metaphysical, ethical, and cultural significance, so the quest for such significance was increasingly redirected into non-scientific, non-rational activities. A deontologized rationality gave birth to a derationalized ontology. All this was far from Mach's original intention. "My view eliminates all metaphysical questions indifferently," he wrote. "Everything that we can want to know is given by the solution of a problem in mathematical form, by the ascertainment of the functional dependence of the sensational elements on one another. This knowledge exhausts the knowledge of reality." 20 But Mach himself lacked the intellectual instruments to make good this boast. Indeed, as we have seen, his view of sensation as the ultimate reality, of which science is a mere précis, contained the germ of an exciting new metaphysics. It was only the subsequent metamorphosis of positivism into a theory of meaning that secured it against this threat. By locating knowledge in propositions rather than intuition, the Vienna Circle was able to forestall any metaphysics of experience à la Bergson. This transformation also allowed the logical positivists, at least to their own satisfaction, to discard Mach's original instrumentalism. Science is no longer a substitute for sensation, economic or otherwise, but a self-standing body of knowledge. Thus Mach lies at the origin of both the intellectual tendencies that will concern us throughout this work, logical positivism on the one hand and the varieties of irrationalism on the other. For all their huge differences of style and emphasis, both currents accepted a broadly Machian conception of scientific reason. Both maintained, as a basic premise, that science is an activity without metaphysical or ethical significance, that it neither reveals nor liberates. This new conception of science is, in Leszek-Kolakowski's apt formulation, an alienated conception. Science has been stripped of the context that previously gave it meaning, it survives as mere mechanism, mere technique. This new science has nothing to say to us. It excludes in principle the questions which man, given over in our unhappy times to the most portentous upheavals, finds the most burning, questions of the meaning or meaninglessness of the whole of this human existence. 21 Positivists and antipositivists differed only in their evaluation of this modern conception of science. Those very qualities that the positivists found exhilarating, the avoidance of depth, the cheerful indifference to the burning questions of meaning, filled their opponents with despair. Both tendencies agreed, though, that science is essentially as positivism describes it. Both were heirs to the revolution initiated by Mach. Cassirer, on the other hand, never accepted science in this new, alienated form. He kept alive the older conception of science as an integral part of human civilization, thereby maintaining a critical distance from both logical positivism and anti-scientific irrationalism. Opposition to Machian positivism thus lies at the root of Cassirer's distinctive philosophical outlook. It belongs to his Kantian, or more accurately, his Neo-Kantian inheritance. For it was the Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism, in which Cassirer received his philosophical training, that mounted the 19th century's most spirited defense of the traditional rationalist understanding of science. In spite of his later distance from Marburg, Cassirer never renounced its notion of science as part of enlightenment, as part of the project of human self-liberation. Indeed, as I hope to demonstrate over the course of this book, the very Marburgian aspiration to reclaim reason, to exhibit its coherence with the entirety of human culture and human life, lies at the heart of his entire philosophical endeavor. Cassirer remained in this sense, and in this sense only, an authentically Kantian philosopher. 2. The Marburg School. No spirit without science. Science is the alpha and the omega. Hermann Cohen. The Neo-Kantian movement played a central role in the revolt against positivism in the 1870s and 1880s. It helped revive the idealist conception of the mind as an active force, as the author of natural and moral law. This change in philosophical fashion was closely bound up with the emergence of Germany as a nation-state. The active, autonomous subject of German idealism was well adapted to express the new spirit of national self-confidence. The revival of Kant, and to a lesser degree Fichte, was moreover part of a conscious attempt to promote a distinctively German philosophical tradition. Positivism, with its leftist, internationalist associations, was criticized as alien and hostile to the native Kultur. While retaining a stronghold in Austria, it was increasingly driven to the margins of German academic philosophy. Still, the revolt against positivism was less thoroughgoing than it might at first appear. It was directed primarily against the encroachment of positivism on culture and civic life, not against its prevalence within natural science itself. This was the import of the famous distinction between the Geisteswissenschaften and the Naturwissenschaften, the human and the natural sciences. Its authors were concerned above all to insulate the former from the latter, to combat the efforts of H. T. Buckle, Hippolyte Taine, and others to extend positivist methods to history and literature. They were less interested in refuting the positivist interpretation of physics itself. Wilhelm Dilthey, the most influential methodologist of the Geisteswissenschaften, never challenged the dominant positivist conception of natural science, only its application to the human sciences. Wilhelm Windelband and Heinrich Rickert, the leaders of the so-called Southwestern school of Neo-Kantianism, similarly elaborated an antipositivist conception of the Geisteswissenschaften while accepting a broadly Machian or post-Machian view of the Naturwissenschaften. Natural science, according to Rickert, is only an abstraction from the concrete richness of experience. Although of great practical utility, it can bring us no closer to reality itself. The concepts of science are only ready-made clothes which fit Paul just as well as they do Peter because they are cut to the measure of neither one. This last metaphor brings out nicely the social background of this academic philosophical debate. The defense of the Geisteswissenschaften against the Naturwissenschaften was also a defense of the elite culture of the middle class against the leveling effects of science and technology. Yet it was accompanied by protestations of respect for science itself. There is no sense in which it is my intention to disparage the importance of modern natural science, wrote Rickert. Our own age especially has experienced such impressive success in this area that any reservation could only produce an impression of idiotic grumbling too. It is perhaps not too fanciful to see in this ambivalence the more general ambivalence of the German middle class toward industrialization. While reaping the gains of Germany's rapid growth, it shrank in fear from its social, political, and aesthetic consequences. The new technology could be tolerated only so long as it could be confined to a subordinate realm. The machine will always menace everything we have achieved, wrote Rilke in a famous sonnet, so long as it presumes to exist in the sphere of Geist instead of that of obedience. Dilthey, Windelband, and Rickert were all respected members of the Wilhelminian professionate, far removed from any kind of primitivism. Yet it is not hard to see how their emphasis on the methodological uniqueness of the Geisteswissenschaften could shade into contempt for scientific rationality as such. This is precisely what happened in the Weimar Republic. Dilthey's young disciples transformed his concept of Erlebnis or lived experience from a historical tool into an ideological rallying cry. And Rickert, although he later protested against the excesses of Lebensphilosophy, was himself responsible for some of its key concepts. His view of reality as irreducibly concrete, separated by a hiatus irrationalis from the abstract concepts of natural science, bore a far from accidental resemblance to certain notions of Bergson, and was to go on to influence Heidegger. Thus, the traditional Mandarin distaste for quantification merged with some of the more virulent irrationalist currents outlined in the last chapter. The revolt against positivism became a revolt against reason itself. But the Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism must be excluded from these developments. Although influential in the revolt against positivism, it did not contribute in any significant way to the irrationalism that followed in its wake. This is because its critique of positivism implied no opposition or aversion to natural science. On the contrary, it was developed with specific reference to natural science. The Marburg school accordingly never accepted Dilthey's and Rickert's division of the intellectual world into two separate hemispheres, each with its own particular logic. It had no wish to cut science off from the higher values of Kultur, to relegate it to a purely practical downstairs existence. On the contrary, it strove to reassert it as an essential facet of humane culture. It thereby hoped not only to rescue science from increasing technicization but also to save the humanities from increasing irrationalism. It aimed to put it in terms later popularized by the Frankfurt School to overcome the division of the human world into a sphere of technical manipulation and control, and a sphere of subjective self-expression. This aspiration also had social and political dimensions. If the distinction between the Geisteswissenschaften and the Naturwissenschaften evoked the social divisions of Wilhelmian Germany, the Marburg School's rejection of that distinction expressed its opposition to those divisions. Its integration of science into humane culture implied the integration of the industrial proletariat into the national community. Hermann Cohen, the founder and presiding spirit of the Marburg School, advocated an ethical socialism loosely derived from Kant that he hoped might appeal to all classes of Germany. Such views formed the philosophical counterpart to the democratic liberalism of Friedrich Naumann. Parallels can also be drawn with the new liberalism of Th. Green and L. T. Hobhouse. But if science was to be reclaimed for humane culture, it had first of all to be rescued from positivism. Positivism, as we saw in the last chapter, was above all an attempt to detach science from any broader rational or cultural context. The Marburg School retorted with a painstaking demonstration that such a separation is impossible, that scientific rationality is only ever a particular specification of a more universal concept of reason, at work in all departments of culture. It is the same logos, the same reason, wrote one of its founding members, Paul Naderp, that unfolds within the borders of tempospatial causal conditionality in theoretical thought, and free from this conditionality in ethics. That is why logic, in its original, broad sense of theory of reason, attains for us a higher status. It encompasses not merely theoretical thought, as the logic of possible experience, but just as much ethics, as the logic of will formation, and even aesthetics, as the logic of pure art formation. 4. The Marburg School derived this broad conception of reason from Kant. Kant had famously argued that the basic categories of empirical science, categories such as substance and causation, do not derive from experience but themselves constitute the condition of the possibility of experience. He accordingly ascribed them to the subjective faculty of understanding. But although the understanding supplies us with the constitutive conditions of science, it cannot supply us with the goal of science. For the categories of the understanding only ever operate within experience, whereas the goal of science, the idea of an absolute, unconditioned whole, transcends any possible experience. Kant therefore embeds the understanding in the higher faculty of reason, which prescribes to it its direction towards a certain unity of which it has itself no concept. 5. Empirical thought, in brief, is not self-sufficient, it receives its orientation from outside. This allows Kant to make the connection with ethics. For it is the same faculty of reason that supplies us with the ends of both science and morality. Reason plays an analogous role in both spheres. It generates ideas that transcend any possible experience, yet with the sole purpose of guiding and regulating experience. But this partnership of speculative and practical reason is not an equal one. It is practical reason whose interest always prevails, because all interest is ultimately practical, and even that of speculative reason is only conditional and is complete in practical use alone. 6. Thus, in all questions on which speculative reason remains agnostic, and these include, for Kant, questions of the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, practical reason is allowed the final say. In spite of its somewhat scholastic exposition, Kant's theory is in essence an expression of the common Enlightenment faith in the moral power of ideas. The entire edifice of science, insofar as it accepts the guidance of pure reason, finds its supreme purpose in the happiness of all mankind. 7. This Kantian faith in the moral vocation of reason was inherited by the Marburg School, and constituted the core of its protest against positivism. But serious difficulties stood in the way of a straightforward revival of Kantian humanism in the late 19th century. Kant's suggestion of a kinship between practical and theoretical reason had evolved, in the hands of his immediate successors, into an assertion of their complete identity. The result was the nature philosophy of Schelling and Hegel, with its vision of nature as slumbering spirit. This metaphysical binge prompted a violent reaction. Science, it was urged, must throw off the yoke of philosophy, as it had once thrown off the yoke of religion. This trend culminated, as we have seen, in Mach's demand for the elimination of metaphysics. Not even Kant could escape the bonfire. His attempt to ground Newtonian physics in the a priori structure of consciousness came to seem, in retrospect, nothing more than an arbitrary restriction on the scope of empirical research. His system was deemed outmoded even before Einstein delivered the final coup de grace. It would no longer be a particularly heroic achievement, wrote Mach in 1902, to shew the inadequacy of Kant's philosophy as a guide to modern scientific research. The Marburg School was in partial sympathy with these developments. Its members kept abreast of the latest mathematical and scientific discoveries. They had no desire to set philosophy up as watchmen over the sciences, let alone return it to a state of enraptured ignorance. They were thus faced with a difficult task. How could they retain Kant's vision of science as an expression of the autonomy of human reason while at the same time avoiding his error of shackling it to a fixed a priori form? How could they integrate science into a broader rational and ethical framework without curtailing its freedom? It was in response to this dilemma that they evolved their own, distinctive variant of Kantianism. Back to Kant. Neo-Kantianism has its origins in the new spirit of intellectual asceticism prevailing in Germany after 1848. Against the metaphysical excesses of both idealism and materialism, it urged a return to the critical self-discipline of Kant. It stressed again and again that philosophy can never get behind our knowledge of things to the things themselves. Regarded sociologically, Neo-Kantianism can be seen as an expression of philosophy's increasing professionalization, its withdrawal from active involvement in politics and questions of Weltanschauung. Neo-Kantianism became something like the professional code of German academic philosophy, distinguishing respectable thinking from the wilder speculations of academic outsiders such as Marx, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. Hence the tendency for all philosophical disputes to assume the form of quarrels over the interpretation of Kant. However, the return to Kant was never intended as anything more than a return to the spirit of Kant. No one envisaged a wholesale revival of Kant's entire system. The reason was, as we have seen, that advances in mathematics and natural science had come to make Kant's original statement of critical philosophy look parochial. Only the general principle of a prioricity, and not Kant's specific articulation of it, seemed worth salvaging. Adherents of Kant, wrote Otto Liebmann in 1876, have the duty of resurrecting the basic idea of his a priorism in a new and improved form. For all the orthodox forms of original Kantianism could break to pieces, the whole table of categories, together with all subordinacies, all schematism and principles of pure understanding, all analogies of experience, etc., etc., could crumble into ruins, without that Copernican basic idea being affected in the slightest. 9. But what precisely was Kant's Copernican basic idea? What was his principle of a prioricity? It was on this point that the two main tendencies within Neo-Kantianism began to diverge. The first generation of Neo-Kantians interpreted Kant's principle of a prioricity in a strictly naturalistic sense. They understood it in light of Müller's law of specific sensory energies, the law, roughly speaking, that sensation is not a direct register of external events but is molded by our physiological organization. Whereas Müller's original law had applied only to secondary qualities, though, Helmholtz and others were encouraged by its superficial similarity to certain passages of Kant to extend it to primary qualities as well. An originally purely experimental project thus acquired broader philosophical significance. Not just sensation but space, time, matter, and causation were all casually referred to our psychophysical organization. Matter in general, wrote Lang, may just as well be merely a product of my organization must, in fact, be so as color. 10 From here, as we saw in the last chapter, it was only a short step to the phenomenalism of Mach. What had begun as a revision of Kantianism ended up as its dissolution. Marburg Neo-Kantianism originated as a protest against this misinterpretation of Kant. In the following book, runs the opening sentence of Cohen's influential first work of 1871, I have undertaken to ground Kant's theory of a prioricity anew. 11 Cohen reasserted Kant's theory in what he took to be its original, transcendental sense. That space and time are a priori does not mean that they are products of our psychophysical organization, it means that they are formal or constitutional conditions of experience. 12 Interpreting the a prioris of science in a psychological fashion robs them of the very universal validity that Kant hoped to establish. It collapses scientific principles into biological habits, which are then ripe for interpretation as Darwinian adaptive mechanisms. Science no longer possesses any extra human validity, it simply represents that which is advantageous for us humans to believe. Cohen presents himself as a defender of Kant's original theory against its various critics and misinterpreters. But his Kant is just as far removed as Helmholtz's from the historical prototype. He too has been discreetly adapted in response to the accumulated pressures of 100 years. Kant himself had defended Newtonian physics against the skepticism of Hume by grounding it in what he termed pure consciousness. He had tried to show, in other words, that the basic axioms of Newtonian physics represent the conditions of the possibility of any experience whatsoever. This is his famous transcendental deduction of the categories. Yet it was precisely the central point in Kant's system that subsequent developments in physics and mathematics had cast into doubt. Newtonian physics might plausibly have been viewed as a codification of experience in general, but it was hardly possible to regard the esoteric abstractions of non-Euclidean geometry or electromagnetics in that light. Science seemed to have lost its grounding in our common experience of the world. Critical philosophy was thus faced with a choice. It had to become either the theory of pure consciousness or that of science. It could no longer be both at once. Cohen decided in favor of this latter alternative. Philosophy for us, he wrote together with Nader, is bound to the fact of science as this constitutes itself. 13 Kant's jargon of pure consciousness and its various faculties was quietly abandoned, or else reinterpreted as a circuitous and misleading way of talking about the logical structure of mathematics and physics. The transcendental question was no longer leveled at experience in general, but at experience as embodied in the concrete public institution of science. Now let the question no longer be whether these conditions are innate, because although we know that certain peculiarities of consciousness are, after all, denoted by space and time, it no longer matters. These peculiarities of consciousness as awareness are not capable of generating science. And our interest is directed towards this last question alone. Interest in the innate is thus supplanted by interest in those conditions that constitute the unity of experience. 14. The effect of this transformation is to give critical philosophy a radically historical twist. All the key terms in Kant's transcendental theory undergo a change of meaning, they lose their foothold in eternity, so to speak, and descend into human history. Anschauung becomes a synonym for mathematics, Erfahrung for empirical science, and Bewusstsein for the a priori principles lying at the basis of mathematics and empirical science. The object constituting function is transferred from Kant's transcendental subject to the evolving practices of physics. Radically new physical theories do not describe a common world of objects, they generate a new world of objects. This revision enabled Cohen and his Marburg colleagues to accommodate the developments in science so fatal to orthodox Kantianism. Electromagnetics, relativity, and finally quantum theory were all explicated in accordance with the doctrine that reason has insight only into that which it produces after a plan of its own. 15. But most significant of all was Cohen's transformation of Kant's doctrine of the thing in itself. He discarded Kant's original conception of a dark metaphysical substance lurking behind and obscurely affecting our empirical sensibility, but did not follow positivists such as Mach in jettisoning along with it the very distinction between appearance and reality. His objection was only to Kant's articulation of this distinction as an absolute one between experience and something entirely beyond experience. His aim was to recast it as a relative distinction between different levels within experience itself. Every revolution in science reveals a new reality, in comparison to which the old reality is exposed as mere appearance. But this new reality can in turn be exposed as appearance, and so on ad infinitum. The thing in itself is retained only as the focus imaginarius of this infinite advance. No longer a thing at all, it represents the idea of absolutely unconditioned knowledge, the ideal limit that science approaches but can never finally reach. 16 It has been transferred, in short, from its original home in the transcendental aesthetic to the transcendental dialectic. No longer an unknowable object, it has become an unfulfillable demand. This conception of the thing in itself as infinite task lies at the heart of the Marburg philosophy. It expresses a continuing, if nuanced, loyalty to Enlightenment universalism. Without it, it might seem that the Marburg school had opened the door to historical relativism. For if every revolution in science generates a new world of objects rather than providing a better description of the old one, in what sense is science progressing as opposed to merely mutating? What universal criterion of truth remains, other than sheer success? But the Marburg school insisted that science does progress. Such progress cannot, of course, be secured in the positivist manner, by matching each new theory and its predecessor against an independent body of facts. It is guaranteed rather by the methodological rule that each new theory incorporate its predecessor as an approximate, special case, thereby establishing its own greater generality. What guides and gives point to this process of progressive subsumption is precisely the idea of the thing in itself as the goal of science. Every physical theory aspires to the status of absolute knowledge. It embodies an interpretation, however partial and incomplete, of what Cassirer called the ultimate common element of experience. 17 It is only in light of this common aspiration that the replacement of one theory by another is intelligible as progress. Hence, the demand for universal validity remains the one fixed a priori of science. Only it is a purely regulative, not a constitutive a priori. It belongs, in the language of Kant's system, to the faculty of reason rather than sensibility or understanding. Science is defined not in terms of its preconditions but in terms of its goal. It is no longer subject to an external, prior constraint, but only to the discipline inherent in its own aspiration to unconditional validity. It is free of all fixed forms, both of sensibility and thought, yet this freedom is not caprice but obedience to a law laid down by itself. Thus could the Marburg school reconcile the 19th century recognition of radical historical variety with the 18th century ideal of absolute truth. The doctrine of the thing in itself as regulative idea also allowed the Marburg school to restore the connection between science and ethics. This ran directly opposed to the tendency in empiricist neo-Kantianism to isolate the two. Lang, in particular, took the disappearance of the thing in itself as an opportunity to banish the ideas of God, freedom, and immortality from philosophy. As denizens of the discredited noumenal realm, they lack all possible reality and must henceforth be regarded as creations of art. The intelligible world is a world of poesy, and precisely upon this fact rests its worth and nobleness. 18 This banishment of everything non-empirical to the realm of art became a favorite trope of positivism. Rudolf Carnap was to repeat Lang's gesture with a less flattering intent, dismissing metaphysicians as musicians without musical ability. 19 Cohen resisted this denigration of the intelligible world to the status of art. The ideas of reason, even if they correspond to nothing real, still play a crucial role in the regulation of empirical knowledge, and therefore possess theoretical as well as ethical validity. As such, they cannot be dismissed as products of poetic fantasy. Lang's standpoint of the ideal possesses a connection with the world of reality, with the fundamental principles of experience, that can be demonstrated with greater critical rigor than a mixture of synthesis and poetic invention is capable of. 20 If this connection between the ideal and the real is broken, ethics becomes purely subjective, while science is deprived of all direction and purpose. Cohen thus reasserts Kant's principle of the unity of reason. The ideal of unconditional validity that guides scientific research is, in its broader meaning, an ethical and theological ideal. Ethics and theology are not just adjuncts of natural science, they constitute the spiritual atmosphere, the Weltanschauung, within which alone science is possible. We are now in a better position to see how the Marburg School was able to confront the positivist alienation of reason outlined in the last chapter. Central to positivism, at least in its Machian variety, is the idea that science is the passive adaptation of the mind to reality. A scientific theory simply represents the sensory data. To be sure, it represents them in an abridged form, it makes a selection from them in accordance with the principle of economy. But the selection is passive or automatic. It expresses a natural imperative, not a free act of will. Science contains no logical principles of order, but only the biological principles enunciated in Darwin's theory of evolution. It is an adaptive mechanism, a tool of survival, whose natural affinities are with the world of commerce and industry, not that of art and metaphysical speculation. The Marburg School attacks the set of ideas at its foundation. It sets out to show that science rests on a certain ideal of knowledge, and so cannot be conceived as a mere reflection of the sensory data. Science is no passive surrender to the object, but a free and active creation of the intellect. 21 This in turn enables the Marburg School to restore the connection between science and the other products of culture, to exhibit them all as expressions of the same spontaneity and creativity of reason. Popper's description of Kant's Copernican revolution applies also to its neo-Kantian successor. Here, I believe, is a wonderful philosophical find. It makes it possible to look upon science, whether theoretical or experimental, as a human creation, and to look upon its history as part of the history of ideas, on a level with the history of art or of literature. 22. Or back to Hegel. I must now address a doubt that has probably already arisen in some readers' minds. Is the philosophy of the Marburg School really any more than a variant of Hegelianism? Surely all its central features, the orientation to objective spirit, the rejection of any absolute distinction between phenomena and noumena, the dialectical theory of development, derive more from Hegel than from Kant. Franz Rosenzweig was right to describe Cohen as far more a Hegelian than he himself knew. 23 By what rights, then, is the philosophy of the Marburg School classified as neo-Kantian? Hasn't it abandoned, together with Kant's independent faculty of sensibility, any notion of the empirical as a distinct, extra-logical terrain? Isn't it back in the quagmire of absolute idealism, from which neo-Kantianism originally hoped to escape? Cohen insisted that he owed nothing to post-Kantian idealism, describing it disparagingly as the philosophy of Romanticism. 24 In this he was not unique. Denunciations of the excesses of post-Kantianism were conventional among the first generation of neo-Kantians. Hegel, in particular, was singled out for criticism. Not only was he tainted by association with Marxism, he was also ridiculed as a classic specimen of romantic Schwärmerei. Neo-Kantianism, by contrast, with its renunciation of metaphysical speculation and deference to natural science, prided itself on its sobriety and realism. It reflected the new business-like mood prevalent among the German bourgeoisie after 1848. By the time of unification, Kant had largely replaced Hegel as the German national philosopher. Between 1870 and 1890, university courses on Kant outnumbered those on Hegel 15 to 1.25. But in spite of their efforts to distance themselves from Hegel, the neo-Kantians remained in many ways his children. Hegel's dissolution of Kant's sharp dualisms had become part of the German philosophical landscape, marking neo-Kantians as otherwise diverse as Helmholtz and Cohen. Hegelian influence is also evident in the historical emphasis of so much neo-Kantianism. In contrast to Kant himself, Kuno Fischer, Eduard Zeller, Lang, and Cohen all took a keen interest in the history of their subject. The very idea of looking at philosophical questions in the mirror of Kant, rather than approaching them directly, testifies to the Hegelianization of the discipline. The return to Kant was, ironically, the least Kantian of gestures. Hegelian historicism is particularly visible in Cohen's refusal to draw any sharp distinction between historical interpretation and systematic evaluation. To understand Kant's words, it is essential to consider the various different constructions that may be put upon them in terms of their value for the theory of knowledge, Systematic partisanship is unavoidable. 26 Hence, as we have seen, Cohen made no very clear distinction between interpreting and reinterpreting Kant. For him, interpretation is already a form of reinterpretation. His aim, in words that became a slogan of Neo-Kantianism in general, was to understand Kant better than he understood himself. Cohen's theory of interpretation thus closely parallels his epistemology. In hermeneutics, as in natural science, all givens are dissolved in the ongoing movement of thought. Just as there is no independent object to which scientific cognition is bound, so there is no independent meaning to which interpretation is bound. Interpretation itself generates its own meaning. The relationship between history and philosophy is reciprocal. If history is permeated by philosophy, philosophy is likewise permeated by history. This explains how Cohen could look forward with enthusiasm to the resurrection of Kantian authority. Kant himself said, "It is true, that there are no classic authors in philosophy." But this remark should not be taken as denying that an indispensable benefit accrues to philosophy through careful work on its history, first for the guidance of problems, but also for the furnishing of thought. It is only half true that in philosophy one must start from scratch. 27 This historical conception of philosophy is quite at variance with that of Kant, who explicitly defined his critique of pure reason not as a critique of books and systems, but of the faculty of reason in general. 28 Here again, Cohen's reinterpretation of philosophy closely parallels his reinterpretation of natural science. Philosophy, like science, has no transcendent, atemporal form, it can be apprehended only in its historical development. But for all its Hegelian leanings, the Marburg school emphatically rejected the central tenet of Hegelian metaphysics, the identity of reality and thought. Even if reality is progressively generated in thought, it is never exhausted in thought. Ultimate reality, the thing in itself, eludes the net of human concepts. As the infinite task of cognition, it remains forever beyond its grasp. For all its covered Hegelianism, the Marburg school never crossed the threshold separating epistemology from metaphysics. It remained faithful, in its fashion, to the ontological modesty of Kant. Nader, more sympathetic to Hegel than Cohen himself, explains the Marburg school's relationship with Hegelianism as follows. We fully understand, similarly to Hegel, the to be known equals X only in relation to the function of knowledge itself, or, to use a more natural analogy, as the X of the equation of knowledge, whose entire significance precisely as X, i.e., the to be determined, is only comprehensible in relation to the equation and the data of the equation, namely the legitimate determination mode of thought. But we have recognized that this equation of our knowledge is of such a character as to run in the direction of infinity, so that the X is never finally determinable on the basis of the A, B, C, etc., quite apart from the fact that the series A, B, C, etc. is also not finalized, but must be thought of as capable of continual extension. Hegel, however, always lets the irrational appear totally dissolvable in the rational, and thus for him all is thought, thought is all. 29. But the Marburg school's quarrel with Hegel went beyond issues of epistemology and metaphysics. It was motivated above all by a moral distaste for what appeared, from a Kantian perspective, as the irredeemable heteronomy implicit in the philosophy of identity. If reality is taken up without remainder into the idea, then the idea, by the same token, is taken up without remainder into reality. It loses its transcendence, its autonomy in relation to experience, it no longer provides us with a perspective from which to judge or criticize existing conditions. 30 Thus the Marburg school, although it granted the idea a regulative role in the development of science, reserved for it constitutional power only in the realm of ethics. Practical and theoretical reason, although related, retain their separate identities. The merging of the latter into the former, as carried through by Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, destroys both. The Marburg school's critique of Hegel had a political dimension too. The Hegelian abdication of intellectual and moral autonomy must, it reasoned, lead either to blind conservatism or else, more dangerously, passive submission in the face of historical destiny. At this point the Marburg School's critique of Hegel expands naturally into a critique of Marx. It is no coincidence that Nader, immediately after the passage quoted above, refers to the truly Hegelian hardening of socialism in Marxism 31. Although on the whole sympathetic to socialism, the Marburg School interpreted it in a strictly ethical and democratic sense. The socialist state was, for it, a moral ideal, an object of voluntary striving, not the outcome of an inexorable economic process. This interpretation of socialism helped to liberate many German Marxists, most notably Eduard Bernstein, from an ethically uninspiring and empirically suspect economic determinism. But that is another story. For all its criticisms of Hegelian heteronomy, however, the Marburg School never fully succeeded in restoring the autonomy of philosophical judgment. In its attachment to the fact of science as this constitutes itself, and therewith the whole of culture, it displayed a quintessentially Hegelian confidence in the rationality and benevolence of the historical process. Philosophy needs no standpoint a priori, it simply brings to light the hidden logos of history. But what if history has no logos? What if it is just the record of the crimes, follies, and vices of mankind? Philosophy then appears in the ridiculous guise of Dr. Pangloss, concocting elaborate justifications for what is essentially unjustifiable. Such charges were frequently to be leveled against the Marburg School following the First World War. To what extent they apply to Cassirer as well is one of the central questions of this book. Judaism. Cohen and Cassirer were not the only German Jews to be attracted to Kant. Jews were among the first champions of the new philosophy, and continued to feature prominently in most schools of Neo-Kantianism throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries. Kant's appeal to Jews has been variously explained. Hegel discerns something Jewish in Kant himself, especially in his legislative model of morality and insistence on the transcendence of the ideal. Such conjectures are inevitably speculative. More definitely, Kant's appeal to Jews rested on his reputation as the foremost philosopher of the German Enlightenment. By severing civic morality from its roots in religious belief, he had established, at least in theory, a sphere in which Jews and Christians could converse as equals. Henceforth assimilation need not entail the humiliation of baptism. Jews might participate as full members of the national community without renouncing their separate religious identity. That, at any rate, was the ideal. In reality, Jews remained subject to all kinds of professional and social disadvantages even after achieving civic equality in 1871. But Kant's status as Germany's national philosopher allowed them to hope that Germany would never entirely renounce the legacy of the Enlightenment. Together with Goethe, the archetypal humanist and cosmopolite, Kant represented an ideal Germany, a Germany of the spirit. Jews held up this ideal Germany as an encouragement and a reproach to, and also sometimes as an escape from, the real Germany of Heinrich von Treitschke and Houston Stewart Chamberlain. This set of motives is clearly visible in Cohen's political and religious thought. Both a German patriot and a devout Jew, indeed one of the few Jews among the staunchly nationalist profession at Cohen, struggled hard to reconcile these two loyalties. His writings became an inspiration to those so-called Zivilisationsjuden who, like him, wished to combine fidelity to religious tradition with devotion to the German state and German culture. Cohen's German-Jewish synthesis appears in hindsight hopelessly idealistic. He could present Jewish and German cultures as harmonious only because he had stripped them both of all awkward empirical particularity, transforming them into mere illustrations of one and the same basic idea. Wartime Germany is declared to be in continuity with the 18th century and its cosmopolitan humanity 32, and Judaism is identified as the source of the universal religion of reason 33. Thus between Germany and Judaism there stands no contradiction, but rather the closest inward affinity. All political realities are viewed from this rarefied moral intellectual standpoint. Even Bismarck's decision to grant universal manhood suffrage in reality no more than a shrewd tactical maneuver becomes in Cohen's eyes the logical consequence of Jewish messianic prophecy. 34. Such wishful thinking was made possible by Cohen's relentlessly teleological cast of mind, by his conviction that reality can only ever be understood in light of its highest possibilities. Cohen, writes Cassirer, was one of the most resolute Platonists that has ever appeared in the history of philosophy. As a Platonist he could not think of the idea as a lower or derivative reality. The idea was to him the urbild, not the abbild, the archetype, not the mere copy of things. 35 We have already encountered this idealizing tendency in Cohen's epistemology and hermeneutics, but it reaches its climax in his writings on Germany and Judaism. Here, perhaps, lies its real emotional source. Cohen's concept of reason as fundamentally idealizing reflects a cultural persona that was itself the product of idealization. Cohen's German-Jewish synthesis could not long survive the rise of folkish nationalism. It was contested vigorously, first by Gentiles, then by Jews. Neither group could recognize itself in Cohen's idealized amalgam. Bruno Bauch, the influential philosopher and joint editor of Kant's Study N, was one of the first to raise the specter of anti-Semitism. His 1916 letter to the right-wing journal Der Panther provides vivid evidence of the growing nationalization of German philosophy. 36 Its theme, significantly, is the interpretation of Kant. Bauch pays tribute to Cohen's service in overcoming Kant's dualism of intuition and concept, but goes on to deprecate this entire problematic as peripheral to Kant and German idealism in general. The truly revolutionary significance of Kant's philosophy lies in its discovery of the sphere of validity and value. And this significance is a uniquely German significance. It is one that Cohen, as a Jew, cannot possibly comprehend. Whatever Cohen's contributions to logic and epistemology, in the fields of ethics and the philosophy of religion the Jewish spirit has nothing to offer the German. Between Kant and Cohen lies the entire world which the Sermon on the Mount opened up before mankind. 37. In the background to this letter stands the debate over whether Kant should be interpreted primarily as a methodologist of the natural sciences or a philosopher of culture. Bauch's reference to validity and value identifies him as a proponent of this latter interpretation, associated with the southwestern school of Neo-Kantianism. This grouping was, as we have seen, more conservative, more typically Mandarin in its attitudes than the Marburg school. Its version of Kantianism centered on the Geisteswissenschaft, and it tried unfairly, as I hope to have shown, to denigrate the Marburg school as one-sidedly scientistic. As the 20th century progressed, this originally purely philosophical debate became increasingly intertwined with issues of race and politics. Academic argument shaded into demagoguery, epithets such as formalist and rationalist lost their strictly philosophical meaning, and became little more than anti-Semitic tags. With its references to Cohen's Jewish formalism and Jewish rationalism, Bauch's letter stands at a midway point in this process of vulgarization. 20 years later, such phrases had become clichés of Nazi rhetoric. But the real importance of Bauch's letter lies not so much in its language as in its choice of subject. Bauch could hardly have hit Cohen in a more sensitive spot. Kant, as mentioned above, was a pivotal figure for many German Jews. He was their passport to German secular culture, their guarantee that Germany would remain true to the values of the Enlightenment. Bauch's letter effectively cancels this passport and annuls this guarantee. Not only Kant himself but the entire philosophical tradition springing from him is declared inaccessible to Jews. Anyone with any inkling of the spirit of German idealism can of course disregard the preoccupation of Jews with ethics according to Kant, Schiller, and Fries. However, I believe that not even a Jew of Cohen's intellectual rank can be properly included in this spirit. 38. Bauch's attempt to recast Kant as a quintessentially German philosopher to establish, as it were, a racial monopoly on his interpretation was to cast a long shadow. In February 1929, a few weeks before Cassirer's famous encounter with Heidegger at Davos, the Nazi philosopher Othmar Spann delivered a public lecture in Munich on the contemporary cultural crisis. A report was published in the liberal Frankfurter Zeitung. Mention should be made of his characterization of Neo-Kantianism. He said that it was sad that the German people should have to be reminded of their own Kantian philosophy by foreigners, Among such foreigners he included philosophers of the rank of Hermann Cohen and Cassirer. Cassirer, Span added ominously, is still teaching at Hamburg 39. Cohen's German-Jewish synthesis was attacked from the Jewish side as well. The rise of folkish nationalism among ethnic Germans spurred many Jews to develop a national ideology of their own. The new theology of Rosenzweig and Martin Buber emphatically rejected Cohen's vision of Judaism as a universal religion of reason in favor of one emphasizing its historical particularity. Judaism is no mere idea, but in Rosenzweig's words, a homeland of blood and spirit. 40 Cohen's attempt to incorporate Judaism within the system of Kantian philosophy came to seem a piece of bad faith, an evasion of the real conflict between Jewish religious tradition and German secular culture. The inspiration for this new turn in Jewish theology came, ironically, from Cohen himself. His last, posthumously published work, Religion of Reason Out of the Sources of Judaism, was hailed by Rosenzweig as an unwitting break with Neo-Kantianism. Without fully realizing it, Cohen's native piety had driven him over and beyond his system. 41 It had compelled him to distinguish the thou of faith from the abstract subject of idealist philosophy. From hints such as these, Rosenzweig and Buber developed their own version of religious existentialism. This shift within Judaism reflected a parallel change in the dominant Christian culture, as the liberal Protestantism of Ernst Troeltsch and Adolf von Harnack gave way to a new theology of crisis. Albert Schweitzer's quest of the historical Jesus replaced the meek humanitarian of Victorian devotional literature with the austere figure of an eschatological prophet. And Karl Barth, in his famous commentary on Romans, protested against the reduction of God to an object of human veneration. What united all these theologians, Jewish and Christian, was their refusal to view religion as part of civilization, as an expression of contemporary moral and political norms. The Bible, they urged, is something more than a sourcebook of liberal cosmopolitanism. It harbors depths foreign to modern man. To these new theological stirrings, Cassirer was by and large immune. His own writings on religion remain, as we shall see in Chapter 5, within the broad orbit of Cohen's liberal progressivism. Nor did he abandon, even after 1933, Cohen's idealized Germany of Dichter und Denker. He simply took it with him into exile, along with his beloved volumes of Goethe. The dissolution of Neo-Kantianism. Marburg Neo-Kantianism shared both the strengths and limitations of its age. This was an age that still retained its faith in reason and progress, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche notwithstanding. It was an age of conciliation, holding in precarious balance the interests of science and religion, industry and aristocracy, liberty and tradition. The philosophy of the Marburg school was part of this balancing act. It tried, as we have seen, to humanize science, rationalize religion, and liberalize socialism. Its goal was always one of synthesis or at least détente. Its style, at once uplifting and obscuring, is redolent of the compromises of the Victorian era. The First World War brought an end to that era, and with it the philosophy of Neo-Kantianism. Cohen himself died in 1918. The various social and intellectual forces that he had striven to keep together came rapidly apart. Socialists revolted against liberals, liberals turned their guns on socialists. Anti-Semitism spread, young Jews lost faith in assimilation and turned increasingly to Zionism or international Marxism. The intellectual world suffered the same polarization. The two cultures fell irretrievably apart. The Naturwissenschaften were given over to a reinvigorated positivism, while the Geisteswissenschaften shaded increasingly into political mysticism. Under these new conditions, the Marburg school disappeared almost without a trace. By the time of the Third Reich, it was a long-forgotten Jewish liberal affair. 42. It is therefore no surprise to find that the two tendencies dominating interwar Germanophone philosophy, logical positivism on the one hand and the varieties of irrationalism on the other, both defined themselves against Neo-Kantianism. On the positivist side, opposition was far from absolute. It is even possible to regard the Vienna Circle as an inheritor of the Marburg school. Michael Friedman has pointed out the similarity between Cohen's conception of philosophy as an articulation of the a priori structure of science and Carnap's project of Wissenschaftslogik. Carnap can be seen as attempting to realize the philosophical ambitions of the Marburg school using the new mathematical logic created by Frege 43, and the influence of Neo-Kantian epistemology is also clearly visible in Schlick's insistence on a strict distinction between knowledge, Erkennen, and intuition, Kennen. All in all, the effect of Neo-Kantianism on the positivist tradition was to liberate it from sensationalism, to instill in it an awareness of the conceptual preconditions of science. But taken as a whole, logical positivism represents a decisive break with the Kantian tradition. Carnap rejected Cohen's central doctrine of the thing in itself as infinite task in favor of a purely stipulative definition of the object of scientific inquiry. 44 His analysis of science is synchronic rather than diachronic, it is concerned with the logic of justification rather than the logic of discovery. And this in turn is symptomatic of a more fundamental philosophical difference between the two movements. For Cohen and Naderp, as for Kant, the teleological structure of natural science is but an aspect of a more general teleological structure, visible in ethics, aesthetics, and religion. The source of this structure is reason itself. The Marburg school strove, as we have seen, to demonstrate and bring to purity the unity of logos, of ratio, in all the creative activity of culture. 45 Logical positivism, in direct contrast, aimed to restrict rationality to science, thereby exposing the irrationality of ethics, ideology, and religion. If the logical positivists criticized Neo-Kantianism for its residual idealism, many on the other side of the philosophical divide condemned it for its crypto-positivism. The Marburg school was convicted of renouncing the autonomy of philosophy, of transforming it into a handmaiden of empirical science. In a clear jibe at Neo-Kantianism, Heidegger denounced the kind of logic which limps along after, investigating the status of some science as it chances to find it, in order to discover its method. 46 Walter Benjamin voiced a similar criticism. The weakness of Neo-Kantianism lies, he wrote, in its unacknowledged complicity with positivism. By binding itself to the exact sciences, it has been drawn into collusion with capitalist exploitation. In the work of Cohen, the power of critique and of imagination shrink to the same degree, and for the same reason, it is always easy for those with power to accommodate themselves to existing circumstances. 47. Many such criticisms from the antipositivist wing of German philosophy express little more than prejudice and ignorance. A simple survey of the Marburg school's publications reveals that its interests were far from confined to the exact sciences. Cohen published works on ethics, aesthetics, politics, and religion. Naderp wrote on psychology and pedagogy. And even their purely epistemological works had the primary aim, as I hope to have shown, of freeing the exact sciences from positivism, of restoring them to the family of humane culture. But no matter, in the internecine atmosphere of German academic philosophy, the mere fact that the Marburg school devoted serious attention to the natural sciences was enough to mark it down as the promoter of a narrowly scientistic worldview. And the fact that several of its leading members were Jewish sometimes served, as we have seen, to add a malicious edge to such accusations. Yet there remains a sense in which the Marburg school can justly be accused of scientific one-sidedness. Although it strove to embed science in a broader context of reason, it was no longer able to embed it in the context of human experience in general. This follows, as we have seen, from its main revision of Kant. Confronted with the abstractness and dynamism of modern physics, it abandoned Kant's fixed forms of intuition and thought in favor of the infinite task of objectivization. Science thereby loses its root in our everyday experience of the world. Erfahrung is decoupled from Erlebnis. Cohen himself rejected the possibility of treating non-scientific experience critically. He held the extreme view that experience is objective only insofar as it can be given mathematical form. Naderp and the young Cassirer both rebelled against this mathematical dogmatism. Both tried, as we shall see in the next chapter, to extend the critical method to non-scientific experience. but they nonetheless viewed such experience as a mere first stage in the process of objectivization, culminating eventually in physics. Their sights remained fixed on the universal, intersubjective realm of science. The Marburg school thus never fully overcame what we identified in the last chapter as the alienation of scientific reason. Although it struggled mightily against the detachment of science from morality, it could not solve, indeed, it could hardly acknowledge the more fundamental problem of its divorce from what Husserl was later to call the Lebenswelt, the world of life. It was this eclipse of the Lebenswelt in favor of science that provoked the opposition of the young philosophical radicals. The Marburg school was accused of denying reality to experience itself, of sacrificing the living subject to the abstract schemata of physics. For the Marburg school, wrote the Russian religious thinker Pavel Florensky, reality exists only when and to the extent that science deigns to allow it to exist, giving it permission in the form of a fictitious schema. As for a patent on reality, it can be ratified only in the office of H. Cohen, and without his signature and seal it is invalid. 48 The catastrophe of the First World War gave such charges a force that was more than purely philosophical. The Marburg school's devaluation of personal experience in favor of science seemed symptomatic of a civilization that could sacrifice millions of lives to the idols of nation and culture. Here are the germs of the Lebensphilosophy and Existenzphilosophy that will occupy us in chapters 7 and 8. This critique seems to have precious little in common with that of logical positivism. Marburg neo-Kantianism was condemned on the one side for being too scientific, on the other for not being scientific enough. But the two parties were united in one crucial respect. Both viewed the civilization of the pre-war world as fundamentally rotten, both sought, in Otto Neurath's phrase, to scrape away the debris of millennia so as to reveal the ground of simple human experience. 49 The philosophy of the Marburg school was seen as part of that debris. The positivists, for their part, could not stomach its nationalist and religious overtones. All their technical innovations had the ultimate purpose of ridding philosophy of such accretions, of transforming it into a strict science. On the antipositivist side, Neo-Kantianism was dismissed as an expression of the disengaged intellectualism of 19th century. Its long, discursive tomes no longer spoke to a generation hardened on war, poverty, and Nietzsche. To both groups, Neo-Kantianism appeared insufferably flabby and eclectic. Rigor, whether logical or existential, was the catchword of the day. Cassirer and the Marburg School. In 1893, Cassirer, then a 19-year-old student of German literature at the University of Berlin, attended a lecture by George Simmel on Kant. He later recounted how Simmel introduced Cohen's commentaries with the warning that these books, in spite of their real sagacity and profundity, suffered from a very grave defect. They were written, he said, in such an obscure style that as yet there was probably no one who had succeeded in deciphering them. That was, of course, a great paradox that could not fail to make an impression on the mind of a young man. Cassirer, prompt in acting, as suits a boy of 19, went out and bought Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. 50 He was converted instantly. Here I encountered a new understanding of Kant, and with it a new understanding of philosophy, a new understanding of life itself. Almost without previous knowledge there were difficulties enough. But I was compelled by the sober conviction, the sober power and devotion which spoke from these books. 51 Cassirer transferred to Marburg and began taking courses with Cohen in 1896. He soon became known as Cohen's most gifted pupil and heir apparent. The two men forged a close friendship, lasting until Cohen's death. Cassirer's relationship with Cohen was not, however, as serene as it might have appeared from the outside. Cohen was a jealous and overbearing mentor, whose attempts to direct Cassirer's career were met with calm yet determined resistance. 52 Cassirer's widow, Toni, provides the following revealing description. The man Cohen was much closer in his manner to the type of an Old Testament prophet than to that of a modern philosopher. His stormy temperament was combined with a burning desire to get his way, using all means at his disposal in matters close and important to him. In this respect, as in many others, he was Ernst's complete opposite. Cohen was a zealot, who could not understand or tolerate opposition. Ernst examined every differing opinion with the greatest respect and patience. Cohen regarded himself with great pride as the head of the Marburg school which he had founded. Would animate his pupils with all the fervent love of truth that was in him. Every deviation from his point of view seemed to him treachery. 53. One can well understand why Cassirer's philosophical creativity might have languished under such tutelage. Until Cohen's death, his work, for all its sophistication, remained within the framework of the Marburg system. Such deviations as did occur aroused fierce opposition, as we shall see in the next chapter. It was only in 1921, 3 years after Cohen's death, at the age of 47, that Cassirer began promoting his own philosophy of symbolic forms. Yet even then he never explicitly renounced his ties with Neo-Kantianism. He presented his mature thought not as a radically new creation but as a true and complete confirmation of the basic thesis of idealism. 54. In his Davos debate with Heidegger, Cassirer insisted that he did not conceive of his own work as a defection from Cohen. The term Neo-Kantianism, he explained, must be defined functionally rather than substantially. It is not about philosophy as a dogmatic doctrinal system, but rather a direction of question posing. 55. Such ambiguous formulations leave the reader free to emphasize either continuity or discontinuity. The argument has gone on ever since. Cassirer's reluctance to make a clean break with Marburg Neo-Kantianism has been variously explained. The fact that attacks on Cohen were often motivated by anti-Semitism is clearly an important factor. But in any case, it was not in Cassirer's nature to emphasize disagreement. His temperament was evolutionary, not revolutionary. Toward the end of his life, he denounced the dogma that there is a deep and insurmountable gap between the generations, that every new generation must feel in its own way, think its own thoughts and speak its own language. I regard this as a misleading and dangerous dogma and as a dogma that throughout my life I found constantly contradicted by my own personal experience. 56. Few 20th century thinkers have been less Oedipal in their attitude to tradition than Cassirer. But however sympathetic his motives, Cassirer's failure to make a clean break with his predecessors was strategically a disaster. It allowed his opponents to present him as a man of the past, a purveyor of obsolete ideas. Cassirer's conciliatory stance won little respect in an era of war, revolution, and generational conflict. Wittgenstein and Heidegger, both 15 years younger, better captured the new spirit. The former was notoriously uninterested in the history of his own discipline. Philosophy, in his view, was something one does, not something one reads. The latter took more interest in the philosophical tradition, but only in order to subject it to a thoroughgoing destruction. Both thinkers carried their intellectual radicalism over into their private lives and political convictions. And both treated their own former teachers with contempt. Such were the costs of making it new. Recent years have seen a long overdue recognition of Cassirer's originality. It is no longer possible to dismiss him as a mere Neo-Kantian. 57. But in an effort to make out his novelty, many recent commentators have overlooked the extent of his indebtedness to his Kantian predecessors. Cassirer's declaration of continuity with Cohen reflects not just personal loyalty and political solidarity but a genuine sense of intellectual kinship. Nor does this lack of revolutionary zeal redound entirely to his discredit. Radicalism, as the career of Heidegger amply illustrates, is an ambiguous virtue. Revolutions in thought have an unhappy tendency to be realized in action. Cassirer's refusal, as he put it, to hurl his ideas into empty space, his effort to relate them to those of his Kantian precursors, was fundamentally an attempt to preserve a link with the civilization that his more original contemporaries were busily dismantling. 58. What exactly did Cassirer inherit from the Marburg school? First and most obviously, its concern for the unity of civilization. Like Cohen and Naderp, Cassirer strove tirelessly to overcome the positivist alienation of reason, to reveal science as the highest and most characteristic attainment of human culture. 59. A similar striving animates his work on myth, religion, language, and art. His aim is always to relate the particular subject at hand, however technical or obscure, back to the same human center. Cassirer's mature thought is thus far from an absolute break with the philosophy of the Marburg school. Indeed, in its struggle for unity, its protest against specialization and disintegration, it can be seen as its final and most distinguished product. Only Cassirer, and here he did break with Marburg, no longer conceived the unity of culture as a unity of reason. He viewed the various forms of culture not as products of a universal rational faculty but as aspects of our symbolic self-expression. This revision enabled him to do justice, as the Marburg school could not, to the emotional, sensuous side of life. The irrational is no longer just a shapeless foreign to thought, it has its own distinct modes of expression, its own symbolic forms. Cassirer could thus combat the accusation of one-sided rationalism frequently leveled against the Marburg school. He could meet halfway the protests of Florensky and others on behalf of life. Cassirer's substitution of the symbol for reason furthermore allowed him to acknowledge a certain plurality within the unity of civilization. For the orthodox Kantian, there can be no such thing as conflict between the various departments of culture, all form part of a coherent structure governed by reason. But the unity of Cassirer's symbolic forms is of a weaker nature. The works of man are no more than expressions and manifestations of one and the same underlying principle, they are nourished by a common root. Such unity of origin is perfectly compatible with a plurality of outcome. We do not deny the strong oppositions, nay, the contradictions and antinomies that appear in the development of human thought and human culture. 60 It was on the basis of this pluralism that Cassirer tried to resolve the cultural conflicts of the interwar years. Confronted by the increasingly sharp antagonism between philosophical representatives of the Naturwissenschaften and the Geisteswissenschaften, he urged each side to grasp its own perspective as a perspective, compatible if in tension with other perspectives, rather than as an absolute and exclusive reality. He was a rare mediator in the conflict between what C.P. Snow was later to call the two cultures. Unfortunately for Cassirer, neither side in this conflict felt disposed to acknowledge his solution. Indeed, from their point of view, it did not look like a genuinely philosophical solution at all. The explanation lies in Cassirer's second inheritance from Marburg Neo-Kantianism, his historicization of Kant's transcendental subject. For him, as for Cohen and Naderp, philosophy is bound to the fact of science and culture as this unfolds. It possesses no domain of a priori forms to call its own, it can do no more than uncover and analyze the immanent logic of objective spirit. This historicist conception of philosophy was spurned by Cassirer's younger colleagues, positivist and antipositivist alike, in favor of something closer to the ahistoricism of Kant. Their search was for meaning or being as such. They were not prepared to think of themselves as mere exemplars of a particular cultural point of view. But this is to look ahead. Before Cassirer could develop his philosophy of symbolic forms, he had first of all to liberate himself from what I have called Cohen's mathematical dogmatism. He had to establish to his satisfaction that there are forms of objectivization over and beyond mathematical natural science. This process of liberation was gradual. It can be traced over the course of 13 years, from the publication of Substance and Function in 1910, to the appearance of the first volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms in 1923. And it was the product of two quite separate influences. On the one hand, the work of Russell, Freya, and others helped persuade Cassirer that mathematics itself can be derived from the more general logical category of relation. And on the other, Cassirer's profound acquaintance with the German literary tradition, in particular the works of Goethe, bolstered him in the conviction that there are other, autonomous modes of world formation outside natural science. In the next couple of chapters, I will trace the contribution of these two very different intellectual currents to the development of Cassirer's mature thought. 3. The New Logic. Logic is the kingdom of the unexpected. To think logically means to be endlessly amazed. Ossip Mandelstam. Cassirer devoted the first decade of his career to epistemology, or what would now be called the philosophy of science. He brought out works on Descartes, Leibniz, and then, in 1906 and 1907, the first two volumes of Das Erkenntnisproblem, a magisterial survey of the scientific revolution from an idealist standpoint. These works made Cassirer famous across Germany, but secured him no more than a lowly Privatdozenter at the University of Berlin. Meanwhile, certain students of logic, foremost among them Bertrand Russell and Gottlob Frege, were reawakening that discipline from its millennial slumbers. Cassirer took a close interest in their work. Yet his interpretation of the new logic was bizarrely at odds with that of Russell and his philosophical followers. What he viewed as proof of idealism, they viewed as its definitive refutation. The episode forms an intriguing sideshow in the history of 20th-century philosophy. To understand Cassirer's peculiar relationship with symbolic logic, we must go back to the fundamental philosophical motives animating both parties. Both Marburg Neo-Kantianism and the movement to reform logic can be seen as facets of the revolt against positivism in the late 19th century. Both resisted the reduction of all knowledge to experience. But here the resemblance ends. The champions of symbolic logic took their cue from the perceived failure of empiricism to account for recent developments in pure mathematics, whose rigor and abstraction seemed proof against what Frege contemptuously referred to as John Stuart Mill's gingerbread or pebble arithmetic. The philosophers of the Marburg school, by contrast, were impressed mainly by the application of mathematics to the natural world, which in their eyes rendered implausible the empiricist reduction of science to simple inductive generalizations. These two versions of the revolt against positivism might seem at first glance natural allies. Frege himself regarded his campaign against empiricism in mathematics as part of the more general campaign against what he called, following George Cantor, the academic positivistic skepticism which is now dominant and mighty in Germany. His main aim was to establish the existence of a priori knowledge. It was for him a secondary matter whether this knowledge was analytic or synthetic. Thus, although he revised Kant's view of arithmetic, he held fast to his view of geometry as synthetic a priori. But the new logic's further development revealed its true affinities as lying with empiricism, not rationalism. Russell extended the logicist enterprise from arithmetic to geometry, eliminating altogether Kant's synthetic a priori. The very notion of a prioricity was now defined in terms of analyticity, exposing all synthetic propositions as a posteriori. The rational element in knowledge was reduced, so to speak, to a bare logical scaffolding, leaving the rest to be filled in by experience. Symbolic logic therefore represents another version of what I have called, following Kolakowski, the alienation of reason. Parallel to Mach, if rather differently, it implies a drastic narrowing of the scope of reason. No longer a formative, creative power, reason has been reduced to a pure technique, a means of drawing conclusions from arbitrary premises. It is hardly a coincidence, then, that symbolic logic was eventually to come together with Machian empiricism to create logical positivism, the most powerful expression yet of alienated reason. The Marburg school was well aware of the threat posed by symbolic logic. Cohen himself encountered the thought of Russell only in 1906, by which time his main work in epistemology was behind him. It was left to Naderp to take up the cudgels on Kantianism's behalf. In his 1910 book, Die logische Grundlagender Exacten Wissenschaften, Naderp dismisses symbolic logic as nothing but a more rigorous and comprehensive restatement of the old Aristotelian logic. No more than its predecessor is it capable of representing the essentially synthetic act underlying all mathematical and natural scientific concept formation. The analytic function of thought, with which all these logicians appear to be exclusively concerned, has indeed a good logical claim and practical significance. But we hold fast to the conviction to which Kant has given almost classic expression: where the understanding has not previously united, it cannot dissolve. Thus, it is synthesis that is necessarily primary for the logical understanding of knowledge, and the analysis of meaning is required only as its pure corollary. 4. Cassirer also recognized symbolic logic as a threat to Kantianism. Because he raises mathematics to ever more abstract heights, Cassirer wrote of Couturat, he is increasingly forced to conceive of experience as its mere opposite, rather than its correlate or concrete field of application. The more self-consciously and independently reason asserts its right, the greater the gap between the laws of reason and the facts, thereby preparing the triumph of empiricism in its own field. 5. Yet Cassirer's response to this threat was characteristically indirect. Rather than attacking symbolic logic outright, he sought instead to co-opt it for his own philosophical enterprise, thereby stripping it of its dangerous potential. He sought to employ the tools of modern formal logic, in particular Russell's calculus of relations, in the reconstruction of the distinctively Kantian discipline of transcendental logic. What exactly does this maneuver amount to? Formal logic deals with the structure of thought in general, abstracting entirely from its content. Transcendental logic, by contrast, is concerned specifically with the structure of empirical knowledge, and that means, for the Marburg School, the evolving structure of natural science. Transferring Russell's calculus of relations from formal to transcendental logic thus completely alters its meaning. But this alteration makes sense in view of Cassirer's overall purpose. As a Kantian, he had no enthusiasm for the reduction of mathematics to formal logic, for this leaves the application of mathematics to the empirical world resting on nothing more than what he describes as a happy accident. 6. If mathematics has its roots in an a priori synthesis, however, the same synthesis that governs the construction of the empirical world, then our ability to apply mathematics to nature is no mere happy accident, but an expression of the underlying unity of reason. This strategy of co-option, of enlisting his philosophical opponents as allies, is characteristic of Cassirer. We shall encounter it again in his treatment of Lebensphilosophy. It is a strategy that reflects, on one level, his strong personal aversion to conflict. 7. Yet it also has a purely philosophical rationale. Being bound to the fact of science, critical philosophy cannot afford to adopt a purely negative attitude to an intellectual movement as important as symbolic logic. It must seek rather to bring out its positive aspect, to integrate it into the entirety of scientific culture. 8. Cassirer's response to symbolic logic was to be the first of many such efforts at integration. It represents a heroic, if ultimately unsuccessful, attempt to combat the tendency of modern scientific philosophy towards specialization and technicism. Symbolic logic has played a key role in the course of 20th century philosophy. It underlies the division of the discipline into two camps, conventionally labeled analytic and continental. Analytic philosophy has always been centrally preoccupied with problems growing out of the new logic, problems such as the definition of meaning, truth, and reference. And continental philosophy can be defined as that tradition, or rather set of traditions, for which the new logic is at best irrelevant, at worst obscuring. It is hardly an accident, then, that symbolic logic lay at the heart of the famous exchange between Carnap and Heidegger, an exchange that crystallized the estrangement of the two tendencies. Carnap took Heidegger to task for writing sentences, notoriously the nothing itself noths, that violate the principles of logical syntax. And Heidegger responded by asserting the irrelevance of logic to philosophy. Fundamental cultural and political questions were at stake in this seemingly arcane dispute. Carnap viewed the logic of Principia Mathematica as the paradigm of a universal, rational language, purged of the confusions and prejudices of historical languages. His enthusiasm for it was part and parcel of his progressivism, internationalism, and scientism. Heidegger's suspicion of logic was likewise expressive of his passionate hostility to all these attitudes, a hostility that was eventually to drive him into the arms of the Nazis. 9. Cassirer rejected both attitudes outlined above. He did not share Carnap's view of logic as the framework of all meaningful discourse. Neither did he view it as something to be dissolved in the turbulence of a more original questioning. 10. His position represents a characteristic refusal to take sides in the debate between a narrow, scientistic rationalism and a virulent irrationalism. By recasting the new logic as transcendental logic, Cassirer was able to register both its achievement and limitation. He could, like the positivists, use it to reconstruct modern mathematics and natural science. But unlike the positivists, he could go on to expand it into a broader theory of meaning, encompassing non-scientific forms of culture alongside the exact sciences. Cassirer's attitude to logic is thus an index of his attitude to scientific rationality more generally. He wished neither to extend its dominion over all areas of life nor to cast it off in the name of some primordial existence. He sought rather to secure its limited validity, its fixed place in the family of human culture. He sought to save reason by acknowledging its limits. The logic of objective knowledge. Cassirer first came to terms with symbolic logic in an important essay of 1907, Kant und die moderne Mathematik. Here he surveys various developments in modern mathematics, showing how they all tend toward the elimination of intuition and its replacement by strict deductive inference. The culmination of this trend is reached in the work of Russell and the French mathematician Louis Couturat, both of whom advocate the complete reducibility of mathematics to logic. This development seems at first sight fatal to critical philosophy. Did Kant not argue that mathematics cannot be derived from logical principles alone, that it has an irreducible intuitive content? But here Cassirer is able to appeal to the recent work of Cohen, according to which, as we saw in the last chapter, intuition no longer makes a separable contribution to knowledge. Like logistic, so too has modern critical logic moved away from Kant's theory of pure sensibility. Thus it agrees in its fundamental ideas with the tendency exhibited in the works of Russell and Couturat, in the demand for a purely logical derivation of the mathematical ground principles. 11. This declaration of harmony is somewhat disingenuous, though, for what Cassirer means by a purely logical derivation is very different from what Russell and Couturat mean. This becomes apparent as we read further. Critical logic agrees with Russell and Couturat, writes Cassirer, in the demand for a purely logical derivation of the mathematical ground principles, by means of which intuition itself, by means of which space and time are for the first time fully understood and become capable of conceptual mastery. 12. This is not a demand to which Russell and Couturat felt subject. Their interest was confined to the logical derivation of pure mathematics. They did not feel obliged at the same time to account for the applicability of mathematics to the natural world. That, for them, was an entirely separate issue. But for Cassirer, the two issues are not separate. How can justify the fact that we belatedly impose upon things logical laws that we have obtained completely independently of observing things? How can it prove that future experience will proceed in accordance with conclusions drawn from purely logical premises with no consideration of intuition or observation? 13. The answer is, of course, that it can't. The logic to which Russell and Couturat wish to reduce mathematics is not, being purely formal and analytic, one that can explain the application of mathematics to the world of experience. And so Cassirer, while preserving more or less intact symbolic logic's purely technical apparatus, reconceives it as transcendental logic, that is, as the set of synthetic principles underlying both mathematics and mathematical natural science. Only when we have understood that the same fundamental syntheses on which logic and mathematics are based also govern the scientific construction of empirical knowledge, that only they make it possible for us to speak of a firm lawful order behind the appearances, and thus of their objective meaning, only then is a true justification of the principles achieved. And so a new task begins at the point at which logistic ends, the task of constructing a logic of objective knowledge. 14. Inheritors of the analytic revolution might well balk at this claim. In what sense is the justification of logical and mathematical principles bound up with their empirical application? And what can possibly be meant by a logic of objective knowledge? To understand Cassirer's position here, we must go back to the Marburg School's idiosyncratic interpretation of Kant. The historical Kant regarded the concepts of Aristotelian formal logic as constituting an independent form of thought, which must be schematized in intuition in order to yield the categories of transcendental logic. In the Marburg interpretation, this relationship is reversed. Kant may have used formal logic as a clue to transcendental logic, explains Cassirer, but this was done not with the aim of basing the transcendental concepts on the formal ones, but, conversely, with the aim of basing the latter on the former, and in that way yielding a more profound understanding of the ultimate ground of their validity. 15. In other words, formal logic is just an abstraction from transcendental logic, with no independent philosophical significance. This revision reflects what I described in the last chapter as the Marburg School's historicization of the transcendental subject. Kant's timeless form of thought is dissolved into the ongoing movement of scientific objectivization, which casts off, like dead skins, the structures of pure mathematics and logic. Cassirer's logic of objective knowledge is not to be regarded as founded on symbolic logic, then, but as revealing its true foundation. Cassirer's promise to create a logic of objective knowledge was to be fulfilled 3 years later in Substance and Function, his first work of systematic philosophy. Substance and Function is Kantian in its ambition. For just as Kant used syllogistic, the only logic known to him, as the model for his transcendental categories, so Cassirer proposes to use the vastly superior logic of Frege and Russell as a model for his own version of Kant's transcendental enterprise. Logistic, he writes in Kant und die moderne Mathematik, can never oust or displace transcendental logic, but there is no doubt that in its modern form it offers a richer stimulus for real epistemological problems and constitutes a securer connecting thread than Kant possessed in the traditional logic of his own age. 16. The central, defining feature of traditional logic, according to Cassirer, is that it takes as its starting point a class of individuals. Concept formation is then envisaged as the abstraction of common properties from the members of this class. Higher-order concepts can be formed through a further process of abstraction, until finally one reaches the ultimately extensive and empty concept of being. 17. Traditional logic is perhaps adequate to classificatory sciences such as botany and zoology. These were, after all, Aristotle's original prototypes. But it cannot do justice to mathematics or mathematical natural science, for the concepts of mathematics, as serial concepts, are not abstracted from independently existing classes of objects but rather constructed through the iteration of some basic relation, such as +1 in the case of the natural numbers. In Richard Dedekind's theory of arithmetic, notes Cassirer with approval, numbers are not assumed as independent existences present anterior to any relation, but gain their whole being, so far as it comes within the scope of the arithmetician, first in and with the relations that are predicated of them. 18. The traditional logical notions of class, property, and abstraction have no obvious application to mathematics. This is why Kant regarded mathematics as irreducible to logic. It is here, argues Cassirer, that modern symbolic logic, and he is thinking in particular of Russell's logic of relations, celebrates its greatest triumph. By liberating the calculus of relations from the calculus of classes, Russell has finally shown how the serial concepts of mathematics might be expressed in purely logical terms, and hence opened a way to the reduction of mathematics to logic. This liberation has not been straightforward. It has had to struggle against the dogma, deeply rooted the syllogistic tradition, that the relation between two elements must be reducible to a constituent property of the elements thus related. Charles Sanders Peirce and Ernst Schroeder, for example, both try to reduce the relation X-re to the class of couples falling under that relation, X1, Y1, X2, Y2, X3, Y3. But this derivation fails, as Russell points out, because the selected couples tacitly exhibit, in the order of their presentation, the very relation they are called on to define. The notion of relation cannot be reduced to that of class, it must be treated as primary. 19. For Cassirer, Russell's logic of relations implies an intellectual revolution, an overthrow of the substantialist prejudice inherent in the Aristotelian tradition. It offers conclusive proof that relations are neither things nor in any way reducible to things. And insofar as relations lie at the base of all mathematical serial concepts, this insight extends to them as well. Mathematical concepts are not, as Mach had urged, mere shorthand expressions for collections of individual entities but autonomous relational structures. The content of the concept, explains Cassirer, cannot be dissolved into the elements of its extension, because the two do not lie on the same plane. The meaning of the law that connects the individual members is not to be exhausted by the enumeration of any number of instances of the law, for such enumeration lacks the generating principle that enables us to connect the individual members into a functional whole. 20. Cassirer thus presents a purely technical innovation in formal logic as pregnant with philosophical meaning. It becomes, in his hands, an illustration of Kant's basic insight into the active, generative character of thought. In precise terms, it expresses the priority of intentions over extensions. It shows that a concept always means something over and above what it picks out. Russell, needless to say, draws no such conclusion from his own work. For a start, he presents the calculus of relations as only one division of logic among others, having no particular precedence over the calculus of classes or propositional calculus. And although he accepts that relational symbols must be understood intentionally, he insists that only their extension, the class of couples they pick out, is relevant to mathematics. Intensions, for him, are simply the necessary means of referring to extensions. 21 Cassirer regarded such extensionalist mutterings as an unfortunate betrayal of Russell's more important intentionalist insights. He failed to understand, as we shall see later, that the new logic was extensionalist to its very core. But Cassirer's central interest in substance and function is not mathematics but natural science. For it is only when the logic governing the former is shown to govern the latter as well that it receives its ultimate justification. The question as to the meaning and function of the concept gains its final and definitive formulation only in the concepts of nature. 22 But here Cassirer confronts an immediate objection. Even if mathematics can be interpreted in a purely constructivist fashion, surely natural science must be regarded as answerable to an independent reality. Surely here the traditional view of the concept as an abstraction from the given holds strong. Yet Cassirer is not so easily deterred. Physics deals with facts, to be sure, but the formulation of even the simplest physical fact involves a complex mathematical transformation of the given. Motion, for the physicist, is no mere sense datum but a strictly mathematical relationship between a quantity of distance and a quantity of time. It is something constructed, not passively recorded. 23. A similar constructive activity governs the formulation of not only physical facts but also physical laws. For such laws are characteristically expressed as mathematical functions, and as we have seen, functions cannot be reduced to a disjunction of individual values. So far as the mere facts are concerned, it is true that a list of numerical values might accomplish purely materially all that the mathematical functional rule could ever give us. And yet such an accumulation of the particular material data would lack precisely the characteristic element in which lies the meaning of the law. For the decisive element would be gone, the type of determination by which one magnitude is conceived to issue from another would be left in darkness, even if the result were correctly stated. 24 In physics no less than in mathematics, then, the primacy of intensions over extensions holds sway. Still, there remains a characteristic difference between physics and mathematics. The laws of physics, even if mathematical in their internal structure, are nonetheless subject, unlike those of mathematics, to an external criterion of adequacy. They represent hypotheses about the world, whose field of validity is open to more and more precise determination. This is the function of experiment. Galileo was unable, when he formulated his law of falling bodies, to isolate and measure the influence of air resistance. But by rerunning his experiments in a vacuum, his successors could attach a precise value to this factor. Galileo's original law was not thereby nullified but revealed as a special case of a more general law, holding true only under certain circumstances. And this same process may be repeated indefinitely. No matter how many strata of relations we may superimpose on each other, and however close we may come to all particular circumstances of the real process, nevertheless there is always the possibility that some cooperative factor in the total result has not been calculated, and will only be discovered with the further process of experimental analysis. Each result established has thus only the relative value of a preliminary determination, and as such only holds what is gained in order to use it as a starting point for new determinations. Point 25. Here again is the Marburgian conception of science as infinite task. Science is always looking forward to future consummation. It is, to borrow Cassirer's favorite phrase from Leibniz, gros de l'avenir, pregnant with the future. We must therefore reject the binary view of scientific theories as either true or false. The movement of science is not from false to true but from less comprehensive to more comprehensive. We never abandon a genuine scientific theory as false, rather we retain it as a special case of some more universal theory. Overlooking subjective errors of observation, the truth of the individual determinations remains in general unaffected. What is always being questioned anew is only the sufficiency of these determinations for explaining the complicated factual relations of reality. 26 such passages bear witness to the Hegelian, historicist imprint of Cassirer's thought. From the standpoint of conventional formal logic, according to which all propositions are either true or false, they are almost unintelligible. But from Cassirer's standpoint, it is formal logic that ultimately renders unintelligible the dynamic process of scientific discovery. These issues will crop up again when we come to examine Cassirer's relationship with logical positivism. Substance and function is in many respects a continuation of the familiar Marburg critique of positivism. It insists over and over again on the creative, transformative power of science. It attacks without respite the view of scientific theories as reflections or abbreviations of the sensory data. Mach, as might be expected, is a central target. Praised for realizing that the permanent in experience is a relation rather than a substance, he is criticized for attempting nonetheless to dissolve this relation back into its constituent elements. Point 27. For all his polemics against the metaphysics of substance, he remains, in his atomistic sensationalism, unconsciously captive to it. He has failed to carry the functionalist revolution through to its logical conclusion. Cassirer's other main target in substance and function is the neo-Kantian Rickert. Although more sensitive than Mach to the distinct logical status of the scientific concept, Rickert still shares Mach's view of it as an abstraction from concrete reality. This leads him to the odd conclusion that science, far from penetrating reality, separates us further and further from it. But from Cassirer's functionalist standpoint, no such separation can arise. If we regard the particular as a serial member, and the universal as a serial principle, it is at once clear that the two moments, without going over into each other and in any way being confused, still refer throughout in their function to one another. It is not evident that any concrete content must lose its particularity and intuitive character as soon as it is placed with other similar contents in various serial connections, and insofar as it is conceptually shaped. Rather the opposite is the case. The further this shaping proceeds, and the more systems of relations the particular enters into, the more clearly its peculiar character is revealed. Point 28. Here are the germs of Cassirer's later critique of Lebensphilosophy, to which we shall return in Chapter 7. But what above all stamps substance and function as a work of Marburg neo-Kantianism is the ethical vision underlying its technical apparatus. Although this vision is made explicit only in one short passage, it pervades the whole work, infusing its very language with a hortatory tone. Point 29. Empiricism is characterized in strikingly moralistic terms as a passive surrender to the object. In pure mathematics, by contrast, the world of sensible things and presentations is not so much reproduced as transformed and supplanted by an order of another sort. 30. These and countless other passages radiate what might be called the pathos of rationalism, a stirring vision of the autonomous intellect confronting and overcoming the world of inert sensation. This pathos stamps all the products of the Marburg school. Substance and function is a perfect embodiment of Cohen's and Naderp's principle that theoretical claims should be advanced in the context of a total philosophical Weltanschauung. 31. The first cracks. Substance and function is not, for all that, an orthodox work of neo-Kantianism. The introduction of symbolic logic and in particular the calculus of relations has effected a subtle though profound transformation of the Marburg inheritance. Cohen was one of the work's few original readers to perceive this clearly. His admiration for it was mixed with sadness at what he clearly saw as premonitions of apostasy. "I heartily congratulate you and our entire community on your new and great achievement," he wrote to Cassirer. "However, after the first reading I still cannot retract what I told you back then in Marburg. You put the focus on the relation, supposing thereby to accomplish the methodical idealization of all materiality. The expression even escaped you, that the relation is a category. Yet it is a category only insofar as it is a function, and this in turn inescapably demands the infinitesimal element, in which alone the root of ideal reality can be located." Cohen concludes his criticisms by begging Cassirer to take these thoughts into intimate consideration in the new edition 32. Cohen's consternation might be put down to that avid intellectual jealousy touched on in the last chapter. But a fundamental philosophical issue was in fact at stake. In his 1883 study, Das Prinzip der Infinitesimal Method und die Seingeschichte, Cohen had tried to prove that the concept of the infinitely small, as it was established in the Leibnizian differential calculus and the Newtonian calculus of flux ions, is at the same time the indispensable and basic intellectual means for any scientific cognition of reality. 33 The infinitesimal is, in Kantian terms, a category, a necessary intellectual condition of any properly objective experience. This bizarre doctrine is central to what I designated in the last chapter as Cohen's mathematical dogmatism, his refusal to countenance any form of objectivization outside mathematical natural science. It is fundamental to his philosophy and, by extension, that of the Marburg school. Cohen's theory of infinitesimals is in fact mistaken even from a purely mathematical point of view, being based on an outmoded interpretation of calculus. 34 Cassirer was doubtless aware of this, which is why the notion of the infinitesimal hardly features in Substance and Function. But his quarrel with Cohen is not just mathematical. His real objection is to Cohen's more fundamental philosophical claim that the relation is a category only insofar as it is a function. And here Russell's calculus of relations comes to his assistance. It enables Cassirer to transfer priority from the specifically mathematical notion of function to the general logical notion of relation. The former now appears as a special case of the latter, with no uniquely categorical significance. The possibility of categorical yet nonetheless non-mathematical relations and thus of non-mathematical objectivization is opened up. A decade passed before the seed was to grow into the philosophy of symbolic forms. Yet even in Substance and Function, normally reckoned an orthodox work of Marburg philosophy, we can discern its influence. The admission of categorical but non-mathematical relations has opened up the previously inaccessible field of psychology to critical treatment. Cohen himself declared psychology beyond the remit of critical philosophy. He argued consistently, given his premises, that sense perception, because it cannot be measured, remains entirely private and subjective. 35 Cassirer, by contrast, having extended the domain of relations beyond that of number, was able to trace the process of objectivization back to the most basic sensations. There is no phase of experience in which sensations are given as inner states, separated from all objective reference. 36 Even the simple impressions beloved of phenomenalists, patches of color and such, are always impressions of something. Even here the content of the sensation is separated from its momentary experiencing and is opposed as independent. The content appears, over against the particular temporal act, as a permanent moment. 37 On this basis, Cassirer was able to reach an accommodation with the new descriptive psychology of Alexius Meinong and Husserl. 38 Particularly significant in light of Cassirer's subsequent philosophical development is his introduction of the notions of meaning and symbolism to designate the intentional character of experience. The particular presentation reaches beyond itself, and all that is given means something that is not directly found in itself. Each particular member of experience possesses a symbolic character, insofar as the law of the whole, which includes the totality of members, is posited and intended in it. 39 These sentences betray a revealing lapse from Kantian orthodoxy. The symbol has momentarily displaced the category as the basic instrument of objectivization. This makes an important difference. Whereas the category has a fixed intellectual structure, deriving from the logical table of judgments, the symbol, particularly in the German Romantic tradition with which Cassirer was intimately familiar, is open-ended in its interpretation. It is therefore not bound to the intellectual forms of mathematics and mathematical natural science. It is potentially able to accommodate, as the category is not, such non-intellectual forms of objectivization as myth and art. It thus lays the ground, as we shall see in the next two chapters, for Cassirer's grand reconciliation of the two cultures. But this is to look ahead. In substance and function, Cassirer's gaze remains fixed on exact, theoretical knowledge. He views the lower levels of objectivization as mere preliminaries to mathematical natural science. They contain, in implicit form, the same synthesis that becomes explicit and self-conscious in physics. There is an unbroken development from the first stages of objectification to its completed scientific form. 40. This focus on Wissenschaft is characteristic of most pre-war philosophical schools. Frege and Russell created their logic for the sole purpose of grounding mathematics. Husserl's phenomenology was developed with a similar end in view. It was only later, after the trauma of the First World War, that philosophers conceded that personal experience might have a value beyond that of laying the ground for the objective structures of science. A dialogue of the deaf? To those educated in the analytic tradition, Cassirer's writings on logic will seem perverse in the extreme. In what sense can different logical systems correspond to stages in the development of science? How can innovations in logic have any implications for the psychology of perception? Is this a case of genuine misunderstanding, of the kind that often arises when a thinker from one intellectual tradition appropriates the products of another? Or is it a form of sabotage, a deliberate attempt to bend symbolic logic to an alien purpose? To understand the source of the confusion, we must return to the two different conceptions of logic touched on earlier in the chapter. For Russell and Frege, logic is the study of deductive inference, of the way in which the truth of certain sentences is entailed by the truth of others. This conception of the discipline severely limits its scope. Logic deals only with those aspects of sentences that affect their entailment relations. Others, such as the distinction between subject and predicate, it ignores. Likewise, it treats of concepts only insofar as they contribute to the truth value of propositions, laying aside questions concerning their formation, intention, and tone. This conception of logic has the effect of severing it from everything empirical, above all empirical psychology. The logical thought becomes a picture of a possible state of affairs, rather than an act or state of the thinking subject. Even if the dance of atoms and molecules in my brain was 1,000 times more spirited and frenzied than the dance of gnats on a summer evening, wrote Frege, would it not be just as absurd to assert that it was sound or true? 41. Russell's and Frege's conception of logic as the study of idealized linguistic essences could easily be generalized to philosophy as a whole. This was the step taken by Wittgenstein in the Tractatus. Philosophy now becomes the theory of meaning, or to be more precise, of propositional meaning, that being the only kind admitting of formal treatment. It is a strictly a priori discipline, independent of every empirical science. This conception of philosophy went on to stamp the Vienna Circle and indeed the analytic tradition as a whole. Cassirer did not take this step. His primary focus was, as we have seen, not formal but transcendental logic. He was interested in concepts not simply as components of possible propositions but as tools for the organization and mastery of experience. This explains why he was able to treat the development of scientific concept formation as a subject of properly logical and not just historical interest. And it explains why he was able to retain the connection between logic and a certain kind of psychology. The logical judgment remains, for him, an act of the judging subject, albeit not one reducible to a stream of psychic events or a dance of atoms and molecules. It possesses a certain spontaneity, a spontaneity that he was later to identify as the very soul of human culture. Cassirer's divergence from Russell and Frege is perhaps most sharply revealed in the use he makes of the mathematical notion of the function. What Cassirer alights on in the function is its Hegelian quality of concrete universality. In contrast to Aristotle's generic concept, which obliterates all specific differences, the functional concept retains these differences, indeed, it generates them from out of itself. 42 This quality of concrete universality is not limited to the function. It stamps all relational concepts, it even lies, Cassirer hints in one or two places, at the heart of symbolism as such. A direct line can thus be traced from Cassirer's early reflections on the function to his later theory of symbolic pregnance. The latter represents a deepening and broadening of the same generative logic implicit in the former. 43. Russell and Freya do not follow Cassirer down this path. The two logicians are interested in the function not as a paradigm of concrete universality but as a useful metaphor for the analysis of concepts. Concepts, according to Freya, are nothing but components of possible propositions. Like mathematical functions, they are essentially incomplete, in need of supplementation. 44 They require the addition of an argument in order to yield a value. Freya's functional analysis of the concept is expressive of his logic's so-called compositionalism. I do not start from the concepts and put together the thought or the judgment out of them, he wrote, but I attain to the parts of the thought by decomposing the thought. 45. We can now see why Russell, Freya, and their philosophical followers couldn't possibly follow Cassirer in his journey toward symbolic pregnance. If concepts are analyzed as truth functions, they cannot also be construed as special cases of some broader, non-truth functional concept of symbolism. There is no ladder from propositional to non-propositional meaning. Ultimately, the very notion of non-propositional meaning starts to look obscure. Meaning comes to be defined in terms of truth conditions. This explains the almost exclusive concentration of the early Wittgenstein and the logical positivists on the cognitive aspects of language. Just as Cassirer began to broaden the scope of philosophy beyond epistemology, the Vienna Circle contrived to limit it to the logical analysis of the exact sciences. Cassirer's suspicion of symbolic logic is thus, at heart, an expression of his humanism. He had no enthusiasm for its vision of a world peopled with ideas, ensembles, propositions, relations, and implications, in endless variety and multiplicity, in structure ranging from the very simple to the endlessly intricate and complicated. 46 From his perspective, this could only appear as a regression to the worst kind of scholasticism, a cancerous hypertrophy of thought at the expense of the thinking subject. Mathematics and science remained, for him as for his Kantian predecessors, an aspect of human culture in general, not a self-enclosed, self-sufficient realm. But however much one might sympathize with Cassirer's motives, one has to concede that he never really confronted the new logic on its own terrain. His few criticisms of Russell and Freya reveal a confusion of their distinctively logical extensionalism with the psychological extensionalism of the empiricist tradition. Take, for example, his comments on their derivation of the cardinal numbers from the calculus of classes. It becomes evident at this point, Cassirer writes, that the theory has not carried through the fundamental critical ideas from which it started. Number appears, according to this view, not as the expression of the fundamental condition which first renders possible every plurality, but as a mark that belongs to the given plurality of classes and can be separated from the latter by comparison. Thus the fundamental deficiency of the whole doctrine of abstraction is repeated, an attempt is made to view what guides and controls the formation of concepts, i.e., a purely categorical point of view, as, in some way, a constitutive part of the compared objects. 47. These remarks betray a basic misunderstanding of Russell's and Freya's enterprise. The two logicians are not in the least bit interested in what guides and controls the formation of concepts but rather in what justifies the application of concepts. It does not matter to them whether or not the number 3 is abstracted from trios but only that it is truthfully predicated of trios, therein lies its entire meaning. Cassirer mistakenly assimilates Russell's and Freya's extensionalism to the old Aristotelian view of concepts as abstractions from classes. He overlooks the fact that they appeal to classes or extensions only in the context of a thoroughly compositional theory of meaning, and that this decisively separates their version of extensionalism from that of their predecessors. Thus, although Cassirer was one of the first philosophers to grapple with the new logic, he was to play no part in the philosophical revolution it went on to inspire. He tried to press its new wine into old bottles, he did not realize that it demanded new bottles of its own. I shall pick up the thread of this story again in Chapter 6, when I examine Cassirer's relationship with logical positivism. Now, however, I must examine in more depth the evolution of his own distinctive philosophical outlook. 4. Between irony and tragedy. Athens must always be conquered afresh from Alexandria. A. By Warburg. We have seen how symbolic logic helped liberate Cassirer from Cohen's mathematical dogmatism, allowing him to view mathematical synthesis as a special case of a broader, non-mathematical synthesis. But as we have also seen, Cassirer initially regarded this broader synthesis as a mere preliminary to the higher one of mathematical natural science. Something more was required to persuade him that synthesis might proceed in many different directions, not all of them culminating in physics. This additional stimulus came from the arts. Cassirer was, as mentioned in Chapter 2, a student of German literature before turning to philosophy, and remained all his life a lover of literature and music. Although his planned volume on aesthetics was never finished, a victim, as he put it, of the malice of the times, he left behind numerous essays and scattered remarks on art. 1 Indeed, all of his writings, even those dealing with mathematics and science, are shot through with a distinctly aesthetic sensibility. Cassirer was an aesthete among rationalists and a rationalist among aesthetes. Particularly influential on Cassirer was the group of writers and thinkers surrounding the poet Goethe, Johann Gottfried Herder, Friedrich Schiller, Schelling, Hegel, and Humboldt. 2 What attracted Cassirer to this otherwise diverse group was above all its opposition to the philosophical rationalism of the 17th and 18th centuries. It rejected the identification, common to Leibniz, Christian Wolff, and Kant, of reason as the distinguishing mark of man, and the corresponding exaltation of mathematics and natural science as the preeminent human achievements. It accused rationalism of degrading man's sensuous, emotional life to the level of a biological residue, a passive stuff to be overcome. Our humanity, argued Herder, the main philosophical influence on the group, is not to be equated with rationality, it permeates the entirety of human life. Man is not an animal with reason added, but a totally new indivisible form. 3. This new anthropology implies a new theory of culture. For what now distinguishes man from animals is not his possession of a special faculty but his capacity for self-expression. Animals merely live their lives, only man expresses his life. The forms of human self-expression are language, art, and myth. Judged as contributions to knowledge, these products must be rated low. Regarded as organs of self-expression, they are indispensable. The rationalist focus on exact science thus gives way to a new interest in the entirety of human culture. Herder and Goethe collected popular ballads, Humboldt and Friedrich Schlegel studied languages and place names, the brothers Grimm anthologized folk tales. All these creations, however crude or bizarre, are to be valued as manifestations of humanity. They are the means by which we articulate ourselves and our world. Yet the conflict between rationalism and romanticism was not as straightforward as is often supposed. The Romantics wholeheartedly accepted Kant's concept of freedom as self-determination, they departed from Kant only in wishing to extend that concept beyond the limits of pure reason. Our sensuous, emotional life is not simply pathological in Kant's sense, it exhibits a freedom and spontaneity of its own. It too must be included in the circle of culture. The Romantics were thus just as hostile as Kant to any form of naturalist reductionism. Indeed, they waged the war against naturalism on a much broader front. Whereas Kant abandoned the phenomenal self to nature, saving only a noumenal residue, the Romantics admitted the whole self into the cultural arena. There is, for them, no such thing as a merely biological human nature. Human life is a life in culture. German Romanticism is therefore best viewed not as a clear-cut rejection but as a transformation of the Kantian heritage. And it was in precisely the sense that it inspired Cassirer. His philosophy of symbolic forms also attempts to extend the productive spontaneity of reason to the entirety of human life. It rotates the Kantian system on its axis. Our world remains a mediated one, but the function of mediation is transferred from science to the totality of culture. Our relationship to reality is no longer conceived exclusively, or even primarily, in terms of knowledge, but in terms of the more inclusive category of meaning. We shape the world into patterns long before we come in any strict sense to know it. Science is just a special case of this more general activity of symbolic formation. This transformation enables Cassirer, like his Romantic forebears, to bestow a new dignity on language, art, and myth. So long as we conceive our relationship to the world exclusively in terms of knowledge, these other cultural forms can be viewed only as subjective expressions of emotion, first attempts at scientific classification, or else as sheer mistakes. But if we instead take meaning as basic, we can acknowledge them as autonomous, irreducible modes of world formation. The critique of reason becomes, in Cassirer's famous declaration, the critique of culture. Point 4. Yet Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms cannot be counted a straightforward resurrection of philosophical romanticism. For one thing, the original romantics had either ignored or else positively attacked Newtonian science. Cassirer remained enough of a Kantian not to share such attitudes. Far from rejecting science, he treasured it as the highest and most characteristic attainment of human culture. 5. His philosophy was in many respects a continuation of the familiar Marburg project of humanizing science, of integrating it into a broader normative context. He drew on romantic ideas only to the extent that they could aid him in this endeavor. Cassirer's ultimate purpose was to reveal science as an expression of the same symbolic capacity underlying language, art, and myth, thereby acquitting it of the common charges of coldness and inhumanity. His philosophy is an attempt to exploit the ambiguous energies of German Romanticism on behalf of enlightenment. It is an attempt to create a romance of science, a myth of reason. There is yet another reason why any exact revival of early Romanticism was impossible for Cassirer. Goethe and his associates shared the optimism of the 18th century. They viewed culture as a process of continuous spiritual evolution, an ongoing assimilation of new facts and feelings. Conflict between its various branches was for them unthinkable. But the intervening century had witnessed the rise of philosophical pessimism. Nietzsche and Jacob Burckhardt discerned a potentially tragic conflict between the phobic impulses embodied in ancient art and myth and the enlightened rationality of modern Europe. Their work inspired a new interest in the refractory depths of the psyche, an interest pursued by Freud and much of interwar Lebensphilosophy. Cassirer was personally out of sympathy with this entire development, but true to his Marburgian vision of philosophy as bound to the fact of culture, he could not refuse it a home within his system. This fact explains the appeal to him of Warburg's famous library. The Warburg Library was in certain respects an embodiment of the Goethean vision of culture. It conceived its subject, the classical heritage of Europe, not as a set of texts and monuments but as a system of verbal and pictorial symbols. Its aim was to provide a kind of atlas of European civilization, a panoptic view of its formations and transformations. But Warburg's concept of culture also differed in one crucial respect from that which Cassirer had inherited from Goethe. Warburg was heir to the irrationalism of Nietzsche and Burckhardt. He shared their fascination with the forces of ancient myth and magic. Indeed, he conceived the whole of modern secular civilization as a strenuous effort to harness these forces, to exploit them in a suitably neutralized form. Warburg's library was to be an important influence on Cassirer. It showed him how to accommodate the irrational within a basically humanist anthropology, thereby purging it of its disruptive power. It suggested ways in which myth, like science, could be brought within the human fold. Yet the harmony thereby attained is no longer the easy one of early Romanticism, it is a strained, fractured harmony, a harmony in contrariety. 6. Goethe and Warburg can be understood as the twin poles between which Cassirer's mature thought oscillates. Both helped free him from the restrictions of Neo-Kantianism, both encouraged him to view science as one of many, incommensurable symbolic forms. But whereas Goethe inspired a cheerful, ironic attitude to this incommensurability, Warburg persuaded him to see it in a more somber light. We are scientific pantheists, poetic polytheists and moral monotheists, wrote Goethe. 7 This serene adaptability was impossible for Warburg. For him, incommensurability assumed the guise of tragic conflict. Human culture is torn between the primitive and the modern, between mythos and logos. Moments of harmony are rare and precarious. It was through Warburg that Cassirer came into contact with the Nietzschean, pessimistic strand in German thought, a strand that he otherwise shunned. It was through Warburg that he was able to engage sympathetically, if critically, with contemporary Lebensphilosophy. And it is Warburg's influence that prevails in the myth of the state, Cassirer's last, melancholy work on the intellectual origins of fascism. Goethe as philosophical influence. Different Romantic writers stamp different parts of Cassirer's output. Herder and Humboldt provide the reference point for his reflections on language. Hölderlin and Schelling underlie his thoughts on myth. But taken as a whole, the presiding influence on Cassirer's thought is undoubtedly Goethe. Although his name appears only fleetingly in Cassirer's systematic works, his presence is felt throughout. It was Goethe who gave Cassirer the courage to escape the confines of Neo-Kantianism. He supplied the aperçu, to use his own term, on which the philosophy of symbolic forms is based. What Cassirer derived from Goethe was above all a belief in the objectivity of the artistic imagination. Goethe regarded the best art not as a retreat into the realm of private fantasy and desire but as a demonstration of what he called imagination for the truth of reality. Art, on this view, has a dignity far higher than that assigned it in the Kantian tradition. To be beautiful, according to Kant, is simply to be the object of a certain disinterested satisfaction. This feeling, which is closely bound up with the perception of purposiveness, may be indispensable for the regulation of the sciences, in particular biology, but unlike the basic concepts of physics, such as substance and causality, it does not take part in the constitution of reality. Thus judgments of beauty, although universally valid, remain in the last resort subjective. Cohen, as we saw, did away with Kant's theory of pure consciousness, but because he instated in its place the demand for mathematization, he too ended up limiting objectivity to physics. Art remains confined to the subjective realm of pure feeling. Gefühl. 8. It is here that Goethe breaks decisively with the Kantian tradition. Beauty, for him, is not a subjective impression but a revelation of the real form of things. It is a manifestation of secret natural laws, which without this appearance would remain eternally concealed. 9 Cassirer was, as we have seen, already primed for this idea. Substance and function hints that the mathematical laws of physics might be regarded as products of a more general structuring force. Objectivization need not be limited to mathematical natural science, it might take other, non-scientific forms. Goethe's poetry gave concrete substance to these conjectures. Here was evidence that not only science but art too might be regarded as a mode of world constitution. Artistic formation, writes Cassirer, explaining Goethe's poetic vision, does not trail after life. With the goal of reiterating it once more pictorially, it is rather a definite factor in the construction of life itself. 10. We can trace Cassirer's growing engagement with Goethe from 1916 to 1921, the period during which the philosophy of symbolic forms took shape in his mind. Freiheit und Form, Cassirer's 1916 book on German intellectual history, gives pride of place to the poet. This choice was partly circumstantial. The cosmopolitan Goethe served as a tacit riposte to the xenophobia of the war years. But the focus on Goethe also had a purely philosophical rationale. Freiheit und Form is among other things Cassirer's first attempt to expand Neo-Kantian epistemology into a more general theory of culture. The Homo Universale of Weimar provides a natural point of reference. Cassirer has not in any sense abandoned the basic thesis of substance and function. Indeed, he reiterates it at some length. Unlike the generic concept of scholastic tradition, which abstracts from everything particular, the serial concept of modern science describes the rule connecting one particular to the next. The general is no longer conceived as something over and above the sum of particulars. It is immanent in them, it is nothing more than the particulars viewed under the aspect of their serial form. 11 Yet this familiar thesis now carries a quite different emphasis. The serial concept has lost its exclusive association with exact science and become an emblem of the creative imagination in general. Substance and function had, as we have seen, the potential for this expansion. It had already divested the serial concept of its specifically mathematically form and reconstructed it in purely logical terms. But it is only now, 6 years later, that Cassirer draws the requisite conclusion. The immanence of the general in the particular, previously considered a special attribute of scientific theory, is now viewed as the defining mark of all spiritual creation. The truly creative mind, whether scientific or artistic, sees the individual not as an isolated, self-contained substance but as the symbol of a more universal complex. It discerns in every instance the law of the whole. It is precisely this kind of symbolic creativity that is manifest to a high degree in Goethe, argues Cassirer. In his Botany and Zoology, Goethe rejected the traditional, generic system of classification in favor of his own brand of morphological intuition. Rather than dividing creatures up into species and genera, he tried to divine the universal law of transformation inherent in each. A sheep's skull became for him the pattern of all animal life, a Sicilian flower the herb flans. Goethe's eye was for the aperçu, the pregnant instance in which the whole is immediately disclosed. He recognized and paid tribute to this same gift of vision in Galileo. By developing the theory of pendulums and falling bodies from swinging church lamps, wrote Goethe, Galileo proved that for the genius one case counts for 1,012. This talent for symbolic intuition is also at the heart of Goethe's poetry. Here too, claims Cassirer, his peculiar gift is for disclosing the general in the particular. The best of Goethe's poems and novels are not compositions but products of organic development. Goethe might carry around a single image for years, decades even, during which time it would grow in depth and resonance. The image would thus acquire meaning naturally, rather than through a mechanical act of association. Herein lies the distinguishing mark of genuine symbolic poetry as opposed to its allegorical counterfeit. In this method of variation, whether in connection with a scientific experiment or a poetic motif in this unfolding from a pregnant moment, fruitful and efficacious in both cases, lies for Goethe the decisive difference between merely sensuous receptive and creative persons. 13. Freiheit und Form marks an important stage on the road from Neo-Kantianism. Science is now seen as the product of a more comprehensive creative capacity, embracing art as well. But Cassirer is still some way from the philosophy of symbolic forms. He does not yet acknowledge any radical difference between the formative principles of art and science. He still tries to assimilate both to his own theory of the serial or functional concept, he still sees both as manifestations of a common faculty of reason. So long as we understand reason in the proper Kantian sense, as that which dissolves being into a dynamic whole, there is no barrier to recognizing the inner harmony of imagination and reason, of the artistic and the theoretical idea. Goethe himself, claims Cassirer, came to this realization late in life. The intellectual function of formation and transformation, which previously designated productive imagination, is finally given a still broader and more general name, it becomes simply reason. 14. But there is an obvious stumbling block to this neat identification of the artistic and the theoretical idea, and that is Goethe's well-known hostility to modern physics. His admiration for Galileo notwithstanding, Goethe regarded the mathematical analysis of nature as inimical to his own intuitive approach. Newton's theory of color was his particular bête noire. What provoked Goethe's ire was Newton's attempt to get behind the colors, to explain their pure appearance in mechanical terms. Goethe's own theory, which he regarded as having superseded Newton's, sticks to the colors themselves. It refuses to acknowledge any distinction between primary and secondary qualities. As such, it was, and still is, regarded by most physicists as an amusing eccentricity. Yet it relies on the same method of intuition that yielded Goethe such rich rewards in poetry and biology. We must then, contra Cassirer, acknowledge a fundamental gulf between the intuitive creativity of the artist and the analytic creativity of the physicist. The artistic and the theoretical idea cannot both be dissolved in some common notion of reason. Cassirer is clearly aware of the dilemma, but unwilling to press it to its logical conclusion. He is not yet ready to jettison the Kantian doctrine of the unity of reason. Therefore, he postpones a full discussion of Goethe's theory of color to another place. Only in one significant passage does he reveal that the basic idea of the philosophy of symbolic forms is already taking shape in his mind. We can reverse the usual negative verdict on Goethe's theory of color, he argues, if instead of the mechanical worldview we adopt the standpoint of modern physics. Goethe himself, Cassirer continues, would perhaps not have resisted another, mathematical physical approach to color phenomena, however alien to his own, had he only been permitted to take it symbolically. But what the dogmatic natural science of his own time could not in this respect grant him, modern physics and modern epistemology would gladly permit him. The distinctive difference between its tasks and those that Goethe as researcher set himself would therewith be in no way diminished. Numbers and analysis did not lie in his nature, but this difference would be purged of the sharp conflict into which it developed as a result of the fact that Goethe had to combat, in the historical form of mathematical physics confronting him, the dogma of an abstract metaphysical materialism. 15. Thus, it is the dematerialization of modern physics, a process to which Cassirer had himself made no small contribution, that renders it compatible with Goethe's theory of color. This is already a departure from Marburg doctrine. Cohen did not regard the dematerialization of modern physics as any reason to cancel its patent on reality, because he did not view that patent as resting on physics' material claims but on its mathematical method. But Cassirer, having overcome Cohen's mathematical dogmatism, is free to reject physics' monopoly on the real along with its materialist pretensions. He can happily countenance alternative, equally objective perspectives on the world. This acceptance of plurality requires, as Cassirer is well aware, a certain flexibility of mind. Here too, though, he is able to invoke Goethe's support. The poet demanded of the honest researcher awareness of his own organ of interpretation so as to avoid imprisonment in a single system. This is the inner freedom and irony which is proper to the observer and which keeps him from ossifying in a uniform conceptual scheme. 16. Goethean irony, which Cassirer carefully distinguishes from its successor, the unstable, debunking romantic irony, is at root the capacity to mediate conflict, to transpose it into a symbolic and hence manageable form. I was not born to be a tragic poet, Goethe wrote to Carl Friedrich Zelter, because my nature is conciliatory. Therefore the purely tragic case, which is by nature irresolvable, cannot interest me. 17. This same conciliatory spirit, this urge to purge conflict of its tragic finality, is the hallmark of Cassirer's own philosophy. His work displays a supremely Goethean equanimity in the face of the incommensurable, an equanimity that has caused frustration in some of its more philosophically austere commentators. These remarks on irony remain an isolated portent of things to come, however. Freiheit und Form as a whole cannot be included among the works of Cassirer's maturity. We have to wait another 5 years to find a full statement of the philosophy of symbolic forms. 18. And here, once again, it is Goethe's theory of color that provides the stimulus. This time Cassirer confronts the problem without evasion. Goethe's conflict with modern physics is now openly acknowledged as a tragic element in his life. The theory of symbolic forms is proposed, not exactly as a resolution of the conflict, but as a way of mitigating its tragic sharpness, of restoring it to the sphere of irony. Goethe's spirit of conciliation achieves a posthumous triumph. Goethe und die Mathematische Physik, the essay in question, begins by reiterating the similarities between Goethe's approach to nature and that of modern physics. Both reject abstraction on the basis of shared characteristics, both adopt instead the method of serial construction. But this significant analogy of form between the two approaches can no longer disguise a fundamental difference of content. 19 Although both Goethe and the physicist view the individual phenomenon as a symbol of a more general principle, the type of symbolism involved in both cases differs radically. For the physicist, the universal is related to the particular as a function to its values. Both are stripped of their sensuous properties and reconstructed in purely quantitative terms. For Goethe, by contrast, particular and universal remain thoroughly angelic. The movement from one to the other does not take us outside the realm of the senses into that of abstract quantities. In order to grasp thoroughly this unity of general and particular, we require no restructuring of the problem, no transfer into another intellectual sphere, such as is effected by physics with its conversion of qualities into quantities. Under the synthetic gaze of the researcher, being shapes itself into living series. And this form of series does not need to be mediated by the analytic instrument of number. 20. But the problem that Cassirer earlier managed to evade now returns in full force. If we accept the validity of mathematical physics, how can we regard Goethe's intuitive theory of nature as anything other than a blunder? The only alternative seems to be to confine it, with a certain condescending indulgence, to the sphere of subjective poetic imagination, reserving truth for conventional physics. It is precisely this neo-Kantian resolution of the dilemma, however, that Cassirer wishes to avoid. Such a solution remains entirely on the surface of the problem, because it presupposes a view of artistic imagination alien to Goethe, one which was indeed in the truest sense overcome by him. 21 For Goethe, imagination is not opposed to truth, it is exact sensuous imagination or imagination for the truth of reality. It is this sort of imagination, claims Cassirer, that we find in Goethe's theory of color. Goethe arranges the color phenomena before our eyes in a perspicuous, lawful manner, without a trace of subjective caprice. His vision exhibits perfect objectivity, only it is the objectivity of the artist, not that of the mathematical physicist. The problem remains, how are two such different types of objectivity possible? It is in response to this dilemma that Cassirer first introduces the basic idea of the philosophy of symbolic forms. If we accept the presuppositions of dogmatic realism, the problem of Goethe's theory of color remains insoluble. Realism cannot acknowledge the existence of two different forms of objectivity, because it conceives all objectivity as the picturing of an independent, unitary reality. Yet critical philosophy, because it defines objectivity in terms not of relation to an object but rather of the immanent lawfulness of thought itself, can in principle countenance two or more conflicting though equally objective conceptions of the world. Cassirer admits that critical philosophy has not hitherto taken this step. Kant's own theory of the unity of consciousness, and he might have added, Cohen's theory of mathematical objectivization, refers exclusively to the principles of natural science. Nevertheless, this restriction is not inherent in the basic critical insight itself. Kant's transcendental method can be freed of its specific association with science, and extended to every form of spiritual lawfulness from which an objective interpretation and an objective construction of reality arises. Not only science but language, art, myth, and religion become for us different symbolic forms, as it were, in which we accomplish the decisive synthesis of spirit and world. 22 The conflict between Goethe and Newton now appears in a more tractable light. We can now accept that a manifold of nature concepts is possible, without the objectivity of one absolutely abolishing and destroying that of the others. 23. Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms thus emerges as an attempt to establish the objective validity of Goethe's theory of color, and his intuitive vision of nature more generally, without detracting from the validity of mathematical physics. It tries, as it were, to reconcile the enchanted nature of poetry with the disenchanted nature of modern science. This reconciliation takes the form of a retreat to an anterior, more comprehensive standpoint, from which we can survey both the similarity and the specific difference between the two views of nature. Both enchanted and disenchanted views now appear as forms of symbolism, and hence of objectivization, yet the mode of symbolism differs in both cases. The concept of the symbol is both broad enough to unite the various cultural forms and flexible enough to do justice to their individuality. It thus replaces, in Cassirer's mature thought, Kant's more rigid notion of a priori form. In schematic terms, one can see the philosophy of symbolic forms as an attempt to encompass Kantian epistemology within a broader Goethean anthropology. The same productive spontaneity ascribed by Kant to the purely rational faculties is now housed in a more basic symbolic capacity, embracing art, language, and myth alongside science. These other symbolic forms thereby acquire something of the intellectual dignity of science, while science for its part acquires something of their human warmth. The destructive bifurcation of the spiritual world into Naturwissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften is at least partially overcome. But this elegant solution is achieved at a cost. The acceptance of an irreducible plurality of symbolic forms entails a renunciation of the absolute claims of each. It demands of us that attitude of irony defended by Cassirer in Freiheit und Form. Of all the symbolic forms, art would perhaps be happiest to accede to this demand. The call for irony becomes more problematic, though, when addressed to religion or science. Can one really envisage a religious or scientific doctrine openly acknowledging its own relativity? Would not such a doctrine thereby abdicate something essential to the nature of both religion and science, namely, the striving for absolute truth? Would it not be transformed, in fact, into a form of art? The problem goes to the heart of the philosophy of symbolic forms. The attempt to mediate between the various branches of culture threatens to rob them of all their seriousness, to transform them into a play of symbols. Harmony may be achieved, but at the expense of reality. Is Cassirer's philosophy anything more, then, than a sophisticated evasion of the dilemmas of our tragic age? This is the question that shall concern us over the rest of this book. The ambiguous educator. Cassirer's devotion to Goethe was, as they say, overdetermined. Its roots extend much deeper than a purely philosophical analysis can convey. Toni Cassirer devotes several pages to her husband's fascination with the poet. His interpretation of history, his feeling for nature, his ongoing endeavor to broaden his outlook, to extend his knowledge to almost all fields so as to strengthen his judgment and guard it against all one-sidedness, to free it from the influence of personal experience, to distance it from the events of the day, all this derived from Goethe. His firm faith in the value of human personality, his longing for form and harmony, his abhorrence of violent destruction both of his own ego and of the surrounding world, his loathing of ideological, political, and religious slogans, in short, everything that constituted the essence of his being, came from Goethe. I learned to understand Goethe through Ernst and Ernst through Goethe. 24. But even if unusual in intensity, Cassirer's devotion to Goethe conforms in kind to a well-established pattern. The same qualities that attracted Cassirer to the great poet attracted many other German Jews. Goethe's emphasis on individual freedom, his ambivalence towards all forms of nationalism, and, finally, his belief in Bildung seemed to foster assimilation. 25. If Kant was revered by German Jews as the apostle of moral and civic equality, Goethe held out the even more alluring prospect of cultural integration. Through participation in his legacy, Jews hoped to become German in a more than purely political sense. By promoting his works, they hoped to recall Germany to the cosmopolitan ideals of the Enlightenment. Nor was the Goethe cult limited to Jews. Almost all German liberals revered the poet as an exemplar and moral guide. Goethe's reputation was a major factor in the choice of Weimar as home of the First German Republic. The historian Friedrich Meinecke even proposed public readings from Goethe as a form of national re-education after the Second World War. 26. Goethe was the lost hero of liberal Germany. Against this background, Cassirer's veneration of Goethe appears not so unusual. For him, as for so many others, Goethe represented Germany at its fairest and best. As the real Germany descended into xenophobia, this other Germany functioned increasingly as a consolation and escape. Cassirer wrote Freiheit und Form, as we have seen, as a tacit protest against the mass of war literature as well as a way to preserve his spirit in the face of a dull, duplicitous job in the wartime press office. In this manner, writes Tony, he saved for himself the image of the indestructible, eternal Germany, which had become completely unrecognizable through the dross deposited on it 27 after the Nazi seizure of power. This eternal Germany retreated still further into memory and imagination. Looking back in 1948 at their first visit to Weimar, Tony sadly recalls the unquestioned sense of belonging with which we greeted this extraordinary landmark of German culture. Following Ernst, I have forbidden myself to confuse this Germany with the Germany of today. 28. It is understandable that Cassirer and his wife, exiles from the German state, should have found refuge in German culture. But it is doubtful whether the distinction between the two Germanys, between the good Germany of Goethe and the bad one of Hitler, was as absolute as they supposed. Goethe himself was no Philosemite, as recent critics have come reluctantly to acknowledge. 29. Moreover, his aestheticism, cult of genius, and contempt for Humanitätsalbeter humanitarian blather exerted an insidious influence on the development of German political culture. Supreme power, you can sense, runs a characteristic Goethe quatrain from the Westostlicher Divan, is not going to be banished from the world. I like conversing with clever people, with tyrants. If one path leads from Goethe to Cassirer, another leads to Nietzsche and Spengler. Even Goethe's genuinely liberal traits were only ever exercised in the realm of literature. In politics he remained a staunch conservative, as did many of his latter-day readers. We can therefore only smile at Meinecke's suggestion of Goethe festivals as an antidote to Nazism. We have come to view the Goethe cult not as a counterweight to but as a manifestation of Germany's political illiberalism. On Goethe's sensuality, cynicism, and fascination with political power, Cassirer maintains a decorous silence. All that has been blanched out of his portrait of the poet, leaving only the bland aspect of a pedagogue and man of culture. Cassirer's Goethe has been trimmed to the measure of 20th-century liberalism. He is less dangerous, but also less interesting than the original. In philosophical terms, Cassirer has attempted to marry Goethe with Kant, to temper sensual exuberance with ethical rationalism. The resulting product is closer to the academic humanism of Humboldt than to either Goethe or Kant. Some of Cassirer's more perceptive contemporaries began in the 1930s and 1940s to re-examine this national monument. Where Cassirer saw only form and harmony, they found something rather more ambiguous. Particularly interesting, from our point of view, is a 1932 essay by the art historian Edgar Wind, a former doctoral student of Cassirer and a member of his intellectual circle. Although personally on good terms with Cassirer, Wind was critical, from an empiricist standpoint, of his philosophy of symbolic forms. 30 His portrait of Goethe throws some light on their differences. Wind looks askance at the very thing Cassirer so admired in the poet, namely, his irony, his capacity to treat every interpretation of reality symbolically. Where Cassirer sees only breadth and flexibility of mind, Wind discerns a subtle form of evasion. Goethe said of himself that he viewed everything symbolically. This is an admission that in his case imagination served to transform things into images, to divest them of their substantiality, enabling him to escape the claims they might have had on him as things. It was only by renouncing reality, with its harsh, conflicting demands, that Goethe was able to achieve his celebrated inner harmony. His entire career can be seen as a flight from life to image. 31 It is possible that Wind formulated these remarks with his former teacher in mind. They certainly apply as well to Cassirer as they do to Goethe. This picture of Goethe in flight from life to image is taken up and elaborated in Thomas Mann's 1939 novella, Lottie in Weimar. Here, life appears in the guise of 63-year-old Charlotte Kestner, Goethe's one-time amour and prototype of Werther's Lottie. Having led a quiet, private existence as wife and mother, Charlotte finally journeys to Weimar in search of the man who has, as she puts it, dragged her into immortality against her will. 32 She comes partly to satisfy her curiosity and partly to voice a certain reproach. Why, having used her for his artistic purposes, has Goethe shown so little interest in her subsequent fate? She cannot but feel exploited. Goethe appears to her a sort of parasite, feasting on the superficies of life yet indifferent to its reality. He is a being content with poetry and silhouettes, content with kisses. Charlotte's eventual meeting with Goethe only confirms these suspicions. The poet invites her to a grand reception at his house, where he bombards her with magnificent disquisitions on mineralogy and art. It is not that he has forgotten his youthful passion, indeed, he is just at this moment undergoing one of his repeated pubescences. But such emotions are alive for him only in the rejuvenating medium of memory and imagination. Their original, real-life object is of no interest. She is, as he puts it in a final conversation, a fragment of the unrejuvenated past. 33. Man uses this simple story to rehearse his favorite theme, the moral ambiguity of genius. Goethe is presented not in the familiar guise of humanist and sage but as an aloof, inhuman figure. Yet precisely this aloofness captivates the members of his circle, reducing them to servility. Lottie in Weimar was written under the shadow of Nazism, and it is not hard to discern a contemporary subtext in its portrayal of the Goethe cult. Light and humorous, it touches a somber theme, the sacrifice of morality to art, the ordinary to the sublime, the human to the superhuman. Goethe's little court, with its dependents and sycophants, becomes for Charlotte an image of the crippling effects of charisma. These reamers with their mutterings and grumbling and their manly honor floundering about in the bird-lime, and your poor son with his 17 glasses of champagne, and this little person who will marry him at the new year and fly into your upper room like a moth to the candle. What are they all but sacrifices to your greatness? 34. Shortly before his death, Cassirer wrote an essay on Lottie in Weimar, a rare and not altogether successful venture into the field of contemporary literature. 35 The essay is effusive in its praise, but this should not mislead us as to its real intentions. As we have seen with Russell, Cassirer would often manufacture agreement only in order to defuse a potential threat. And the threat posed by Mann's novella is all too obvious. Lottie in Weimar questions not Goethe's genius but the compatibility of that genius with the basic principles of morality. It challenges, to put it abstractly, the very synthesis of artistic imagination and ethical universalism on which Cassirer's own philosophy is based. Cassirer responds to this challenge in characteristic fashion, by interpreting it out of existence. The original novella, complex and skeptical, is scarcely recognizable in his smooth paraphrase. Gone is Mann's distinctive irony, his attention to the debunking detail, all that is left is a paean to the great poet's genius. Goethe's ambiguous last monologue, in which he answers Charlotte's reproach with the splendor and irrelevance of God answering Job, becomes in Cassirer's interpretation a straightforward apologia. And although the novella says nothing about Charlotte's state of mind as she takes her leave, Cassirer ascribes to her a quasi-Spinozian submission to necessity. She understands what she has hitherto only dumbly felt. And in virtue of this understanding, she no longer experiences what has happened to her as something accidental and arbitrary, something against which she rebels. She grasps and submits to the necessity that here prevails. She departs from Goethe in deep sadness, but this sadness no longer contains anything of personal bitterness. 36. Cassirer in a sense had to miss the point of Lottie in Weimar. Correctly interpreted, the novella threatens the very basis of his philosophy. Not only does Mann question Goethe's status as the great humanist and liberal, he also casts doubt on the objectivity of his poetic vision. For him, as for Wind, art is ultimately subjective, a transformation of harsh truth into beautiful illusion. But for Cassirer, art is no less objective than science, religion, or any other symbolic form. All reality is mediated by fictions of one form or another. But isn't this just a philosophical refinement of the same evasiveness that Mann and Wind discern in Goethe? Cassirer exhibits to a high degree what the literary critic Erich Heller, in his essay on Goethe, calls the avoidance of tragedy. 37 Like Goethe, he is continually tempted to retreat from the real world, with its hard, insoluble conflicts, into the more tractable realm of symbols. He is able to endorse only that reality which, in Wind's phrase, knows itself to be semblance. 38. An essay on man is perhaps the supreme expression of this side of Cassirer's thought. Written in 1944, it makes no mention of the terrible events of that year, or indeed of politics in general. Human culture, deliberately limited to language, art, religion, and science, is instead described as the process of man's progressive self-liberation. 39 And even Cassirer's most overtly political work, The Myth of the State, resides its faith in intellectual, ethical, and artistic forces as the ultimate safeguard against the resurgence of myth. 40 But such forces were hardly lacking in the Weimar Republic, what were missing were effective political constraints. Cassirer's remarks exemplify the innocence of so much pre-war German liberal thinking, with its idealistic faith in culture and education. Here too Goethe was a seductive influence. His concept of freedom as Bildung self-formation lent German liberalism an aristocratic, aesthetic character ill-adapted to the demands of a modern democratic state. As we shall see in Chapter 9, Cassirer was not an entirely apolitical thinker. Yet his diagnosis of the problems of the interwar years remained basically cultural, as did his proposed solution. He was unwilling to descend from the enchanted realm of Geist to that of real institutions. The Warburg Library. It would be misleading to conclude this chapter with the impression that Cassirer was no more than a yearner after lost harmony, unable to confront the tragedies of the modern world. That certainly captures one aspect of his thought. But the theory of symbolic forms is open to another, more frankly conflictual interpretation. As we have seen, Cassirer always regarded the tension between the symbolic forms as real and ultimate. It can be assuaged through philosophical irony, but it cannot be resolved in some final synthesis. Such incommensurability does not matter greatly so long as the conflict in question takes place on a purely spiritual level. The conflicts of the modern world are not just spiritual, however, but also social and political. Philosophical reflection is here of no avail. It is beyond the power of philosophy to destroy the political myths. A myth is in a certain sense invulnerable. It is impervious to rational argument, it cannot be refuted by syllogisms. 41. Cassirer's growing awareness of the power of the irrational is inseparable from his relationship with the Kulturwissenschaft like Bibliothek Warburg. He made the acquaintance of this famous library in 1920, not long after taking up a professorship at the new University of Hamburg. Warburg himself had suffered a mental breakdown in 1918, and was confined to a sanatorium in Kreuzlingen. It was therefore his assistant, Fritz Saxel, who first showed Cassirer around the library. He later recounted the extraordinary impression it made on the philosopher. "This library is dangerous," Cassirer told Saxel. "I shall either have to avoid it altogether or imprison myself here for years. The philosophical problems involved are close to my own, but the concrete historical material which Warburg has collected is overwhelming." 42 Cassirer soon became one of the Warburg Library's most treasured users and patrons. With Saxel acting as intermediary, he forged a close intellectual bond with the slowly recovering Warburg. When Warburg returned cured to Hamburg in 1925, writes Tony, countless threads had already been tied between his and Ernst's work. 43. It was a strange flash of recognition that passed between Cassirer and Warburg. Cassirer himself talked of a pre-established harmony between their viewpoints. 44 And Warburg thanked Cassirer for having made the tapping of the rescue party on the other side of the tunnel so perceptible that I once again seized my discarded hammer and tried to find courage to smash through the old rubble. 45 The metaphor is exact. The two men reached their common destination separately, from different directions, yet each derived enormous strength from the agreement of the other. Warburg in particular drew encouragement from the support of a mind more lucid and systematic than his own. Cassirer became the house philosopher of the Warburg Library, providing its less theoretical members with a usable conceptual framework. But Cassirer also benefited from the relationship. Not only did the Warburg Library place a huge collection of books and a receptive audience at his disposal, it also provided him with intellectual corroboration. He immediately recognized it as the objective correlative of his own, germinal theory of symbolic forms. It gave him courage, as he later admitted, to bring that theory to fruition. 46. What exactly was it that so struck Cassirer on first entering the Warburg Library? The answer is clear. Just as Cassirer was coming to see science as one of many symbolic forms, the Warburg Library presented him with a conception of culture as a whole as a system of symbols. This conception was manifest in its very layout. Rather than arranging his collection in the customary way, according to some mechanical rule, Warburg shaped it so that it might best express his ideas about the history of man. 47. Iconography replaced authorship or chronology as the basic principle of organization. The aim was to make visible the fundamental symbolic patterns underlying the individual works of art and literature. Cassirer immediately grasped the significance of this novel arrangement. From the row of books, he wrote, recalling his first visit to the library, emerged more and more clearly a series of images, of distinct spiritual motifs and forms. 48. Moreover, Warburg and Cassirer shared a view of symbolism as divided into distinct subspecies. We have seen how Cassirer, at the time of his first meeting with Saxel in 1920, was starting to distinguish the abstract symbolism of mathematical physics from the sensuous symbolism of Goethe's poetry and science. Warburg had already derived a similar distinction from the Hegelian philosopher Friedrich Theodor Vischer. In an essay of 1887, Das Symbol, Vischer locates all symbols on a spectrum between two poles. On the one extreme lies the magical or religious symbol, in which image and meaning are indissolubly fused. In certain primitive mythologies, the bull not only stands for virility, it contains, indeed, it can be eaten for its virility. At the other extreme stands the purely arbitrary, conventional symbolism of exact science and allegory, in which image and meaning are recognized as possessing no intrinsic connection. But between these two poles lies the type of symbolism described by Vischer as connection with reservation. Here image and meaning are experienced as related, yet nonetheless known to be distinct. This is the sphere of poetry proper. The poet feels the sunset as ominous, even though he knows it is no such thing. He journeys in the realm of myth, but remains a citizen of the realm of science. Art thus mediates between the two poles. It is the crucial first stage in the overcoming of myth, retaining something of its emotional aura while discarding its cognitive claims. In the tranquility of aesthetic contemplation, the dark force of myth is both neutralized and preserved. 49. Warburg seized on Vischer's theory of symbolism as offering an insight into the concrete historical phenomenon of the Renaissance. What the artists of the Quattrocento discovered in antiquity, claimed Warburg, was the revitalizing force of pagan myth. The unleashing of uninhibited expressive movements which occurred in particular in Asia Minor among the followers of Bacchic cults embraces the whole gamut of kinetic utterance of human nature. Wherever these are represented in works of art they convey the echoes of such surrender to the depths. But even as they exploited these ancient images, the artists of the Renaissance were continually on guard against succumbing to their demonic power. They accordingly devised ways of reproducing them in a suitably distanced, metaphoric form. The style of simulated classical sculpture, grisaille in an engraving or drawing, confines the coinages of the revenants in the distant shadowy realm of the explicit metaphor. 50. In terms of Vischer's theory, techniques such as grisaille helped lift the symbol out of the sphere of mythical immediacy into that of aesthetic distance. By means of such devices, the passions of the ancient world were rendered safe for Christian Europe. Warburg's view of symbolism as divided into mythical, artistic, and scientific varieties bears an obvious affinity to Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms. Warburg himself recognized this affinity, praising Cassirer's ability to comprehend conceptual logic and imaginative induction as functions of a unified orientational capacity. 51 But there are also important differences. Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms first emerged, as we have seen, as an attempt to mediate the tension between Goethe's theory of color and modern mathematical physics. Conciliation is its keynote. It tries to settle disagreement between the branches of culture by taking them symbolically. Warburg, by contrast, portrays culture as inescapably and exuberantly conflictual. Renaissance art is torn between the rival forces of mythos and logos. Dependent on myth, it at the same time struggles to preserve a reflective distance from it. Its celebrated harmony is not a gift of grace but a precarious achievement. Athens, in Warburg's famous dictum, must always be conquered afresh from Alexandria. 52. The contrast between Cassirer and Warburg was as much temperamental as intellectual. Cassirer, the Olympian, kindly indifferent as Wind described him, met his antithesis in the tormented Warburg. 53 Their letters reflect their differences. The formers are fluent and stereotyped, the latters tangled yet occasionally brilliant. Warburg knew the irrational at first hand. Reason for him was not just a cultural ideal but the mainstay of his existence. An almost awe-inspiring power emanated from him, wrote Saxel, and he lived and worked convinced that the scholar does not choose his vocation but that in all he does he is obeying a higher command. 54 Weber springs to mind. Of all Warburg's contemporaries, he shared most closely his odd combination of demonic charisma and scholarly self-abnegation. But in spite of or perhaps because of their considerable intellectual and personal differences, Cassirer loved and revered Warburg. His funeral oration speaks of his might and tragic greatness. It pictures him as a hero of the intellect, dying with his sword unbroken in his hand. 55 The force of Warburg's thought and personality left a decisive mark on Cassirer. It encouraged him to qualify somewhat the cheerful, ironic attitude to cultural plurality he had inherited from Goethe. It persuaded him to view the tension between the symbolic forms as potentially catastrophic. Warburg's influence did not operate in a vacuum, though. It was reinforced by the breakdown of political order in Germany, and the attendant rise of philosophical and ideological irrationalism. Warburg's emphasis on the tension between mythos and logos provided Cassirer with the tools he needed to get a handle on these menacing new trends. In his writings on fascism, it is Warburg's tragic perspective rather than Goethe's ironic one that ultimately prevails. Warburg, one might say, supplied Cassirer with a step-ladder down to contemporary social reality. It is thanks to him that the philosophy of symbolic forms is something more than a piece of elegant escapism. Cassirer and Warburg both identify the unruly element in the system of culture as myth. Myth, for both thinkers, is much more than an anthropological category. It is an expression of the primal energy of the human mind. The other cultural forms all bear the stamp of this mythic archie. Art, as we have seen, must endlessly distance itself from its own mythical origins. Religion continually spiritualizes mythical stories. Even science is forever struggling against a mythical interpretation of notions such as cause and substance. Myth is both a source of creativity and a threat. It invigorates, but it can also overwhelm. Philosophy's proper task is not to eliminate but to understand myth, to accord it its rightful place in the system of culture. For knowledge does not master myth by banishing it from its confines. Rather, knowledge can truly conquer only what it has understood in its own specific meaning and essence. Until this task has been completed, the battle which theoretical knowledge thinks it has won for good will keep breaking out afresh. The foe which knowledge has seemingly defeated forever crops up again in its own midst. 56. In our therapeutic age, this passage suggests Freud's return of the repressed. But Cassirer was thinking not about the psyche but about the contemporary ideological scene. Further down the page we read, that no sharp boundary has been drawn between myth and logos is best shown by the recent reappearance of myth in the realm of pure methodology. Today it is openly asserted that no clear logical division can be made between myth and history, and that all historical understanding is and must be permeated by mythical elements. 57 contemporary readers would have recognized this as a reference to Spengler's recently published and massively influential The Decline of the West. This was only one of a growing number of works that intertwined, with varying degrees of self-awareness, myth and history. Such works were usually inflammatory, often nationalist or racist. When Cassirer and Warburg spoke of the threat posed by myth, they had this kind of literature very much in mind. For them, as indeed for Freud, mythological analysis was a tool for the understanding and exorcism of political irrationalism. All three men were engaged in a rearguard defense of reason and Bildung against the encroachment of mass fanaticism. 58. This political agenda remains on the whole hidden, and with good reason. The neutrality of research was, after all, part of what Warburg and Cassirer were trying to defend. But it is nonetheless visible under the scholarly surface. In 1927, Warburg wrote an essay comparing contemporary British and Italian stamps. He shows that while both draw on classical symbols of power, the British stamp employs the familiar grisaille to keep them at a metaphoric distance, whereas the fascist stamp depicts real fasces and a real axe. 59 Cassirer gestured to politics in a similarly indirect manner, developing his theory of myth with reference to contemporary right-wing thinkers such as Spengler, Max Scheler, and Ludwig Clausius. It is only in his last work, The Myth of the State, that he finally makes explicit the political dimension of his thought. Here, fascism is interpreted as a technologically orchestrated recrudescence of myth. It signals the final breakdown of symbolic distance, the collapse of the grisaille. In all critical moments of man's social life, the rational forces that resist the rise of the old mythical conceptions are no longer sure of themselves. In these moments the time for myth has come again. For myth has not been really vanquished and subjugated. It is always there, lurking in the dark and waiting for its hour and opportunity. 60. Such passages present Cassirer in the familiar aspect of the chastened enlightener, realizing only too late the fragility of civilization. But there is more to his thought than this. Neither he nor Warburg regarded the new barbarism as a straightforward revival of old mythical habits of thought, both discerned in it the culmination of something distinctively modern. This is the most interesting and original aspect of their social thought, anticipating in many ways Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's famous dialectic of enlightenment. The self-destruction of modernity is a central theme of one of Warburg's most bizarre works. 61 In 1923, still incarcerated in Cruz Lincoln, he sought to prove his mental fitness by writing and delivering a lecture on the Pueblo Indian serpent ritual, which he himself had traveled to New Mexico some 30 years earlier to observe. He sent a copy of the typescript to Saxel, accompanied by instructions not to make it public. This gruesome spasm of a decapitated frog may be shown only to my dear wife, he wrote. And to my brother Max and Professor Cassirer. 62 Cassirer, who was at that moment working on the second volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, read Warburg's lecture with avid interest. 63 Many of its ideas worked their way into his own writings on myth. The basic theme of Warburg's lecture is already familiar to us from Vischer. For the Pueblo Indians, the snake symbolizes lightning, the longed-for harbinger of rain. Indeed, it in some sense is the lightning, and through its mediation lightning can be summoned. Warburg's main interest, however, is not Pueblo mythology as such but the resilience of that mythology in the face of change. Pueblo culture is not pristine, it has, as Warburg puts it, been layered over twice, first by Spanish Catholicism and second by American secular civilization. Yet the native pagan mythology has proved remarkably stubborn. Its symbols are visible on the walls of the local Catholic churches, painted by native artists. And when Warburg asked a class of state-educated Pueblo children to depict a thunderstorm, he was delighted to find that 2 of them drew the lightning not realistically but in the traditional form of the serpent. 64 Warburg seized on these pagan residues as proof of the tenacity of the primitive. His lecture is, as he confessed in his notes, A Search for the Eternally Unchanging Red Indian in the Helpless Human Soul 65. Given his preference for Athens over Alexandria, one might suppose Warburg to have supported the U.S. authorities in their attempts to eliminate these barbarous residues. But his attitude was more complex. American technocratic civilization was not, in his view, a force for enlightenment. Indeed, it was in some respects allied to the very barbarism it opposed. This is the implication of his conclusion, a passage of typical metaphoric density. I was able to capture with my camera in the streets of San Francisco the conqueror of the serpent cult and of the fear of lightning, the heir to the aboriginal inhabitants, the gold-seeking intruder into the land of the Indians. It is Uncle Sam with the top hat proudly striding along the road in front of an imitation classical rotunda. High above his top hat there stretches the electric wire. By means of Edison's copper serpent he has wrested the thunderbolt from nature. The modern American has no fear of the rattlesnake. He kills and exterminates it but certainly does not worship it. Lightning imprisoned in the wire, captive electricity, has created a civilization that does away with paganism. What does it put in its stead? The forces of nature are no longer conceived as anthropomorphic or biomorphic shapes but rather as infinite waves obeying the pressure of the human hand. By this means, the civilization of the machine age destroys what science, emerging from myth, had painfully conquered, the zone of contemplation that became the zone of reason. The modern Prometheus and the modern Icarus, Franklin and the Wright brothers who invented the dirigible airplane, are the fateful destroyers of that sense of distance who threaten to lead the globe back into chaos. Telegram and telephone destroy the cosmos. Mythopoetic and symbolic thought, in their struggle to spiritualize man's relation with his environment, have created space as a zone of contemplation or of reasoning, that space which the instantaneous connection of electricity destroys, unless a disciplined humanity restores the inhibitions of conscience. 66. One central idea emerges from this complex tangle of images: modern America is permeated by the same mythical forces it arrogantly boasts of having overcome. Its electric cables are serpents, its inventors ancient heroes. The United States itself appears in quasi-mythical guise as Uncle Sam. Civilization threatens to dissolve into a technological bacchanalia. Yet responsibility for this impending chaos lies with civilization itself. The telegram, the telephone, and the airplane have destroyed that feeling for distance, that Ferngefühl, on which all higher culture rests. Even science, the immediate source of these inventions, is threatened with destruction, for it too, no less than the arts, depends upon the cultivation of symbolic distance. Enlightenment will be consumed by its own children. To what extent Cassirer was directly influenced by this cryptic piece of prose is impossible to say. What is certain is that similar thoughts dot his later writings. Opposition to the positivist instrumentalization of science was, as we have seen, a central part of the program of Marburg Neo-Kantianism and Substance and Function. But it was only later that Cassirer began to attack positivism and instrumentalism not simply as theories in the philosophy of science but as cultural and political phenomena. Like Warburg, he viewed them as expressions of the hubris of a civilization that has forgotten or suppressed its own mythical origins, thereby opening the door to their revival. Cassirer cites as an example the degeneration of Kantian positivism into a pseudo-religion, complete with priests and temples of science. 67 And in the myth of the state he shows how the instrumentalization of political reason, initially undertaken in a spirit of enlightenment, eventually gives rise to the myths of modern totalitarianism. Cassirer explicitly conceived his own philosophy as an antidote to the forgetfulness of positivism. Like the Warburg Library, it is an attempt on the part of reason at mnemosyne or recollection. 68 It is based on the conviction that reason can understand and feel at home with itself only when it has succeeded in reconstructing its own ascent from the sphere of myth. This grand attempt at reclaiming reason was to be brought to fruition in the philosophy of symbolic forms. But this is to look ahead. My aim in this section has simply been to suggest the importance of Warburg's influence on Cassirer. His emphasis on conflict was vital in weaning Cassirer away from an over-optimistic and ultimately escapist vision of cultural harmony. It freed him from the illusion that the tension between the different forms of symbolism might be overcome by means of pure reflection. It encouraged him to see it instead as laden with potential for social catastrophe. Yet Cassirer never drew what might seem the obvious conclusion from these insights, namely, to seek some standpoint outside the processes of culture and society from which to judge and, if necessary, resist them. Like Warburg, he continued to view those processes as containing their own inherent remedy. Why this should be so is a question to which I shall return later in this book. 5. The philosophy of symbolic forms. We are in quest for truth, for an absolute truth. But instead of finding it, we find ourselves bound to the endlessly revolving wheel of our own concepts, our images, our symbols, our abstractions. Ernst Cassirer. From 1919 until his exile in 1933, Cassirer held a chair in philosophy at the newly founded University of Hamburg. These were the most fruitful years of his life. He was free of the tutelage of Cohen, he had gained the institutional recognition he so evidently deserved, and he was surrounded by a congenial set of like-minded scholars in one of the most liberal towns in Germany. It was in these conditions that he brought out, in the years 1923, 1925, and 1929, the 3 volumes of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms is the work on which Cassirer's claim to originality rests. Here Cassirer becomes Cassirer. This is not to deny the continuities between Cassirer's mature thought and that of his Marburg predecessors. Both are responses to the alienation of scientific reason, both strive to reclaim science as an essential facet of humane culture. But the philosophy of symbolic forms pursues this goal in a new and original way. The basic principle of culture is no longer identified with reason, in its theoretical and ethical guises, but with the more inclusive notion of the symbol. This makes a crucial difference. The concept of symbolism, unlike that of reason, embraces all dimensions of human existence. The sensuous, emotive facets of life are no longer pathological in Kant's sense, they have their own possibilities of cultural expression, their own distinctive symbolic forms. Cassirer is thus able to preserve the rationalist heritage of the Marburg school while at the same time accommodating and taming the irrationalist impulses of the interwar years. What exactly did Cassirer understand by symbolism? Modern readers are apt to be misled by the term, taking it in its standard sense to refer to crowns, crucifixes, and the like. But Cassirer's concept of symbolism refers in the first instance not to cultural artifacts but to a natural potency inherent in consciousness as such. We must go back to natural symbolism, to that representation of consciousness as a whole which is necessarily contained or at least projected in every single moment and fragment of consciousness, if we wish to understand the artificial symbols, the arbitrary signs which consciousness creates in language, art, and myth. The force and effect of these mediating signs would remain a mystery if they were not ultimately rooted in an original spiritual process which belongs to the very essence of consciousness. Point 1. Cassirer's concept of natural symbolism has its origins, as we have seen, in his early critique of Mach's sensationalism. Substance and function insists that the particular sensory datum reaches beyond itself, and is thus symbolic in character. Point 2. In substance and function, though, perceptual symbolism is presented as a mere preliminary to the developed symbolism of science. Cassirer now rejects this teleology as Whiggish. Instead of viewing the symbolic process retrospectively, from the standpoint of knowledge, we must place ourselves directly in its midst. Here we find no predetermined tendency, no fixed bent. Thought does not flow here in a finished riverbed which has been made for it, rather, it must find its own way, it must dig its bed for itself. 3. In Cassirer's mature thought, symbolism becomes a constitutive feature not just of human knowledge but of human existence in general. It transforms the whole of human life. As compared with the other animals, man lives not merely in a broader reality, he lives, so to speak, in a new dimension of reality. 4. Cassirer's concept of natural symbolism marks an important break with the orthodox Kantian notion of synthesis. The individual data no longer require to be run together by the shaping power of the human mind, they themselves manifest an inner articulation, an immanent principle of order. Cassirer comes close here to Husserl's concept of intentionality, the towards which that characterizes every mental act and gives it objective reference. Some readers might also be reminded of Maurice Merleau-Ponty's famous declaration that we are condemned to meaning. These resemblances are not coincidental. Cassirer wrote appreciatively of Husserl, and went on to influence Merleau-Ponty. But he was not, for all that, an orthodox phenomenologist. While agreeing that perception is always cast in a symbolic form, he insists that this form is not open to direct a priori inspection but is inflected through and through by the various historically given notational systems. Our only access to it is through a reconstructive analysis of those systems. The way of immediate observation and description is closed. 5 Knowledge of the subjective is by no means immediately given knowledge. It is, rather, knowledge which we must acquire by the indirect means of a detour through objectivity. Only by means of a reconstructive analysis from factual knowledge, objective knowledge, can we attain knowledge of the forces that generate this knowledge and have brought it forth. 6. Thus the concept of natural symbolism leads not inward, to an a priori analysis of consciousness, but rather outward, to an empirical exploration of objective spirit. For all his phenomenological flirtations, Cassirer remained faithful to Cohen and Naderp's conception of philosophy as bound to the fact of science as this constitutes itself, and therewith to the whole of human culture. 7 Philosophy has no empire of its own. It can do no more than clarify and draw together the tendencies implicit in the arts and sciences. It is, so to speak, the self-consciousness of culture. This conception of philosophy reflects Cassirer's fundamental Goethean conviction that man discovers himself in action, not introspection. There is no object of philosophy radically distinct from the empirical sciences because there is no essence of man distinct from his cultural achievements. Man's outstanding characteristic, his distinguishing mark, is not his metaphysical or physical nature but his work. It is this work, it is the system of human activities, which defines and determines the circle of humanity. Language, myth, religion, art, science, history are the constituents, the various sectors of this circle. A philosophy of man would therefore be a philosophy which would give us insight into each of these human activities and which at the same time would enable us to understand them as an organic whole. 8. Cassirer's vision of philosophy is at the deepest level a protest against what Ortega y Gasset called the barbarism of specialization. Husserl's idea of philosophy as a rigorous science with its own clearly defined remit, technical language and trained practitioners, a vision more fully realized by the analytic tradition than by Husserl's own disciples, was anathema to Cassirer. 9 Philosophy, in his view, is not something to be sequestered from the life of the mind in general. It is the critique of culture in all its myriad forms. This conception of philosophy harks back to the humanism of Herder and Humboldt. It is opposed in equal measure to the technicism of the analytic tradition and the inwardness of phenomenology. It views both as symptoms of the same spiritual introversion. It is hardly surprising that Cassirer's posthumous influence has been greater among intellectual and cultural historians than among professional philosophers. But in what sense, one might respond on behalf of the professional philosophers, is Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms philosophy at all? Surely any philosophy worthy of the name must be something more than just a synopsis of the facts of human culture. It must embody some rational principle of organization, some intellectual leitmotif, otherwise what is to distinguish it from empirical anthropology or cultural studies? But Cassirer's philosophy does contain a rational principle of organization, albeit one that cannot be separated from its empirical unfolding. This principle is embedded in the central notion of the symbol itself, in what Jürgen Habermas has aptly called its liberating power. 10 If animals are captive to their environment, reacting to it in purely instinctual fashion, man, the symbolic animal, is able to grasp it as a world, as the object of aspirations, projects, and theories. Symbolism thus opens the way from animal reactions to human responses. Without it, the life of man would be like that of the prisoners in the cave of Plato's famous simile. Man's life would be confined within the limits of his biological needs and practical interests. It could find no access to the ideal world which is open to him from different sides by religion, art, philosophy, science. 11. Cassirer's concept of the symbol as a liberating power suggests the possibility of ranking different forms of symbolism according to their ability to realize this power. Indeed, it suggests a universal history of mankind, conceived as an ascent from lower to higher forms of symbolism and hence from lesser to greater degrees of freedom. This suggestion is realized in the philosophy of symbolic forms. Here, myth is presented as the first stage of humanity's symbolic self-liberation. In myth man begins to learn a new and strange art, the art of expressing, and that means of organizing, his most deeply rooted instincts, his hopes and fears. 12. In myth, however, this active element is not yet raised to the level of consciousness. Symbols are treated as objective powers, their source in human spontaneity is forgotten. Myth thus supplants the bondage of nature with a new bondage of custom. It is religion, with its critique of magic and idolatry, that first frees human spontaneity from this entanglement, thereby forging the backbone of the specifically ethical will. It is to religion, accordingly, that Cassirer will turn, years later, as the ultimate bulwark against the new myths of totalitarian politics. Yet the liberating power of symbols is at work not only in the progress from myth to religion, but also in the progress from myth to the conceptual schemata of language and science. The mythical world has no independent, law-bound structure. It is intimately wrapped up with the world of man, it partakes of his shifting hopes and fears. This expressive fluidity lives on in language, especially in poetry and metaphor, but gradually gives way to the new principle of conceptual organization. The climax of this process is reached in natural science, where all vestige of myth's expressive power is finally extinguished. Cassirer's stance is not one of romantic nostalgia, though. Scientific disenchantment is simply the negative aspect of a process that appears, on the positive side, as the realization of human freedom. To objectify nature is at the same time to neutralize it, to rob it of its fearsome power. Science has its own critique of idolatry, parallel to that of religion. The philosophy of symbolic forms presents us, then, with two separate narratives, one of practical, the other of theoretical reason, yet both ultimately driven by the same force of symbolic self-liberation. Cassirer, one could say, has rewritten Kant's first and second critiques in light of history. Hegel's latter. Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms is starting to look strangely familiar. With its vision of world history as the unfolding of freedom, interpreted in a spiritual rather than material sense, it bears a far from accidental resemblance to the more famous philosophy of Hegel. Cassirer departs from Hegel, it is true, in his rejection of the metaphysics of absolute spirit. Geist, for him, is the immanent principle of human culture, not the substance of the cosmos as a whole. But this qualification aside, can Cassirer's thought really claim to be anything more than a metaphysically neutered variant of Hegelianism? Cassirer himself acknowledges his debt to Hegel in both the second and third volumes of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. He alights in particular on Hegel's famous metaphor of a ladder leading from the natural consciousness to science, adopting it as an emblem of his own enterprise. In this fundamental principle, he writes in the third volume, "The philosophy of symbolic forms agrees with Hegel's formulation, much as it must differ both in its foundations and its development. It, too, aspires to provide the individual with a ladder which will lead him from the primary configurations found in the world of the immediate consciousness to the world of pure knowledge. From the standpoint of philosophical inquiry, every single rung of the ladder is indispensable, every single one must be considered, appreciated, in short known, if we wish to understand knowledge not so much in its result, in its mere product, as in its character of a process, in the mode and form of its procedure itself." Point 13. Cassirer reiterates this demand in the second volume, but with the added proviso that the latter must reach beyond Hegel's first stage of sense certainty to the even more primitive stratum of myth. What is commonly called the sensory consciousness is itself a product of abstraction, a theoretical elaboration of the given. Before self-consciousness rises to this abstraction, it lives in the world of mythical consciousness, a world not of things and their attributes but of mythical potencies and powers, of demons and gods. If then, in accordance with Hegel's demand, science is to provide the natural consciousness with a ladder leading to itself, it must first set this ladder a step lower. Our insight into the development of science taken in the ideal, not temporal sense is complete only if it shows how science arose in and worked itself out of the sphere of mythical immediacy and explains the law and direction of this movement. Point 14. Still, Cassirer's philosophy departs in one crucial respect from its famous precursor. Hegel's dialectic is unreservedly teleological. The lower rungs of his ladder are essentially subordinate to its apex, each represents a mere stage in the spirit's advance toward self-consciousness. Yet Cassirer, as we saw in the last chapter, is concerned to preserve the autonomy of the various expressions of the human spirit. His conception of culture is as much centrifugal as it is teleological. And it is on precisely this point that he criticizes Hegel in the first volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. All the diverse forms of the spirit set forth in the Phenomenology, he complains, seem to culminate in a supreme logical summit, and it is only in this end point that they attain to their perfect truth and essence. So that, with all Hegel's endeavor to apprehend the specific differentiations of the spirit, he ultimately refers and reduces its whole content and capacity to a single dimension. 15. But having rejected this conception of culture, why does Cassirer then borrow an image that sets it forth so unambiguously? What are we to make of this apparent inconsistency? The answer is that Cassirer's philosophy represents a peculiar fusion of teleological and centrifugal motifs. It is teleological to the extent that it regards the various symbolic forms as comprising a logical and historical progression. Science presupposes language, language and religion presuppose myth. Each new form is intelligible only in light of its predecessors. But Cassirer never implies that each new form exhausts the content of its predecessors. There is in his philosophy no Aufhebung, no taking up of the lower synthesis into the higher. Each symbolic form has its own specific content, incommensurable with that of the others. Natural language, to take one example, is a necessary basis for the development of scientific language, and in this modest sense might be described as lower. It is nonsense, though, to say that it finds its perfection or self-realization in scientific language. Even if some of its qualities are preserved and indeed clarified in science, others are suppressed or eliminated. The image of the latter might therefore be replaced with that of a tree, each branch of which nourishes new branches while continuing to exist in its own right. The centrifugal model is modified only to the extent of admitting relations of dependence between the symbolic forms, it is not abandoned in favor of some overarching telos. Yet even if philosophically somewhat misleading, Cassirer's use of the latter metaphor makes sense in light of his broader cultural and political objectives. The latter, as employed by Hegel, is first and foremost a symbol of mediation. It expresses a sense of obligation on the part of science to those outside its borders. The phenomenology of spirit is Hegel's attempt to discharge this obligation. Composed in the aftermath of the French Revolution, it interprets science or enlightened modernity as the culmination of religious and political traditions normally regarded as its violent enemies. Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms is animated by a similar purpose. It too attempts to incorporate reason and its other within a larger interpretative structure, thereby moderating their antagonism. Infringements of myth on the province of science, and Cassirer has, as we have seen, right-wing ideologues like Spengler in view, can only be prevented if we can know myth in its own realm, can know its essence and what it can accomplish spiritually. We can truly overcome it only by recognizing it for what it is, only by an analysis of its spiritual structure can its proper meaning and limits be determined. 16. The task of mediation is, however, a good deal more fraught for Cassirer than it is for Hegel. For Hegel, the different forms of culture are but so many expressions, at varying levels of adequacy, of the same rational spirit. What religion darkly intimates, philosophy transparently sets forth. There is no real clash between the two. Hegel does not deny the existence of conflict at the empirical level, he dwells fondly, rather too fondly, on the violence and destructiveness of world history. But such losses are not ultimately tragic, for they can be comprehended in thought, grasped as necessary. At the philosophical level, everything makes sense. The wounds of the spirit heal, and leave no scar. 17. Such optimism was impossible for Cassirer. His symbolic forms are not stations of the spirit but autonomous modes of world formation. The higher forms do not simply lay bare what was already obscurely present in the lower, they aim at different goals, obey different laws. This leads to irresolvable conflicts. Science is rooted in the soil of language and myth, but is impelled by its own internal logic to reject their claims. Positivism, behaviorism, and economic materialism are the fruits of this hubris. Myth, in turn, refuses to recognize science as its legitimate offspring, dismissing it as a shallow, soulless mode of thought. Cassirer's attitude to this conflict differed over the course of his life. In some of his works, he seeks to soften it by relieving it of its ontological burden, by recasting it as purely symbolic. In others, his attitude is more frankly tragic. But he never regarded it as amenable to a once-and-for-all rational resolution. The wounds of the spirit, to reverse Hegel's conceit, are forever being reopened. Cassirer's anti-Hegelianism is most clearly visible in the myth of the state. Whereas the orthodox Hegelian must regard Nazism and other such cataclysms as incomprehensible retrogressions on the part of the world spirit, Cassirer is free to view them as a standing danger. Myth is no mere acorn, destined over time to grow into the oak of enlightenment, but a perennial dimension of human experience. Endlessly giving rise to higher forms, it nonetheless retains a vitality of its own. It is always there, lurking in the dark and waiting for its hour and opportunity. This hour comes as soon as the other binding forces of man's social life, for one reason or another, lose their strength and are no longer able to combat the demonic mythic powers. 18. Philosophy can analyze the relation of myth to these other binding forces. It can even mediate between them, disclosing them as products of the same basic symbolizing capacity. Yet it cannot recast them as actors in a great redemptive drama. There is no dialectical genie, no cunning of reason, to elicit good from evil. We have nothing to fall back on but the resources of our own will and intellect. Cassirer's attitude to the historical process is thus closer to the ambivalence of Warburg than to the optimism of Hegel. Even as the symbol unfolds its liberating power, it retains nostalgia for its mythical past. The equilibrium of civilization is a label rather than a static equilibrium, it is not firmly established but liable to all sorts of disturbances. 19. Cassirer's response to this predicament is the by now familiar one of disciplined irony. The mythical origins of human culture cannot be eliminated altogether, but they can be confined to what Warburg called the distant shadowy realm of the explicit metaphor. The myths we need are the spiritualized ones of religion and the playful ones of art. These absorb, discipline, and refine the energies that would otherwise find expression in the brutally literal myths of totalitarian politics. From myth to religion. Myth, the most primitive stage of human culture, forms the subject matter of the second volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. All the Kantian forms, categories, and ideas are here shown to have their own particular mythological angle of refraction. There is a distinct mythical understanding of space, time, and number, of causation and substance, of the self, morality, and political life. Cassirer develops these themes with the aid of the vast resources of the Warburg Library. A classic armchair anthropologist, he collates, synthesizes, and interprets the labors of others. His approach is not just inductive, however. It has a strong theoretical framework, deriving from the long tradition of German religious enlightenment, and in particular from one of the last monuments of that tradition, Cohen's Religion of Reason out of the sources of Judaism. The German Enlightenment never shared the skepticism or hostility toward religion characteristic of its British and French counterparts. Nurtured in the womb of radical Protestantism, it continued to draw nourishment from this source long after its ostensive secularization. This connection is clearly visible in Kant's famous essay of 1799, Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone. If Hume had mocked the supernatural aspects of Christianity as contrary to science, Kant rejects them in the name of religion itself. The true service of God consists simply in free obedience to the moral law. Everything else belongs to fetishism or the pseudo-service of God. Faith is all but dissolved into morality. What remains is no more than the vague hope that reality be given to the union of the purposiveness arising from freedom with the purposiveness of nature, a union with which we cannot possibly dispense. 20. Kant took it for granted that Christianity, and especially the Pietism in which he was raised, approximated most closely to his religion within the limits of reason alone. Like most of his contemporaries, he dismissed Judaism as a tribal relic, a forerunner of Christian universalism. Cohen's religion of reason tries to correct this prejudice. It argues that Judaism, not Christianity, is the true source of Kant's religion of reason, and that the Jews are therefore no mere stragglers on the high road of world history but its original pioneers. Cohen was not just a latter-day Jewish Kant, though, he was also an inheritor of Hegel. Kant's purely conceptual contrast between the false and the true service of God becomes, in his hands, a historical antithesis between myth and religion. Myth is the archaic substratum of genuine religion. It is bondage to tradition, veneration of images, worship of power, and subordination to the tribe. Even Judaism, Cohen concedes, was originally mythical. Only later, in the writings of the prophets, does a distinctly religious or ethical motive make itself felt. Burnt offerings are replaced by the sacrifice of a broken and contrite heart. Yearning for paradise gives way to the promise of future justice. 21 Cohen's religion of reason represents the notional endpoint of this ongoing evolution. In itself a pure ideal, it can nonetheless be viewed as working its way through and out of historical Judaism. The basic structure of Marburg epistemology has been artfully translated into theology. Cassirer's concept of myth is heavily indebted to the Kantian tradition. Like Cohen's, it is organized around the central Kantian idea of heteronomy, the subordination of the will to external forces. Myth, as Cassirer puts it in his book Language and Myth, is that symbolic form in which all spontaneity is felt as receptivity, all creativity as being, and every product of subjectivity as so much substantiality. 22 The individual will is not yet conscious of itself as such, it remains sunk in the lap of natural and social destiny. Guilt is conceived as a quasi-physical phenomenon, a kind of stain passing from the culprit to his relatives and descendants, rather than as an attribute of the individual will. Social distinctions are reified as natural, they are correlated with the regions of heaven or the divisions of the animal kingdom. Customs and institutions are explained as reflections of a primordial mythical past, a past that neither requires nor is susceptible of any further explanation. 23. Cassirer, like Cohen, regards myth as a first stage in mankind's spiritual evolution, giving way in time to the higher form of religion. This process is gradual and dialectical. Mythical motifs are never rejected outright, but rather spiritualized, transformed into images of inward processes. Sacrifice ceases to refer to the slaughter of an animal and becomes a figure of moral renunciation. Purification loses its association with bathing rituals and becomes a metaphor for spiritual cleansing. The birth of religion signals the emergence of a new form of consciousness, as the individual discovers in himself a will distinct from that of the collective. And this process of individualization is paralleled by a corresponding process of universalization. Insofar as access to the deity is inward and ethical, it is open to all alike, regardless of social or national status. The tribe is dissolved downward to the level of the individual, upward to the level of humanity. 24. Whereas Cohen had traced this process in connection with Judaism, Cassirer widens his gaze to include most other major religious traditions. but he too reserves a special place for Judaism as the ethical religion par excellence. Late in life, this led him to an ingenious account of Nazi anti-Semitism. The Jews were singled out for persecution, he explains, because in the history of mankind they had been the first to deny and challenge those very conceptions upon which the new state was built, for it was Judaism which first made the decisive step that led from a mythical to an ethical religion. 25 If this seems oversubtle, it is worth recalling Hitler's famous remark about conscience being a Jewish invention. Cassirer and Cohen were not alone in viewing the Jews as pioneers of moral universalism. Cassirer's theory of myth and religion is not, for all that, a mere duplicate of Cohen's. It has passed through the mirror of his philosophy of symbolic forms. The Kantian tradition was largely insensitive to the special character of symbols. It tended to degrade them to the level of representations or stand-ins, which add nothing to the content of what they represent and can in principle be discarded. This dismissive view of symbols underlies Kant's critique of fetishism. To be a fetishist, according to Kant, is to be subject to a particular species of illusion, the essence of which is the inability to distinguish the outward symbols of divine service from such service itself. 26 Cohen shares Kant's view of religious symbols as mere representations. He differs only to the extent of viewing their replacement by pure, inward truth as an ideal that can be approached only by degrees, or to borrow his favorite mathematical metaphor, asymptotically. Nevertheless, both thinkers agree in viewing symbols as external, inadequate, and ultimately unnecessary to that which they symbolize. There remains in animal sacrifice, writes Cohen, the incorrigible defect of the intermixture of the spiritual with the material. 27. Cassirer rejects this low view of symbolism. The intermixture of the spiritual with the material is for him no incorrigible defect, but rather the basic principle of all human culture. None of the various forms of culture can develop its appropriate and peculiar type of comprehension and configuration without, as it were, creating a definite sensuous substratum for itself. The content of the spirit is disclosed only in its manifestations, the ideal form is known only by and in the aggregate of the sensuous signs which it uses for its expression. 28 Symbolism is not just a garb or prop of the spirit, but its essential organ. Cohen's notion of purity is unintelligible even as an ideal, it is the philosophical equivalent of leaping out of one's own skin. Cassirer's insistence on the inescapability of symbolism has important implications for his theory of religion. While retaining Cohen's idea of religion as an ascent from myth, he can no longer explain this ascent in terms of a movement from outward symbols to inward truth. His conception is rather that of an internal dialectic within symbolism itself. Myth's failing is not that it uses symbols but that it uses them naively. It mistakes its own products for objective powers, it bows down before the work of its own hand. Religion takes the decisive step that is essentially alien to myth. In its use of sensuous images and signs it recognizes them as such a means of expression which, though they reveal a determinate meaning, must necessarily remain inadequate to it, which point to this meaning but never wholly exhausted. 29 Religion's achievement is thus revealed as a symbolic one. By recasting notions such as sacrifice and purification as metaphors, by apprehending them as expressive of inward intentions rather than literally efficacious, it opens up a whole new domain, the domain of the ethical. This reinterpretation has far-reaching consequences. It implies, for a start, that religion can never entirely transcend the sphere of myth. Even at its most spiritual, it remains dependent on the concrete imagery bequeathed to it by mythical tradition. If we attempt to isolate and remove the basic mythological components from religious belief, writes Cassirer, we no longer have religion in its real, objectively historical manifestation, all that remains is a shadow of it, an empty abstraction. 30 The universality of religion is, in Hegelian terms, a concrete universality, it realizes itself in and through the medium of a particular historical tradition. Remove that medium, and we are left with nothing but the chilly precepts of a Kant or a Robespierre. Cassirer's revision of the Kantian tradition carries another implication. For Cohen, the victory of religion over myth is final and unshakable. Once truth shines forth in abstract splendor, Why veil it again with figures? Why look through a glass darkly when we can see face to face? Cassirer cannot share this confidence. The overcoming of myth lies, for him, not in the outright transcendence of mythical images but in their free, reflective, sophisticated deployment. And this latter is a hard achievement to sustain. The images themselves rebel against it, they harbor nostalgia for their original fetishistic power. Only through the most strenuous exertion can they be kept at a metaphoric distance. Cassirer would not have been taken aback by modern fundamentalism. He would have viewed it as no more than a relapse of religion into its original mythical condition. But for all his modifications of the idealist tradition, Cassirer remains essentially within its orbit. Like Kant and Cohen, he wishes to rehabilitate religion as part of the process of human self-liberation. This defense of religion is not, it has to be said, one calculated to appeal to the religious. At the core of traditional Judaism and Christianity lies the encounter with God as transcendent, as other. From a Kantian perspective, however, such otherness can only appear an intolerable restriction on the autonomy of human reason. Properly conceived, God is no more than a projection of our own ethical ideals, an artifact of human culture. Ultimately, he is dispensable, for pure practical reason requires no external support. Hence Cassirer's oblique suggestion, at the end of his volume on myth, that religion may find its consummation in art. By the early 20th century, many were beginning to question the validity of this so-called call to religion. Is monotheism really destined to disappear into morality and art? Is the kingdom of heaven really just a precursor to the constitutional state? The enthusiasm of so many enlightened believers for the First World War reinforced these doubts. Religion appeared to have been co-opted by an essentially pagan civilization, forfeiting in the process all its critical power and depth. The crisis theology of Barth and Rosenzweig led the protest. It was followed slightly later, in a secularized form, by the existence philosophy of Jaspers and Heidegger. Cassirer was left stranded by these new developments. Holding fast to the liberal view of religion as an aspect of enlightenment, he was left with no yardstick against which to gauge the failings of enlightenment. I shall return to these issues again in Chapter 8, when I come to examine Cassirer's confrontation with Heidegger at Davos. From Myth to Science. In Volume 3 of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, Cassirer presents an alternative dialectic, a dialectic of theoretical as opposed to practical reason. Beginning again with myth, he moves this time not through religion but through language and science. Cassirer's other innovation in this third volume is to supplement objective with subjective analysis. Following the method outlined in Naderp's Allgemeine Psychologie, he works backward from the empirical facts of culture to the fundamental forms of consciousness underlying them. This brings him into contact with a good deal of contemporary phenomenology and psychology. It also allows him to strengthen his case for the ineliminability of myth. No mere contingent historical fact, myth is grounded in a basic perceptual phenomenon. This explains its tenacity and the vulnerability of all higher forms of culture to sudden, catastrophic collapse. The basic perceptual phenomenon underlying myth is that of expression. We have already seen that Cassirer regards all perception as ineliminably symbolic in character, as pregnant with a certain meaning. Here, drawing on the work of contemporary psychologists such as Kurt Koffka and Wolfgang Kohler and phenomenologists such as Skidelsky and Clausius, he claims that this meaning is in the first instance expressive meaning. We never see objects in their purely physical aspect, we see them as soothing or disturbing, as familiar or uncanny. Myth is grounded in this experience of expression, this intuition of the world as a great society of life. Totemism, animism, sympathetic magic, and all its other traits can be derived from this one basic feature. Psychology and anthropology, subjective and objective analysis, corroborate one another. Expressive phenomena are not to be viewed, insists Cassirer, as a projection of inner states onto a neutral physical substratum. On the contrary, it is this neutral substratum that is itself derivative, a product of scientific analysis. We arrive at the data of mere sensations such as light or dark, warm or cold, rough or smooth only by setting away a fundamental stratum of perception, by doing away with it, so to speak, for a definite theoretical purpose. This disregard is perfectly justified from the point of view of the purely theoretical intention, the intention of building an objective order of nature and apprehending its laws, but it cannot do away with the world of expressive phenomena as such. 31 Myth is therefore not, as commonly presented, a spiritualization of a neutral physical reality but a state prior to the very distinction between the spiritual and the physical. It knows neither a unified soul nor a homogeneous, law-bound nature, but only a single undifferentiated intuition of life, a primordial Lebensgefühl. 32 All nature is imbued with spirit, yet spirit, by the same token, belongs entirely to nature. Cassirer's theory explains not only the primacy but also the tenacity of myth. For the expressive meaning on which myth is based can never be extinguished entirely. We too perceive the forest as sinister and the sunrise as hopeful. If we set these perceptions aside as subjective, it is only in deference to a certain scientific conception of the world. And there is one sphere in which expressive meaning is absolutely ineliminable, namely, that of other human subjects. This is the crux of Cassirer's argument. If we view mind and body in Cartesian fashion, as separate substances interacting causally, we can never know for certain that other people have minds at all. We might at best infer that they do, on the basis of analogies between their behavior and our own. But the whole problem of other minds, as traditionally formulated, is a pseudo-problem. It evaporates the moment we realize that mind-body dualism is not basic but a highly intellectualized abstraction from a more primordial awareness of bodies as expressive of states of mind. With the progress of science, writes Cassirer, the pure expressive function loses ground, the pure picture of life is transposed into an existence of things and the form of causal relations between things. But it can never wholly enter into this form and never be submerged in it, for if it did so, not only would the mythical world of demons and gods disappear, but the fundamental phenomenon of livingness as such would vanish. 33 It was on this basis, as we shall see in the next chapter, that Cassirer was to criticize the physicalism of the Vienna Circle. If the primary, inalienable locus of expressive meaning is the human body, then its primary unit is the gesture. Smiles, frowns, shrugs, and jabs are the basic idiom of the emotions. This allows Cassirer to place on a firmer foundation his claim that the original form of myth is ritual, linguistic myths being subsequent interpretations of already existing cultic practices. 34 If myth is based on expression, and the primary locus of expression is the body, it follows that myth does not require any linguistic supplement. Its ideal type might be envisaged as a dance of worship before the rising sun or the setting of stones around a grave. The mere intelligibility of such actions demonstrates that the realm of the symbolic extends beyond that of the linguistic. Language belongs, logically and historically, to a later stratum of development. What distinguishes language from myth is its introduction of the new function of representation. Language is not just expressive, it serves the additional purpose of designating objects and their properties. It is a crucial instrument in the stabilization of the world, molding it into fixed, recurring items. Yet these two functions of language, expressive and descriptive, are never divorced entirely. We can never express by language the nature of things without at the same time expressing our own nature. But on the other hand, there exists also the opposite relation. The utterance of an affection always contains a will to objectification and a power of objectification. 35 Language is, as Cassirer puts it in a letter to Saxel, always simultaneously animation and determination, personification and objectification. 36 It thus forms the crucial intermediary between the purely expressive world of myth and the purely cognitive world of science. It goes without saying, given his idealist orientation, that Cassirer regards language not as an instrument for picking out pre-existent things and attributes but as an essential factor in their initial constitution. When the representative function of names has dawned on a child, his whole inner attitude toward reality has changed. Only now do the objects which hitherto acted directly on the emotions and will begin in a sense to recede into the distance, into a distance where they can be looked at, intuited, in which they can be actualized in their spatial outlines and independent qualitative determinations. 37 Here again, Cassirer draws support from the psychological literature of the day. He takes particular encouragement from recent studies of neurological disorders such as aphasia and apraxia, which demonstrate a close connection between language loss and perceptual damage. 38 These findings are corroborated by the research of Carl Buehler and others into child development. Words are originally not just a tool of communication but also a mode of objectivization. The child's hunger for names is ultimately a hunger for forms. 39. Cassirer's thought on language derives not just from modern scientific research, but also from the German Romantic tradition. It was Herder who first questioned the dominant Enlightenment theory of language as an intellectual instrument, a tool for the classification of precise objects. This theory is viciously circular, he argued, for it presupposes that we have objects as such to classify. Language's true achievement must be located further back, in the initial act of reflection by means of which the subject disengages from and surveys the world. Herder's act of reflection recalls the Kantian act of world constitution, only its protagonist is no longer Kant's transcendental subject, but language itself, viewed as a concrete social fact. The appeal of this theory to Cassirer is obvious. It frees language from subordination to any external theoretical or pragmatic telos. Language is no longer, as it is for Etienne de Condillac and Pierre-Louis Maupertuis, a first groping of the scientific instinct, giving way in time to more adequate notations. It has its own organic form, it is an inviolable expression of the specifically human mode of being. 40. Still, the teleological impulse in Cassirer's thought cannot rest content with this image of language as complete in and of itself. The cognitive interest, even if it does not explain language, is implicit within and gradually works its way out of language, eventually forging for itself the new instrument of scientific symbolism. This process is the main subject of the first volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. Here, Cassirer traces the evolution of language in the direction of ever greater abstraction and universality. He shows how an original patchwork of local idioms is progressively supplanted by a small number of general concepts, how braces, reams, choirs, and so forth yield their privileges to the all-purpose 1, 2, and 3. But even if language exhibits a tendency in the direction of more universal organization, this tendency remains necessarily confined within certain limits. This is because language possesses no general principle of order. Each word has its own relatively limited radius of action, beyond which its force does not extend. Language still lacks the means of combining several different spheres of signification into a new linguistic whole designated by a unitary form. 41 This final achievement belongs, as Cassirer has already shown in his early epistemological work, to mathematical natural science. Number emerges as the indispensable instrument of unification, for it alone has the power to organize heterogeneous sensory impressions into homogeneous ordered series. How else, except by translation into numerical terms, can the red of strawberries and the blast of a trumpet be rendered commensurable? Number is a kind of universal acid, by means of which the plurality of objects and properties is dissolved into a functional whole. 42. Cassirer's attitude to this development is ambiguous, reflecting the tension in his thought between teleological and centrifugal perspectives. From the cognitive point of view, the movement from language to science represents a glorious fulfillment. The will to universal organization that lies slumbering in language attains to self-consciousness in science, it bursts forth, in Cassirer's metaphor, like a butterfly from its chrysalis. 43 But this cognitive perspective is not the only one possible. Language is not only destined for logical ends and its development cannot be judged by merely logical standards. It is interwoven in the whole life of man and has to serve all the needs and purposes of this life. 44 From this broader human perspective, science appears a hideous freezing over of the life of language. The free play of the word, its expressive power, all that is personal and intimate in it, is extinguished. Here it is no longer any individual subject, but only the thing itself that speaks. 45. Lurking behind this conflict is the ominous issue of nationalism. 46. The Herderian expressivist view of language to which Cassirer was so attached was deeply implicated in the folkish chauvinism he mistrusted and feared. Neurath and Carnap, by contrast, advocated the neutral, emotionally sterilized language of mathematics and science as a means of overcoming national prejudice. Cassirer could take neither side in this debate. If his cosmopolitan loyalties drew him to science, his cultural sensitivity made it impossible for him to join the logical positivists in their search for a neutral system of formulae, for a symbolism freed from the slag of historical languages. 47. Natural language retains its full rights alongside the formulas of mathematics, logic, and science. The tension between them remains, it cannot be resolved in favor of one or the other. Here, as elsewhere, Cassirer's synthesis is fraught with potential for conflict. Although in essence a decisive break with language, mathematical natural science remains for a long time under its spell. It continues to operate with concepts such as matter, force, and cause, concepts to which, following the basic tendency of linguistic representation, it ascribes a substantive reality. Only gradually, over the course of centuries, does it learn to view them merely as convenient ways of representing strictly mathematical relationships. Cassirer is thus able to integrate the basic thesis of substance and function into his new philosophy of symbolic forms. The struggle against the substantialist worldview is now conceived as part of the broader struggle of science against language. And this struggle is paralleled by an equally protracted struggle against myth. Modern astronomy emerged only gradually from the matrix of astrology. Even today, scientists are prone to mythologize or anthropomorphize their basic concepts. It suffices here to recall the centuries-long and still inconclusive struggle to free the concept of force from all mythological components, to transform it into a pure concept of function. 48. Thus, in science, no less than in religion and art, the battle against myth is never-ending. Here too, Athens is never finally safe from Alexandria. But even if science is in one sense opposed to anthropomorphism, it shares in a deeper sense the anthropomorphism inherent in all human culture. At the end of his essay on Einstein's theory of relativity, the most radical attempt yet to liberate our image of the world from intuition, Cassirer quotes the words of Goethe: "All philosophy of nature is still only anthropomorphism, i.e., man, at unity with himself, imparts to everything that he is not, this unity, draws it into his unity, makes it one with himself. We can observe, measure, calculate, weigh, etc., nature as much as we will, it is still only our measure and weight, as man is the measure of all things." 49. Even if science strives to eliminate from its world picture all the accidents of human constitution and perspective, it nonetheless remains bound to those universal conditions of system, on which depends the peculiarity of the physical way of formulating problems. 50. Physics is not just the imprint of reality on consciousness, it remains, in a qualified sense, an expression of the human spirit. Cassirer thus restores new life to the Marburg School's humanist vision of science. No cold, external force, science is the highest and most characteristic attainment of human culture. 51. Cassirer's genealogy of science belongs, then, to the type described by Bernard Williams as vindicatory rather than debunking. 52. It is founded on the Hegelian conviction that science must be understood not so much in its result, in its mere product, as in its character of a process, in the mode and form of its procedure itself. 53. To modern minds, this is a curious enterprise. Science's contemporary champions tend to view it as a sphere of timeless, self-enclosed truth, only its deprecators want to relate it to more primitive forms of culture. Science, they are fond of saying, is just secularized monotheism, hence uniquely Western, imperialistic, and so on. Such Feyerabendian themes were far from Cassirer's heart. He sought to understand modernity, not to destroy it. But he believed that such an understanding could only be historical, and hence had to start with an inquiry into the pre-modern. Only by retracing the emergence of science from its primal source can we grasp what it is in and of itself. Any attempt to cut it off from this source, to idealize it as a timeless structure, can only succeed in obscuring its distinctive achievement. Precisely this reproach was to be leveled by Cassirer against logical positivism, as we shall see in the next chapter. From philosophy to cultural criticism. To understand a philosopher, wrote Iris Murdoch, it sometimes helps to know what he or she fears. What Cassirer fears above all else is one-sidedness, the tendency of the human mind to elevate a single symbolic framework into an absolute reality, thereby denying legitimacy to all others. The naive realism of the ordinary view of the world, he writes, like the realism of dogmatic metaphysics, falls into this error, ever again. It separates out of the totality of possible concepts of reality a single one and sets it up as a norm and pattern for all the others. Thus certain necessary formal points of view, from which we seek to judge and understand the world of phenomena, are made into things, into absolute beings. Whether we characterize this ultimate being as matter or life, nature or history, there always results for us in the end confusion in our view of the world, because certain spiritual functions, that cooperate in its construction, are excluded and others are overemphasized. Point 54. The philosophy of symbolic form seeks not only to explain the possibility of such one-sidedness but also to overcome it. By disclosing each symbolic form as a symbolic form and moreover as part of a broader system of symbolism on which it depends for its own intelligibility, it relieves us of the temptation to ascribe to it an absolute and exclusive validity. Cassirer finds an analogy in Einstein's concept of relativity. Just as the plurality of spaces and times in Einstein's theory can be resolved into an underlying functional unity, so too can the various symbolic forms be assigned a fixed place in a coherent relational system. If we assumed this problem solved, then the rights would be assured, and the limits fixed, of each of the particular forms of the concept and of knowledge as well as of the general forms of the theoretical, ethical, aesthetic, and religious understanding of the world. Each particular form would be relativized with regard to the others, but since this relativization is throughout reciprocal and since no single form but only the systematic totality can serve as the expression of truth and reality, the limit that results appears as a thoroughly immanent limit, as one that is removed as soon as we again relate the individual to the system as a whole. Point 55. Thus it is Goethe's familiar irony, here decked out in scientific guise, that emerges as the antidote to cultural fragmentation. Exclusive absorption in a single point of view engenders the illusion that this point of view itself defines reality. It inspires what Alfred North Whitehead called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Physicists come to believe in the literal existence of atoms, biologists of genes, economists of interests. Yet all are mere stratagems of the human intellect, sketches of a reality that forever outstrips in richness and magnitude the resources of any single representational framework. Just as Einstein grasped Newton's absolute space as the product of a particular system of measurement, so must we grasp each particular world image as an artifact of our own symbolic creativity. As so often, Cassirer's thought is anticipated in Goethe. However fully developed our nomenclature is, we must remember that it is only a nomenclature, that a word is merely a sign of syllables attached to a certain phenomenon. Thus it can never express nature completely and ought to be regarded as mere equipment for our comfort. 56. But cultural harmony is not to be won as easily as the analogy of Einstein's theory of relativity might suggest. In Einstein's theory, every system of space and time is fully expressible in terms of every other system. There exist equations for transforming measurements obtained in one into those obtained in others. Yet precisely this commensurability is lacking in the case of the symbolic forms. There are, blatantly, no equations for transforming a magical augury into a scientific prognosis or a landscape painting into a geological survey. Cassirer himself admits as much. Where there exists such diversities in fundamental direction of consideration, the results of consideration cannot be directly compared and measured with each other. 57. In what sense, then, Do the symbolic forms constitute a system or a totality within which each individual has its own fixed place? In the absence of any overarching standard of comparison, what possible meaning can we attach to such language? The philosophy of symbolic forms suggests an answer to this question. The unity of the symbolic forms consists simply in the fact that they are progressive manifestations of an underlying symbolic capacity, stages in a continuous narrative. But such unity is different from that of Einsteinian physics. It is no longer a tight logical coherence, but a label. Equilibrium. Liable to all sorts of disturbances. 58 incommensurable standpoints are not, by definition, open to once and for all synchronization. They can be held in balance only through a continually renewed effort of reflection. A purely theoretical thus becomes a moral endeavor. Goethean irony is no glib intellectual trick, but the most strenuous of enterprises. It is nothing other than the mind's ongoing struggle to maintain its liberty of survey, to counteract its own natural tendency to settle into one or another fixed attitude. For Cassirer, as for Wittgenstein, philosophy is an endlessly renewed effort to be human. What exactly are the forces of disintegration against which philosophy must struggle? On the one side lies myth, that restless archaic presence, forever straining the bounds of irony and metaphor within which modern civilization seeks to confine it. And on the other side lies science, menacing us with the specter of a world devoid of color and meaning. In the early 20th century, these two forces appear in the guise of Lebensphilosophy and positivism. Although no longer metaphysical in the old sense, both currents repeat the error of metaphysical dogmatism. Both are guilty of elevating a single symbolic form into an absolute conception of the world, of presenting a partial truth as though it were total. Nor are these two forms of one-sidedness entirely unrelated. As we have seen, it is precisely the narrowing of reason in modern science and technology that clears the field for the derationalization of metaphysics, ethics, and politics. It is not surprising, then, to find technology and myth join forces in totalitarianism. Cassirer's last work, The Myth of the State, is devoted to the analysis of this unholy alliance. This, then, is the grand design of Cassirer's philosophy, to restore equilibrium to human culture, to heal a fractured world. Seldom can an enterprise so splendidly conceived have met with such failure. Cassirer's call for reconciliation found no echo in an ideologically embittered Europe. On all sides, he was dismissed as a benign irrelevance. Carnap found him rather pastoral, Isaiah Berlin serenely innocent, Adorno totally gaga. 59. From Cassirer's perspective, such hostility simply testifies to modern culture's advanced state of fragmentation, with its attendant dogmatism and one-sidedness. But the cause lies deeper than this. It can be traced to what is perhaps the fundamental presupposition of Cassirer's philosophy, its historicization of Kant's transcendental subject. Whereas Kant had tried to outline the fundamental conditions of consciousness as such, Cassirer, following Cohen and Naderp, confined his gaze to the evolving forms of myth, science, language, and religion. In doing so, he expressed his faith, the faith of almost all his generation, in the progressive tendency of history. The steady advance of liberal civilization had robbed the old quest for absolutes of its urgency. Philosophy no longer seemed to require a standpoint a priori, it could, so to speak, entrust itself to history. Skeptical as he was of Hegel's metaphysical optimism, Cassirer never renounced the common 19th-century view of history as embodying a moral meaning and purpose. As late as 1944, he could speak of human culture, taken as a whole, as the process of man's progressive self-liberation. 60. This explains why Cassirer never felt the need to develop an independent ethical theory. 61 In Kant's system, the independence of ethics as a discipline rests on the independence of reason as a unifying faculty of ends. But Cassirer, as we have seen, dispenses with such a faculty, instating in its place the symbol as the unifying principle of culture. This shift implies the disappearance of the moral as a distinct, self-contained realm. Yet it does not imply the elimination of morality as such. For the symbol itself contains a liberating, that is to say, an ethical power. Morality is thereby infused into all forms of human creativity. It is dissolved into culture. Hence, in place of an ethics, Cassirer offers a vision of what he calls, echoing the sociologist Norbert Elias, the civilizing process. 62. A poem, a painting, or a scientific theory is not just an intellectual but also an ethical achievement, for whatever its immediate aim and content, it cannot help but to loosen the bonds of appetite and fear, to extend the domain of freedom over that of brute natural force. All the symbolic forms participate in this endeavor, all are directed towards the one goal of transforming the passive world of mere impressions, in which the spirit seems at first imprisoned, into a world that is pure expression of the human spirit. 63. Having witnessed the perversion of science, language, art, and religion during the First World War, the younger generation felt ill-inclined to accept Cassirer's vision of the civilizing process. With our own eyes, wrote the poet Paul Valéry, we have seen conscientious labor, the most solid learning, the most serious discipline and application applied to appalling ends. 64. Philosophy was forced to rethink its basic presuppositions. It could no longer treat as given the fact of science and culture. It had to find some position external to science and culture from which their processes could be evaluated, and if necessary resisted. It had to articulate an a priori conception of being or meaning, a firm standard against which to measure the particular conceptions embodied in actual social practice. Only thus, so ran the thought, could human reason preserve itself against the tides of history. In chapters 6 and 8, we shall see this new impulse work itself out in the writings of Wittgenstein, Husserl, and their philosophical followers. Cassirer tried his utmost to come to terms with these new tendencies, and even to reach an accommodation with them. It was a doomed undertaking. In order to accept Cassirer's olive branch, thinkers such as Schlick and Heidegger would have had to abandon the a priorism that was, for them, the essence of genuine philosophy. They would have had to submit to a cultural process in which they had lost all faith. Cassirer's failure was thus more than just personal. It was the failure of an entire tradition, the tradition of Herder and Goethe, Hegel and Humboldt. The civilizing process was over. The barbarism of specialization had dawned. 6. Logical positivism. The spirit world is not sealed off, your mind is closed, your heart is dead. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. In worldview, in that which I regard as the ethos of philosophy, wrote Cassirer in his private notes, I believe I stand closer to no other philosophical school than to the thinkers of the Vienna Circle. 1. This declaration should be taken at face value. Cassirer genuinely shared the logical positivists' respect for the exact sciences and what might more broadly be called scientific civilization. He was, like them, an internationalist, politically progressive, if not revolutionary, and a believer in rational argument as the true method of philosophy. Cassirer and the Vienna Circle were above all united in their hostility to the mysticism and fanaticism that had overtaken German intellectual life since the collapse of 1918. Both strove, in different ways, to defend the heritage of the Enlightenment. Cassirer's declaration of sympathy is borne out by his friendly relations with Schlick, Carnap, Neurath, and especially Hans Reichenbach, the Berlin ambassador of the Vienna Circle, with whom he corresponded intermittently over some 25 years. The positivists looked to Cassirer as an influential ally and patron in the increasingly hostile world of German academic philosophy. Their letters to him are full of requests for references and help with publications. Cassirer was generally forthcoming, but ever the conciliators sometimes urged them to soften their strident tone. Precisely, if you are counting on support from representatives of philosophy, he replied in 1931 to Reichenbach's petition for new chairs in scientific philosophy, then in my opinion you must definitely avoid the appearance of some kind of competition with philosophy geared to the humanities and intellectual history too. Reichenbach agreed in principle, yet protested that it is not at all easy for me to put the standpoint over to natural scientists, most of whom want a stronger form of petition. I think you can scarcely imagine the extent of the bitterness in scientific circles towards the prevailing tendency in philosophy, it is really only your name that is exempt from this judgment. 3. Reichenbach no doubt had in mind the Heideggerian existence philosophy that had swept the German philosophical world since the publication of Being and Time in 1927. His letter is evidence of the deep divisions in German intellectual life as well as Cassirer's precarious position as mediator. But although Cassirer and the logical positivists both strove to advance the cause of enlightenment, they envisaged this task quite differently. For the positivists, the problem presented itself as one of demarcation. Their ambition was to establish a rule separating sentences of science from sentences of metaphysics or pseudoscience. And because they regarded the domain of science as coextensive with that of sense, this in turn became a task of establishing a general criterion of meaning. Such a criterion would, they hoped, reveal all sentences of science as meaningful, while unmasking sentences of metaphysics as cognitively meaningless. Only thus could knowledge be purged of all subjective ideological elements, only thus could genuine science be distinguished from the fantasies of a Spengler or a Houston Stewart Chamberlain. But the practice of the Vienna Circle was not always consistent with its theory. Standing squarely in the progressivist tradition of Kant and Mach, it applied its semantic razor only to ideologues of the right. Marx and Freud it accepted at face value as genuine scientists. It would have to wait for Popper, not himself a member of the circle, to question the credentials of these heroes of the left. Yet the failings of logical positivism ran deeper still. Its criterion of meaning was so stringent as to condemn not just blatant pseudoscience but most of what has traditionally passed for sound moral and political sense. According to the imperative theory of Carnap or the expressivist theory of A.J. Ayer, all moral statements, from the most humane to the most fanatic, are nothing but expressions of personal preference. There are no reasons for preferring the ethics of a Schweitzer to those of a Goebbels. Nor was logical positivism able to cast light on the fundamental religious and existential questions, it simply dismissed them as a meaningless psychic irritant. Positivism can be seen, in Kolakowski's words, as the escapist's design for a life voluntarily cut off from participation in anything that cannot be correctly formulated. The language it imposes exempts us from the duty of speaking up in life's most important conflicts, encases us in a kind of armor of indifference to the ineffabalia mundi, the indescribable qualitative data of experience. For by withdrawing reason's gaze from the entire field of ethics, politics, religion, and private experience, logical positivism allowed, indeed encouraged, the most virulent forms of irrationalism to flourish unchecked. When reason sleeps, monsters are born. Despite their sharp polemical exchanges, Carnap and Heidegger can be seen, from this perspective, as inadvertently in league. Both work to curtail the scope of reason, thereby giving free rein to its monstrous other. Cassirer approached the defense of science and scientific civilization very differently. His aim was not to sequester science but rather to reveal its continuity with the other forms of culture. For him, it was precisely the detachment of science from any broader vision of man, and its consequent fragmentation into a series of rival specialisms, that constituted the central problem. The philosophy of symbolic forms attempts, as we have seen, to partially undo this process of alienation and fragmentation. It extends a ladder between science and the other cultural forms, revealing them as products of the same underlying symbolic capacity. Only thus, so runs the thought, can science win over those standing beyond its frontier. Logical positivism has nothing to say to such people. Its defense of reason remains purely hermetic or inward-looking. It ignores the need to which Cassirer's philosophy is addressed, namely, that of making the normative force of science visible from the outside. This difference of approach is reflected in a starkly contrasting attitude to history. The logical positivists regarded the metaphysics of the past as an obstruction pure and simple. Their technical innovations had the ultimate purpose of sweeping away the metaphysical and theological debris of millennia so as to reveal the common ground of simple human experience. 5. From Cassirer's point of view, this is a senseless endeavor. There is no such thing as simple human experience free from the taint of metaphysics or religion. Metaphysical ideas have always been inextricably involved in the development of empirical science. They have assisted in the conquest and intellectual opening up and interpretation of particular fields of knowledge and meaning. 6. Metaphysics requires not elimination but critique. Its central concepts must be reinterpreted in a purely regulative manner. Only thus can their positive scientific achievement be preserved even as their dogmatic pretensions are demolished. This difference of attitude toward the philosophy of the past can be understood in biographical as well as systematic terms. The logical positivists belong to the generation that came to intellectual maturity during or immediately after the First World War. Like many of their contemporaries, they gratefully renounced all debts to what they regarded as a dead civilization. The metaphysics of the 19th century, complex, historical, elusive, appeared to them nothing more than the corrupt superstructure of industrial capitalism, or else a projection of infantile desires and fears. Their work exudes a longing for new beginnings, for fresh air. "What has history to do with me?" wrote Wittgenstein in his wartime notebooks. "Mine is the first and only world." 7. Cassirer was already 40 years old when the First World War broke out, with several major books to his name. The war marked an important shift in his thinking, but it did not inspire a complete break with the past. History remained for him a source of inspiration, not a burden to be shrugged off. Temperamental differences compounded the generational divide. Cassirer was a natural evolutionist. With exaggerated modesty, he presented even his most original thoughts as the culmination of past trends. Like his idol Goethe, he hated all earthquakes and cataclysms. Cassirer and the logical positivists differed in their attitude not only to the metaphysics of the past but also to that of the present. The positivists viewed philosophers such as Heidegger as fit only for demolition. Their favorite tactic was to pluck individual sentences famously, the nothing itself knots out of context and subject them to minute logical scrutiny. 8. Such exercises of course made no impression on Heidegger and his followers, who simply denied the relevance of logic to philosophy. Cassirer was no less hostile than the positivists to the modern resurrection of metaphysics. But his strategy was characteristically cannier. Rather than dismissing the philosophers in question, he sought instead to co-opt them for his own philosophical enterprise. He interpreted Heidegger, Schiller, and Clausius as offering, unbeknownst to them, an invaluable contribution to the phenomenology of the mythical consciousness, a contribution that, purged of its metaphysical excrescences, could form part of his own philosophy of symbolic forms. Cassirer sought, in brief, not to eliminate the irrational but rather to incorporate it in a symbolic structure encompassing reason as well. Only thus, it seemed, could it be brought under some sort of control. I shall examine this strategy in more detail in the next chapter. Which of these two defenses of reason should be judged the more successful? In the short term, of course, both failed. Irrationalism conquered the German philosophical world, and ultimately the entire nation, forcing Cassirer and the positivists into English or American exile. In the slightly longer term, a relaxed variant of logical positivism came to dominate philosophy departments in Britain and North America, where it set the terms for serious discussion of the exact and social sciences. But analytic philosophy, as it came to be called, never exercised much influence over the wider culture, which remained under the sway of the alternative continental tradition. Jean-Paul Sartre, Hannah Arendt, Herbert Marcuse, and Jaspers, all thinkers deeply influenced by Heidegger, were the main shapers of post-war intellectual consciousness, not Carnap or Wittgenstein. Thus the two traditions arrived at a kind of modus vivendi, a pact of mutual non-comprehension. And this in turn reflected a broader cultural development, famously dubbed the disjunction of realms by the sociologist Daniel Bell. The era of scientific planning found its mirror image in a literature of absurdity and despair. Reason triumphed, but on severely limited terms. This division of the intellectual map left no room for the philosophy of symbolic forms, which sank into oblivion not long after the death of its author. Neither side of the philosophical divide felt able to relativize its own perspective in the manner demanded by Cassirer. Both laid claim to an absolute validity, beyond history and culture. Analytic philosophy was generally suspicious of attempts to relate science to broader cultural developments, seeing in them nothing more than a maliciously reductive sociology of knowledge. Existentialism, for its part, was loath to grant the individual any release from his own facticity into the mediating structures of objective spirit. From both perspectives, Cassirer appeared insufficiently rigorous, too quick to take refuge in the comfortable irony of a man of culture. Accusations of sloppy reasoning and bad faith were frequently leveled against him, his efforts at synthesis were rebuffed from all sides. It is tempting to dismiss such criticisms as expressive of the narrow, professionalist, and ultimately bureaucratic spirit that has come to dominate 20th-century philosophy. That would be partly, but not wholly true. For it was, as I suggested in the last chapter, an authentically philosophical concern for the autonomy of judgment that originally led thinkers on all sides to reject Cassirer's progressivism and resume the old quest for absolutes. For all its narrowness, logical positivism at least served to indicate the level on which any future philosophical inquiry would have to be pitched. When it was eventually superseded, it was to be on the basis of standards that it itself had helped to establish. Beginnings. The logical positivists' later distance from Cassirer is all the more surprising in view of their initial proximity. Schlick, Carnap, and Reichenbach all began their intellectual careers not as positivists but as thinkers of broadly neo-Kantian persuasion. 9 In contrast to Mach, they looked on scientific knowledge as an autonomous construction, based on a priori principles. Indeed, Schlick, later the convener and presiding spirit of the Vienna Circle, started out as a sharp critic of Machian positivism. In his general theory of knowledge, he accuses Mach of ignoring the unbridgeable gulf between knowledge, Erkennen, and mere intuition or acquaintance, Kennen. Knowledge, he argues, is not the simple sensory awareness of a thing but the recognition of it as that thing. It involves the exercise of our conceptual faculties, it is an achievement of the intellect as well as the senses. 10 Cassirer would have found nothing to dispute in this orthodox Kantian analysis. Indeed, his own work contains many similar arguments against Mach. Moreover, both Cassirer and Schlick extend their criticisms of Mach's intuitionism to philosophers such as Bergson and Simmel. They both clearly recognized the irrationalist potential of pre-war positivism, retorting with a distinctly Kantian emphasis on the autonomy and normativity of reason. 11. Schlick never renounced his early Kantian critique of Mach. The rejection of sensationalism became a defining feature of the new positivism, distinguishing it decisively from the older variety. Of course, the mature Schlick and his Vienna colleagues no longer formulated the case against sensationalism in Kantian terms. Under the influence of Wittgenstein, they substituted the proposition for judgment or synthesis as their basic unit of analysis. But the ultimate object was the same: to eliminate the intuitionist metaphysics implicit in Mach, thereby forestalling any slide into irrationalism. Cassirer could identify wholeheartedly with this goal. The striving for determinacy, for exactitude, for the elimination of the merely subjective, the philosophy of feeling. All these are demands that I acknowledge fully. 12. Turning from the early Schlick to the early Reichenbach, one is struck by an even closer affinity to the neo-Kantian tradition. In his 1920 work The Theory of Relativity and A Priori Knowledge, Reichenbach distinguishes two different meanings of the a priori, both of which are to be found in Kant, but that can in principle be separated. A priori can mean necessarily true or true for all time, yet it can also mean constituting the concept of the object. 13 The recent revolution in physics, claims Reichenbach, has forced these two senses apart. The first must now be discarded, on the grounds that no statement of science, however well established, can be assumed to be entirely beyond revision. But the second meaning of the a priori retains its force. For scientific theories consist not only of empirical laws, expressed in equations, but also what Reichenbach calls axioms of coordination, general principles for coordinating these equations to empirical objects. These axioms of coordination cannot possibly derive from experience, for they themselves define what is to count as an object of experience. They are a priori in the second sense of the term. We cannot conclude with Kant, however, that they are a priori in the first sense as well, for any system of coordinating principles can in the course of scientific investigation be exposed as implicitly contradictory. And this is precisely what Einstein has demonstrated in the case of Newtonian physics. These reflections suggest a revision of critical epistemology along lines already familiar to us from the Marburg school. We can no longer aspire to uncover the structure of consciousness as such, but only the basic principles underlying contemporary scientific practice. These principles can be detected only gradually, by means of logical analysis, and it is impossible to determine how long their specific form will remain valid. 14 Moreover, Reichenbach goes on to outline a conception of scientific progress strikingly similar to that of the Marburg school. In the advance of science, he argues, we not only ascribe new properties to an already defined object, we progressively redefine the object. Classical physics, for example, defines physical objects in terms of their location in absolute space and time, but in Einsteinian physics these properties are relativized to a particular system of reference. 15 Reichenbach is here reiterating, albeit with greater sophistication, the familiar Marburg theme of the object as infinite task. Scientific progress is not just an accumulation of new facts but a progressive refinement of our world image in the direction of ever greater abstraction and universality. Reichenbach had not read Cassirer when he wrote the theory of relativity and a priori knowledge, and so makes no mention of their similarities. But the following year he made good the omission with a fulsome acknowledgement of Cassirer's brilliant and excellent work on Einstein, which has awakened Neo-Kantianism from its dogmatic slumber. 16 As one might expect, Reichenbach singles out for special praise Cassirer's relaxation of Kantian dogmatism. His every sentence evinces a command of critical analysis that is bent not on a preservation of Kant's doctrines, but on a continuation of Kant's methods. The transcendental method searches for the presuppositions of knowledge. If the system of knowledge has changed since Kant, then Kant's presuppositions of knowledge must be corrected. 17 However, Reichenbach goes on to criticize Cassirer for not clearly renouncing the apodictic character of all epistemological statements. Following Einstein's revolution, Kant's universal synthetic a priori requires not revision but elimination. This criticism is based on a misunderstanding, though. As we saw in Chapter 3, Cassirer envisages the goal of establishing synthetic a priori truths, or what he calls the invariance of experience, as one that may never be completely attained at any given stage, but that nevertheless remains as a demand, and prescribes a fixed direction to the continuous unfolding and evolution of the systems of experience. 18 Cassirer, in other words, conceives of the synthetic a priori in purely regulative terms. It represents for him not a fixed set of axioms, but an ideal of scientific knowledge. Reichenbach's criticisms fail to hit their designated target. And indeed, it seems that Reichenbach must himself adhere, albeit implicitly, to some version of Kant's regulative a priori if what he describes as science's tendency to progressive generalization is to be intelligible as real progress. A similar misunderstanding is at work in the 1920-21 debate between Cassirer and Schlick over the philosophical implications of relativity. In his paper Critical or Empiricist Interpretations of Modern Physics, Schlick, like Reichenbach, argues that the Einsteinian revolution has finally put paid to Kant's notion of universal a priori truths. 19 No statement of science, however seemingly well established, is beyond revision. The universal a priori can be saved only by so diluting its content that no future discovery can count against it, a weasel maneuver that Schlick discerns in Cassirer's work on Einstein. But Schlick has evidently not taken the full measure of Cassirer's departure from Kantian orthodoxy. For Cassirer's intention is not to dilute Kant's constitutive a priori but rather to replace it with a purely regulative conception. I would allow as a priori in the strict sense, he explains in a private letter to Schlick, really only the thought of the unity of nature, that is to say the lawfulness of experience in general. but how this thought is made specific in particular principles and presuppositions, this comes to light only in the progress of scientific experience. 20. Thus already in these early years we can see Schlick and Reichenbach moving toward a purely formal theory of a prioricity, while Cassirer develops a dynamic, teleological conception of the same. But this does not yet amount to a distinction between two entirely different conceptions of the philosophical enterprise. All three men remain epistemologists in the original sense of that term, all three reject Machian positivism in favor of a constructivist, broadly neo-Kantian view of science, and all three are excited by recent developments in physics and geometry. Cassirer is rather more deferential than the other two to the authority of Kant, but even this difference is more one of style than substance. How can we explain, then, their later divergence? Just as logical positivism emerges as a technical, analytic, and self-consciously revolutionary style of philosophizing, Cassirer's own thought evolves in precisely the opposite direction. What is it that prompts this parting of the ways? The impact of the Tractatus. Surveying the movement of the leading positivists away from their neo-Kantian origins, the influence of Wittgenstein stands out as decisive. His Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, first published in 1922, made an overwhelming impression on the Vienna Circle, an impression later consolidated in private conversations with Carnap, Schlick, and Friedrich Waismann. Since the publication of my earlier works, wrote Schlick to Cassirer in 1927, I have been through the logical school of Russell and Wittgenstein, and now place such heightened demands on philosophical thought that I can read most philosophical productions only with the greatest effort of will. The Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus I regard as the most brilliant and significant achievement of modern philosophy. Even the personality of Wittgenstein, who is likely never to publish anything again, is truly great. I firmly believe that philosophy has been brought to a critical juncture by the impulse originating from logic, and that we are approaching the Leibnizian ideal of philosophizing. The boundary against empty talk and questioning must be drawn much more sharply than before. 21. Cassirer's feelings on receiving this letter can be imagined. His own works might well have been among those that Schlick could now read only with the greatest effort of will. What exactly was it about the Tractatus that so impressed Schlick and the other members of the Vienna Circle? As we have seen, the early Schlick and Reichenbach conceived their task as one of elucidating the structure of natural science as it actually exists. Like the Marburg philosophers, their enterprise was essentially inductive, hence the significance for them of Einstein's new physics. The Tractatus sweeps all this loftily aside. Its goal is an a priori theory of meaning in general, not an inductive philosophy of science. Thus, although Wittgenstein follows Schlick and Reichenbach in their denial of synthetic a priori truth, he bases this conclusion not on developments in modern physics but on considerations of pure semantics. The Tractatus is a central document in what might be called 20th century philosophy's foundational turn, its strict self-segregation from empirical inquiry. The word philosophy must mean something whose place is above or below the natural sciences, not beside them. 22. Wittgenstein developed his theory of meaning with the aid of Russell's and Freya's new logic, thereby placing that logic on an altogether new foundation. The so-called truths of logic are no longer, as Russell had argued, descriptions of the most general features of reality, but tautologies arising out of the formal structure of representation. We can actually do without logical propositions, for in a suitable notation we can in fact recognize the formal properties of propositions by mere inspection of the propositions themselves. 23. Logic says nothing at all about the world, it simply serves to elucidate the symbols we use to describe the world. This doctrine has a certain Kantian flavor, acknowledged by Wittgenstein in his remark that logic is transcendental. 24. But in another sense, it is un-Kantian. For the structure revealed by logic is an empty, tautological structure. It imposes no limits on us, nor can it be contrasted with some kind of absolute, unlimited reality. Indeed, the very thought that logic imposes limits is incoherent, insofar as it presupposes that we can somehow think beyond those limits. This is the reasoning behind Wittgenstein's remark that solipsism, when its implications are followed out strictly, coincides with pure realism. 25. The appeal of this doctrine to the logical positivists is not hard to fathom. In the first instance, it suggested a radical new answer to the old question concerning the status of mathematics. This question had long been a thorn in the side of empiricism. The attempts of both Mill and Mach to construe mathematics as a purely inductive science were generally deemed to have failed, yet the only alternatives on offer were the decidedly non-empiricist theories of Kant and Plato. Nor could the logicism of Russell and Freya offer a solution so long as the status of logic itself remained obscure. Here Wittgenstein came to the rescue. His doctrine that logic is nothing but a set of tautologies, combined with the logicist claim that all mathematics is reducible to logic, yielded the highly satisfactory conclusion that mathematics too is nothing but a set of tautologies. The main obstacle to radical empiricism was thereby removed. Mathematics lost its status as a mysterious source of non-empirical knowledge, clearing the field for the view that all knowledge derives entirely from experience. But the impact of the Tractatus ran deeper still. It suggested a transformation of empiricism from a theory about the sources of knowledge into a theory about the limits of meaning. This transformation was not, it should be added, any part of Wittgenstein's original intention. He regarded the Tractatus as a contribution to logic, not epistemology. Yet it was natural for the logical positivists, with their background in natural science, to read it in an epistemological spirit. The Tractatus advances what has come to be known as a truth-conditional theory of meaning. It asserts that to understand a proposition means to know what is the case if it is true. 26. Taken as it stands, this statement carries no particular epistemic force. Nevertheless, it can easily be read as equivalent to the similar statement that to understand a proposition means to know how to establish that it is true. And this latter statement contains, in embryo, the famous principle of verification, according to which a sentence has meaning only insofar as it can in principle be verified. Traditional empiricist epistemology thus re-emerged within the semantic structure of the Tractatus. From a psychological theory about the origins of knowledge, it became a semantic theory about the conditions of meaning. The Tractatus not only gave new life to empiricism, it even suggested an accommodation with the extreme form of empiricism associated with Mach. The early Schlick had, as we saw, criticized Mach for confusing sensation with knowledge. The Tractatus indicates a way of avoiding this confusion while at the same time restoring sensation to its central position. The key lies in its division of all propositions into elementary propositions, which are true or false by virtue of some state of affairs, and non-elementary propositions, which are true or false by virtue of the truth or falsity of elementary propositions. Wittgenstein intended this distinction in a purely logical sense. But the positivists interpreted it in an epistemological sense, as a distinction between propositions referring directly to sensory experiences and other propositions resting on them. Wittgenstein's original thesis that all propositions can be displayed as truth functions of elementary propositions thus became the very different thesis that all empirical statements can be verified directly on the basis of observation or protocol statements. And this latter thesis is something like a semantic restatement of the phenomenalism of Mach. Sensation reassumes its leading role, this time not as the ultimate material of reality but as the ultimate basis of verification. The Vienna Circle was thus able to cast itself as Mach's legitimate heir, while at the same time distancing itself from the metaphysics implicit in his doctrine of elements. If the Tractatus drew the thinkers of the Vienna Circle closer to Mach, it also distanced them from their early Kantianism. Reichenbach started out, as we saw, defending a dynamized version of Kant's synthetic a priori. The Tractatus eliminates any such notion. No a priori statement can possibly contain substantial information about the world, because a prioricity is simply a function of analyticity. Whatever we can describe at all could be other than it is. There is no a priori order of things. 27 metaphysical propositions are, in this view, superstitions, disguised tautologies, or most suggestively of all pseudo-propositions, devoid of cognitive meaning. Carnap seized on this last suggestion, making it the basis for a purge of metaphysics far more radical than any envisaged by Mach. I found Wittgenstein's view on this point close to the one I had previously developed under the influence of anti-metaphysical scientists and philosophers. I had recognized that many of these sentences and questions originate in a misuse of language and a violation of logic. Under the influence of Wittgenstein, this conception was strengthened and became more definite and radical. 28. However, this superficial agreement conceals a deeper disagreement. Wittgenstein's purpose in tightening the bounds of sense was not to destroy what lay on the other side but, on the contrary, to guard it against colonization by science. Like Kant, he found it necessary to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. But the positivists overlooked or ignored this subtlety. It was enough for them that Wittgenstein's mysticism coincided formally with their own radical skepticism. The remaining differences could be put down to temperament. His intellect, wrote Carnap, working with great intensity and penetrating power, had recognized that many statements in the field of religion and metaphysics did not, strictly speaking, say anything. But this result was extremely painful for him emotionally, as if he were compelled to admit a weakness in a beloved person. Schlick, and I, by contrast, had no love for metaphysics or metaphysical theology, and therefore could abandon them without inner conflict or regret. 29. What Carnap failed to grasp was that Wittgenstein's denial of meaning to metaphysics was not an unfortunate spin-off of his work in logic but its central point. Wittgenstein's intentions were never purely theoretical. His semantic innovations were ultimately at the service of his mysticism. They aimed at preserving the integrity of the unsayable. Neither, of course, were the intentions of Carnap and the other positivists purely theoretical. They too had ulterior motives for denying meaning to metaphysics and theology. Neurath, the chief ideologist of the Vienna Circle, viewed these discourses in standard Marxist terms, as enshrining traditional power relations. Their exposure as cognitively empty was intended to clear the ground for a broader political and psychological critique. Thus, by a curious irony, a technique arising out of a highly individual, mystical vision of the world ended up in the service of an anti-individualist, anti-mystical political agenda. But these differences came to light only gradually, as Wittgenstein's philosophy moved away from its original logical absolutism. In 1929, it was still possible for the Vienna Circle to rank Wittgenstein along with Russell and Einstein as a leading representative of the scientific world conception. 30. He shared their fascination with the new logic, their contempt for the Hegelianized metaphysics of the 19th century, and above all, their quintessentially modernist longing to break free from the burden of tradition into a sphere of absolute, timeless truth. It mattered little at this stage that Wittgenstein's truth was less scientific than ethical, less social than personal. He was a co-fighter in the war against a decedent civilization, and that was enough. 31. Cassirer and the New Positivism. If any one circumstance sets Cassirer apart from the Vienna Circle, and indeed the whole analytic tradition, it is his ignorance of Wittgenstein. The Tractatus is mentioned only once in all his published and unpublished papers, and in such a manner as to suggest that he had never read it. 32. Cassirer therefore never fully appreciated, or even understood, the philosophical revolution that it inspired. This is the only reason he was able to voice his agreement with the Vienna Circle's analytic method, strict conceptual analysis. 33. Had he grasped the true character of the analytic method, he would never have lent it his approval. Far from agreeing with his own approach, the analytic method, as practiced by the early Wittgenstein and the logical positivists, renders it more or less incoherent. Cassirer's neglect of the Tractatus seems especially surprising considering that he was himself, as we saw in Chapter 3, one of the first thinkers to grasp the philosophical potential of the new logic. But there is in fact no common ground between his project and Wittgenstein's. As mentioned earlier, Cassirer's enterprise is essentially inductive. It takes its bearings from the fact of science and culture. It is in this spirit that Cassirer draws on Russell's logic of relations, as a tool for the clarification of concept formation in the modern natural sciences. Wittgenstein's logic is, by contrast, absolute. It discloses the form of meaning as such, not the structure of any particular science. According to this view, there can be no such thing as a logic of objective knowledge. Logic is tautologous, it says nothing at all about the world. Cassirer's notion of a transcendental inquiry into the forms of reality is incoherent. There is only one form, and it is an empty one. Even if we confine ourselves to the philosophy of science, the Tractatus marks a fundamental break. Cassirer, like the young Reichenbach, conceived of scientific justification as an essentially historical activity. There is no neutral body of facts to which competing scientific theories can be referred, for each radically new theory generates a new conception of the facts. How, then, can we justify the advance from one theory to another? Aren't we faced with the instrumentalism of Thomas Kuhn, or the relativism of Paul Feyerabend? But Cassirer was immune to these typically modern anxieties, because he envisaged scientific justification as an essentially narrative process. Even if the new theory is strictly speaking incommensurable with the old, it must nonetheless be intelligible as an advance in the direction of greater universality and explanatory power. This transition never means that the fundamental form absolutely disappears, and another absolutely new form arises in its place. The new form must contain the answers to questions proposed within the older form. This one feature establishes a logical connection between them, and points to a common forum of judgment to which both are subjected. 34. But this concept of what one might call narrative justification appears almost unintelligible from the new standpoint established by Wittgenstein. The Tractatus introduces the notion of ultimate justificatory elements, corresponding directly to states of the world. These elementary propositions, or protocol statements in the positivist version, exist independently of scientific theorizing. They are the fixed point to which all scientific theories refer. Two competing theories are true or false by virtue of the same set of independently determined facts. There is no sense in presenting one as a complicated dialectical development of the other. The so-called context of justification is entirely atemporal, the temporal aspects of science being meanwhile reassigned to the philosophically unimportant context of discovery. History is, so to speak, bracketed out. Cassirer never formulated an effective critique of the positivist conception of science. Its technical elaboration was by the stage off-putting, and his own interests had in any case largely shifted elsewhere. Yet such a critique can readily be formulated on his behalf. As is well known, many of the leading positivists later abandoned their earlier foundationalism in favor of a holistic conception of scientific verification and a pluralistic conception of logical truth. Carnap's later thought envisages multiple logical systems, each of them framing a corresponding set of physical laws. This looks at first sight like a reversion to the developmentalism of Cassirer and the early Reichenbach. There is, however, one crucial difference. Carnap never renounced the purely logical, ahistorical conception of reason associated with the Tractatus. All rational justification takes place within a logical system. The decision as to which system to adopt, precisely because it takes place outside any system, is not strictly speaking rational but can appeal only to pragmatic considerations of convenience or aptness for a given purpose. In short, Carnap has resurrected the conceptual pluralism of Neo-Kantianism, but without Kant's crucial qualifying notion of the regulative function of reason. And this conception slides all too easily, as Michael Friedman has pointed out, into the pragmatism of Kuhn, or the out-and-out relativism of Feyerabend and the Edinburgh School. For those interested in preventing such a slide, and Friedman is himself a prominent example, Cassirer's more informal, historical theory of scientific advance retains an abiding appeal. 35. Wittgenstein's Tractatus had effects extending far beyond the philosophy of science, though. It gave clear formulation to what is sometimes regarded as the defining principle of analytic philosophy, the limitation of meaning to language. Only propositions have sense, only in the nexus of a proposition does a name have meaning. 36 Wittgenstein's restriction of meaning to language is a consequence of his truth-conditional analysis of meaning. To have meaning is to stand in a certain relation to reality, one of being either true or false. Only propositions stand in such a relation, hence only they have meaning in the strict sense. Words are allowed meaning derivatively, insofar as they contribute in a systematic fashion to the truth or falsehood of propositions. But nothing that is not a proposition or a word can have meaning, or anything akin to meaning. Perceptions, expressions, and gestures are without meaning, because they are neither true nor false, nor do they contribute systematically to the truth or falsehood of anything else. 37. On such assumptions, any talk of non-linguistic symbolic forms, let alone natural symbolism, can only seem an illegitimate broadening of the concept of meaning. But these assumptions were not Cassirer's. His conception of meaning was never truth-conditional to begin with, but closer, as we have seen, to the phenomenological notion of intentionality. Meaning, for him, is characterized primarily by the property of aboutness or pointing beyond itself. This understanding of meaning does not imply any restriction to language. A gesture is meaningful insofar as it expresses a certain state of mind. A perception is meaningful insofar as it is of a recognizable kind of object. Even language, on Cassirer's account, is ill-suited to truth-conditional analysis, for it is in its very essence expressive as well as descriptive. It is, as we have seen, always simultaneously animation and determination, personification and objectification. 38 An analysis of language that separates out and discards its expressive dimension gives us a mutilated corpse in place of a living body. But the logical positivists, it might be protested, didn't neglect the non-cognitive, non-propositional aspects of meaning. They developed a category of expressive meaning to cater for precisely those aspects. Bodily gestures, poetry, music, metaphysics, and ethics are all expressively meaningful, even if they lack cognitive content. This might seem at first glance a concession to Cassirer's own semantic pluralism. But it is in fact no such thing. This becomes evident when we look more closely at the passage in Carnap's Philosophy and Logical Syntax in which the concept of expressive meaning is introduced. We have to distinguish two functions of language, which we may call the representative function and the expressive function. Almost all the conscious and unconscious movements of a person, including his linguistic utterances, express something of his feelings, his present mood, his temporary or permanent dispositions to reaction, and the like. Therefore we may take almost all his movements and words as symptoms from which we can infer something about his feelings or his character. That is the expressive function of movements and words. But besides that, a certain portion of linguistic utterances, example "this book is black," as distinguished from other linguistic utterances and movements, has a second function. These utterances represent a certain state of affairs, they tell us that something is so and so, they assert something, they predicate something, they judge something. Now many linguistic utterances have only an expressive function, no representative function. Examples of this are cries like oh, oh, or, on a higher level, lyrical verses. The aim of a lyrical poem in which occur the words sunshine and clouds, is not to inform us of certain meteorological facts, but to express certain feelings of the poet and to excite similar feelings in us. A lyric poem has no assertional sense, no theoretical sense, it does not contain knowledge. The meaning of our anti-metaphysical thesis may now be more clearly explained. This thesis asserts that metaphysical propositions like lyric verses have only an expressive function, but no representative function. Metaphysical propositions are neither true nor false, because they assert nothing, they contain neither knowledge nor error, they lie completely outside the field of knowledge, of theory, outside the discussion of truth or falsehood. But they are, like laughing, lyrics, and music, expressive. 39. It is clear from this passage that Carnap's theory of expressive meaning has little in common with Cassirer's. Indeed, from Cassirer's standpoint, it does not look like a theory of meaning at all. An expressive movement or utterance is, for Carnap, a symptom from which we can infer someone's state of mind. The expression and what it expresses are linked by nothing more than a constant conjunction, like spots and measles. So far from outlining a broader conception of meaning, the passage is evidence of Carnap's inability to countenance any such conception. The only truly meaningful relation he can allow is that of propositions to states of affairs. The category of expressive meaning is really a pseudo-category, a bin into which to throw everything that is called meaningful in everyday life, but doesn't qualify as meaningful in the strict sense. Cassirer, in express contrast to Carnap, denies that expression can be reduced to an inferential relation between physical and mental states. For it is only on the basis of their expressive qualities that we become aware of other people as beings with mental states in the first place. The mind is not a kind of thing, an occult mechanism to be inferred from bodily actions, it is manifest in those actions. The familiar Cartesian picture of body and mind as two substances interacting causally is merely a subsequent hypostasis of this original expressive unity. The relation between body and soul, as Cassirer puts it, represents the prototype and model for a purely symbolic relation, which cannot be converted into a relation between things or a causal relation. All genuine access to the body-soul problem is possible only if we recognize as a general principle that all substantial and causal connections are ultimately based on such relations of meaning. The latter do not form a special class within the substantial causal relations, rather they are the constitutive presupposition, the conditio sine qua non, on which the substantial and causal relations themselves are based. 40. It is this recognition of expression as a genuinely symbolic relation that allows Cassirer, in contrast to Carnap, to do justice to the complexity of the cultural world. To treat expressive actions as symptoms from which states of mind can be inferred is to reduce them all to a single dimension. There can be no fundamental distinction, on this view, between involuntary exclamations like "oh, oh," and highly conscious, structured works of poetry, music, and metaphysics. All are alike data for the psychologist. 41. But if expression is genuinely symbolic, then like all forms of symbolism, it is subject to norms of varying types and degrees of complexity. Even cries like "oh, oh" contain a conventional element. Higher up the scale of culture, this conventional element becomes more consciously and richly articulated. Different symbolic media contain different possibilities of expression. That which is permitted the poet may, as in Lessing's famous example, be forbidden the sculptor. The various forms of art, myth, and religion are not just so many different ways of giving vent to the same basic psychic drives, each implies a new and characteristic transformation of those drives. The expression of a feeling is not the feeling itself, it is emotion turned into an image. This very fact implies a radical change. What hitherto was dimly and vaguely felt assumes a definite shape, what was a passive state becomes an active process. 42. The issue between Cassirer and Carnap is at root whether we can find freedom and objectivity within the realm of feeling, or only by escaping from this realm. For Carnap, all emotional expression, from the lowest to the highest, belongs to the disenchanted world of cause and effect. Our only freedom from this world lies in pure theory. Only by stepping outside our emotions and submitting them to the cool, objectifying gaze of science, a process exemplified, in Carnap's view, by Freudian psychoanalysis, do we gain some measure of control over them. For Cassirer, by contrast, control is achieved not by stepping outside our emotions but by transfiguring them from within, by turning them into an image. And this is the role of art, not science. To give aesthetic form to our passions is to transform them into a free and active state. In the work of the artist the power of passion itself has been made a formative power. 43. Cassirer's critique of logical positivism. It should come as no surprise that Cassirer's few published and unpublished criticisms of logical positivism focus on its narrowing of the concept of meaning. In Volume 3 of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, it will be recalled, Cassirer derives myth from the phenomenon of expressive meaning, from the basic awareness of certain bits of matter as alive. This is why myth is ineliminable. However much it is transposed into the form of causal relations, it can never wholly enter into this form and never be submerged in it, for if it did so, not only would the mythical world of demons and gods disappear, but the fundamental phenomenon of livingness as such would vanish. 44 It is precisely this vanishing of livingness as such that Cassirer discerns in the philosophy of the Vienna Circle. Logical positivism is the hypertrophy of a purely physical point of view, to the exclusion of any more human perspective. It is symptomatic of the hubris of our scientific civilization. Cassirer focuses on two related theses of Carnap, physicalism and behaviorism. Both derive from the central principle of logical positivism, the limitation of meaning to protocol sentences and sentences verifiable on the basis of protocol sentences. Physicalism stipulates in addition that these protocol sentences refer only to physical objects and events. This represents a departure from Carnap's earlier phenomenalism, but not a significant one, since the physical language and the sense data language are regarded as fully intertranslatable. The physical language is preferred only on grounds of its greater convenience, as well as its traditional association with the political left. Physicalism, then, asserts that every sentence of any branch of scientific language is equivalent to some sentence of the physical language, and can therefore be translated into the physical language without changing its content. 45 This claim applies, mutatis mutandis, to the sentences of psychology. Here physicalism entails behaviorism, the theory that all statements about mental states are equivalent to statements about states of the body. In Carnap's example, the statement Mr. A is angry is true if and only if some other statement about Mr. A's behavior and bodily condition is also true. Otherwise it is unverifiable and hence meaningless. 46. Cassirer does not dispute that there is a necessary relation between psychic states and physical states. But he denies that this relation is captured by the logical notion of equivalence, or biconditionality, between statements referring to the one and statements referring to the other. What such an explanation misses is the fact that psychic states are expressed in states of the body, that the relation between the two is not external and accidental, but internal and intrinsic. Expression is not a compound of mental and physical but an articulated unity, from which the notions of the mental and the physical are subsequently abstracted. If this unity is denied, all access to the psychic side of Carnap's biconditional is precluded from the outset. And if it is admitted, the biconditional is otiose. The root of the problem is Carnap's insistence that all meaning must be reducible to the single form of cognitive or propositional meaning. The absurdities of physicalism and behaviorism follow from this initial demand. But the problem evaporates the moment we allow that meaning is in its original form expressive. Carnap's Baroque structure of biconditionals now becomes redundant. We do not need to infer other minds, we experience the other directly, immediately, with more certainty than the being of things. 47 In his private notes, Cassirer illustrates this point with reference to the practice of psychologists. The psychologist does not experiment with his subjects in the same way in which a chemist or a physicist experiments with certain substances. He cannot completely adopt the artificial psychological attitude, he must always adhere to the natural, atheoretical, expressive, attitude. The psychologist who treated his experimental subjects as mere speech machines, gramophones, and in this sense recorded their utterances could never arrive at any sort of conclusion. 48. The phenomenon of expression provides access not only to individual human subjects but also to the wider world of human culture. This is the main theme of Cassirer's 1942 study, The Logic of the Cultural Sciences. Here, he distinguishes cultural products from purely physical objects in terms of their expressive power. Cultural products are, of course, also physical. They occupy a certain position in space and time, they have certain mineral or chemical properties. But we can never reconstruct in exclusively physical terms the human meaning enshrined in them. In the sphere of culture, the physical itself is seen in a new function. Material objects are no longer just material objects, They have become for us tokens, memorials, and reminders in which alone we can grasp a religious, linguistic or artistic meaning. Culture can be seen, in this respect, as a kind of extension of the human body, preserving and amplifying its original expressive power. 49. Just as a strict positivism bars all access to individual human minds, so it must also, in analogous fashion, bar access to the objective mind embodied in works of culture. From the perspective of Carnap's physicalism, there would exist, for example, a science of language only insofar as the phenomenon of language manifests certain physical determinations that are described by the physiology of sound or phonetics. On the other hand, the notion that language is expression, that the psychical reveals itself in it, that, for example, optative sentences, imperative sentences, and interrogative sentences correspond to different psychical attitudes, all this would, as such, be as unverifiable as the existence of other minds. 50. The absurdity of this conclusion can be taken as a reductio of the premises on which it is based. For the fact is that there is a science of language, art, and so forth, and that these sciences do not limit themselves to purely physical determinations. To deny on a priori grounds the possibility of cultural science is nothing but philosophical dogmatism. It is to repeat Kant's original error of prescribing in advance the limits of natural science. Physicalism has cut the Gordian knot instead of unraveling it. The solution can be attained only through a phenomenological analysis that grasps the problem in its true universality. Without reservation or epistemological dogma, we must attempt to understand each sort of language, the language of science, the language of art, of religion, and so on in its particularity. We must determine what each contributes to the construction of a common world. 51. The logic of the cultural sciences contains not only a philosophical critique of positivism but also an intriguing historical explanation of its seductive power. How did such an unnatural, one-sided view of the world come to enjoy such prominence? The answer, suggests Cassirer, lies in the logic of natural science itself. From the prescientific, naive standpoint, the experience of expressive qualities raises no difficulties. We entrust ourselves to them without scruple. Problems arise only when we attempt to reconstruct the experience of expression in scientific terms. For modern science is founded precisely on the elimination of expressive qualities. It constructs a world in which the expressive qualities, the characteristics of the trustworthy or the frightful, of the friendly or the terrifying, are initially replaced by the pure sense qualities of colors, tones, and so on. And even these must be still further reduced. They are only secondary properties that are based on the primary, purely quantitative determinations. These constitute for knowledge all that remains of objective reality. 52. Logical positivism is the philosophical expression and validation of this exclusively physical point of view. It lays bare a tendency inherent in the scientific enterprise as such. Cassirer does not, of course, wish to argue that natural science forces positivism on us. Because we are human beings as well as scientists, we remain free, indeed obliged, to step outside the purely physical perspective, to take stock of it as a perspective. This is the attitude of Goethean irony that Cassirer always treasured and cultivated. But science in itself knows no such latitude, it recognizes nothing outside its own domain. Not only does it increasingly seek to suppress everything that is personal, but it strives towards a conception of the world from which it has in principle been eliminated. It achieves its true intention only by disregarding the world of the I and the you. 53. Insofar as the standpoint of exact science dominates the culture as a whole, a corresponding disensoulment of the natural and human world inevitably results. 54. From a merely theoretical point of view, we may subscribe to the words of Kant that mathematics is the pride of human reason. But for this triumph of scientific reason we have had to pay a very high price. Science means abstraction, and abstraction is always an impoverishment of reality. 55. These remarks suggest a revision of Cassirer's earlier, optimistic view of science as an instrument of intellectual self-liberation. What was previously a Freiheitsgeschichte, a history of freedom, now looks more like a Fallsgeschichte, A history of decline. Yet Cassirer has qualified rather than abandoned his former optimism. There is nothing in his thought corresponding to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment, there is no historical logic of catastrophe. Positivism represents merely the standing temptation of enlightenment, not its inevitable fate. The scientific worldview masters us only to the extent that we allow it to master us, abandoning ourselves to its inner compulsion. But we remain free to stand back from natural science, to comprehend it under the broader perspective of symbolic creativity. We do not want to and we cannot eliminate abstraction, said Cassirer at Davos, for it belongs to the essence of spirit itself, but we must raise ourselves freely above it. 56. More is at stake here than cultural pluralism. Logical positivism, the swelling of natural science to fill the entire space of meaning, ends up rendering incomprehensible not only the humanities but even science itself. For the arbitrary, conventional symbolism of science is intelligible only as a particular specification and refinement of the natural meaning inherent in consciousness as such, and embodied in the first instance in myth and language. Remove this background, and the possibility of meaning, and a fortiori the possibility of science itself as a species of meaning, becomes obscure. The scientific worldview destroys its own foundations. This is the implication of Cassirer's 1927 critique of Schlick, in which he takes the Austrian philosopher to task for emphasizing only the negative aspect of the function of designation, only the arbitrariness of the sign and its conventional character. But a sharper analysis of this function reveals in it at the same time another, fully positive determination. Something purely sensory, like the sound of speech when regarded merely in its physical being, as noise or tone, is never a sign, it becomes such only by our ascribing a sense to it, towards which it is directed and through which it becomes significant. How it is possible to accomplish such an ascription, how and on the basis of what principles and presuppositions a sensory thing can become the representative and bearer of a sense, this certainly constitutes one of the most difficult problems of epistemology, if not the problem of epistemology in general. The question of the objectivity of things forms part of this problem. It is, on closer inspection, nothing but a corollary of the systematically far more comprehensive question of the objectivity of meaning. 57. But of course, this more comprehensive question is one that logical positivism, with its strictly propositional, truth-conditional conception of meaning, is precluded from even asking, let alone answering. It is unable to supply science with the genealogical ladder it so sorely needs. It can understand knowledge only in its result, in its mere product, and not in the mode and form of its procedure itself. 58. Thus we arrive at the curious paradox that science, obedient to nothing but its internal logic, ends up destroying the sources of its own intelligibility. This explains the hidden connection between scientific positivism and myth, a connection embodied for Cassirer in Kantian temples of science and also, more ominously, the technologies of fascism. Philosophical recollection is our only defense against the self-destruction of scientific modernity. Our civilization must acknowledge its mythological roots if it wishes to avoid reliving them. In his 1939 study of the Swedish philosopher Axel Hagerström, Cassirer hints at the political motivations underlying his critique of positivism. Although not associated with the Vienna Circle, Hagerström arrived independently at many of the same conclusions. His ethical theory, in particular, bears a close resemblance to Ayre's better-known doctrine of expressivism. From the premise that objective meaning is limited to statements of empirical science, Hagerström draws the conclusion that ethical judgments are nothing but subjective expressions of emotion. They are neither true nor false, they are simply mental episodes with certain causal preconditions. Moral philosophy as a science belongs exclusively to psychology. Cassirer discerns in this chain of argument evidence of what I earlier called the alienation of reason. A narrow, scientistic rationalism leads inevitably to ethical irrationalism. As a theoretician, Hagerström is a strict rationalist and objectivist. But all this changes in a flash the moment we move from the field of theoretical judgments into that of so-called practical judgments. Here Hagerstrom is convinced that the mere search for some kind of objectivity is a vain and desperate undertaking. Thus the subjectivism that Hagerstrom incessantly combated in regard to theoretical knowledge triumphs within his moral philosophy. 59. Cassirer's ultimate objection to Hagerstrom's ethics is that it renders impossible any principled opposition to political fanaticism. This is not, needless to say, Hagerstrom's avowed intent. Like many relativists, he defends his approach precisely as an antidote to the intolerance springing from belief in absolute moral truth. But his own premises hardly entitle him to this lofty stance. For a purely descriptive ethics that remains strictly within its own boundaries, there clearly exists no ground for such a rejection. In every age, fanaticism has not merely proved its power in human affairs, it has also been advocated and preached as an ideal, and today it is lauded on many sides almost as the moral ideal per se. A moral philosophy that wishes to be nothing more than a science of factual moral evaluations, in their historical actuality and development, must therefore be content to record this fact alongside other facts. 60. A strict positivism rules out anything more than a purely neutral, descriptive attitude to the moral and political conflicts of the day. It condemns us to academic impotence. It is in opposition to Hagerstrom that Cassirer presents the closest thing to an ethics that can be found in his work. This is a subtle attempt to preserve the objectivity of the ethical tradition while at the same time divesting it of the absolutism criticized by Hagerstrom and others. Cassirer's general strategy is already familiar to us from Marburg epistemology. Moral reflection, like science, is an ongoing process. It can draw no absolute distinction between true and false but only a relative, infinitely revisable distinction between more true and less true. In this sense alone can it lay claim to objectivity. But such a claim no longer implies dogmatism or intolerance, for it is addressed not to particular ethical doctrines but to the fundamental method characterizing the ethical process as a whole. Ethical truth, like scientific truth, is to be regarded not as the monopoly of any existing theory but as a purely regulative ideal, as the infinitely distant goal that all our practices of ethical reflection and argument presuppose. 61. Cassirer is frustratingly vague about how this broadly neo-Kantian picture of moral progress squares with his own philosophy of symbolic forms. But looking at his choice of examples, it seems that he equates the dialectic of ethical reflection with the dialectic of the mythical consciousness outlined in his previous volume on myth. Burial practices vary widely from culture to culture, and it would be absurd to single out any particular one as correct. Nonetheless, they all manifest in one form or another the virtue of filial piety, which thus emerges over time as the universal ethical content underlying the mass of ritual forms. All the great monotheistic religions, argues Cassirer in his volume on myth, are characterized by this movement from ritual specificity to ethical universality, from the circumcision of the flesh to the circumcision of the spirit. And this movement is renewed over and over again in the course of their history. Religion is, so to speak, the overcoming of myth from within. But this whole development remains inaccessible to a strict positivism, which must regard all levels of myth and religion as equally subjective and lacking in content. Thus the physicalist worldview, far from mastering myth, undermines the one cultural force religion genuinely able to accomplish this task. Hence Habermas's shrewd observation that Cassirer trusts religious far more than scientific enlightenment as a counterforce to the violence of political myth. 62. Cassirer regards the failure of philosophers such as Hagerstrom to engage with myth as symptomatic of the broader failure of civilized Europe to come to terms with the new political mythologies. Positivism is the philosophical manifestation of the same enlightened obtuseness we find in economic determinism, both represent an evasion or suppression of the real problem. This is the gist of one of Cassirer's most bitter political outbursts. In the political struggle it is always of vital importance to know one's adversary, to enter into his ways of acting and thinking, to understand his strengths and weaknesses. But the intellectual and political leaders of Weimar Germany were not prepared for this task. The political leaders were not only socialists, they were in most cases determined Marxists. They were convinced that all social and political life exclusively depends upon economic conditions. Approaching the problem from this side, they made desperate efforts to improve the economic situation of the masses and to ward off the dangers of inflation and unemployment. But in their sober, empirical, matter-of-fact way of thinking and judging, they had no eyes for the explosive force of the political myths. It is true, of course, that there was always in Germany a group of honest intellectuals and scientific men who had a strong aversion for the political ideals and slogans of National Socialism. But they too did not see the real danger. They could hardly be prevailed upon to take this danger seriously. They knew quite well that myth is a complicated and very interesting historical phenomenon, but they never thought of it as an actual power, as a power of political action. According to them, myth was primitive thought, a mode of thought that long ago had faded away and lost its force and meaning. That was a great mistake, a capital error. When the political and intellectual leaders of the German democracy began to see what was really at stake, when they began to form a clearer idea of the character of the new political myths, it was too late. The battle was in a sense decided before it had begun. 63. Here we see Cassirer's critique of positivism expand into an indictment of the sober, empirical, matter-of-fact way of thinking characteristic of modern liberal civilization as a whole. The best that can be said about such a way of thinking is that it does no harm. Yet by the same token, it offers no protection against those who would do harm. It leaves the children of light defenseless against the children of darkness. If we, the enlightened, are to prevail, we cannot shut ourselves up within the closed circle of reason. The formulas of science and economics are not enough. We must learn the language of unreason, the better to master and subdue it. Precisely this attempt to know one's adversary, to enter into his ways of acting and thinking, was to inspire Cassirer's own engagement with Lebensphilosophy, as we shall see in the next chapter. Conclusion. It is easy to sympathize with Cassirer's critique of logical positivism. There are, to paraphrase Hamlet, more things in heaven and earth than can be expressed in the language of Principia Mathematica. Unfortunately, however, Cassirer never really makes contact with his target. Faced with a well-worked-out a priori theory of meaning, he appeals again and again to the actual practice of psychologists, linguists, and art historians. But for the philosophers of the Vienna Circle, it is precisely this practice that is in dispute. The two sides have reached stalemate. Each treats as questionable what for the other is authoritative. The point at issue between Cassirer and the logical positivists is at root nothing less than the status of philosophy itself. Cassirer never renounced the Marburg view of philosophy as bound to the fact of science as this constitutes itself, and therewith to the whole of culture. The practice of psychologists, linguists, and art historians was for him something to be understood, not questioned or rejected. The logical positivists, by contrast, were heirs to Wittgenstein's foundationalism. Their goal was an a priori theory of meaning in general, a firm standard against which to measure the particular theories embodied in the special sciences. To Cassirer, of course, it looked as if they had simply sublimated the structure of one particular special science, physics, into the form of meaning as such. Hence his accusation of epistemological dogma. Yet from the positivist standpoint, this is just empty assertion. To prove it would require another, more inclusive a priori theory of meaning, which is precisely what Cassirer, given his premises, is unable to supply. There is, in the end, no strictly philosophical means of adjudicating these two different conceptions of the philosophical enterprise. All one can say is that the younger generation had lost faith in a cultural tradition that for Cassirer still retained its authority. This extra-philosophical motive is most clearly visible in the writings of Wittgenstein, but it lingers, unacknowledged, in those of his positivist followers. Ritual denunciations of the genetic fallacy will convince only those who have already lost faith in tradition as a source of norms. Their ultimate foundation must be sought outside philosophy, in the murkier terrain of Weltanschauung. Wittgenstein never abandoned the general conception of philosophy set forth in the Tractatus. Although like Cassirer, he later broadened his outlook to take in many themes from the German humanist tradition. He also felt obliged, unlike Cassirer, to rework these themes on a rigorously a priori basis, to vindicate them on the terrain staked out in his earlier work. It is this that makes his critique of scientism so much more powerful than Cassirer's. He has, so to speak, passed through and out the other side of the logicist mill, whereas Cassirer has not even entered it. Wittgenstein's humanism is radical, Cassirer's remains, in the last resort, that of a distinguished representative of a particular cultural tradition. 7. The philosophy of life. He belonged to a type bred in those decades, the kind of man who, as Baptist Spengler once aptly put it, when consumption glows in his cheeks, keeps on shrieking, "How stark and beautiful is life!" Thomas Mann. I have suggested that Cassirer's philosophy of symbolic forms can be seen as an attempt to defend the heritage of the Enlightenment in interwar Germany. But what exactly was Cassirer trying to defend the heritage of the Enlightenment against? To what threat is his work a response? The answer, insofar as one can encapsulate a climate of opinion in a single word, is something called Lebensphilosophie, the philosophy of life. This term must serve as placeholder for the many varieties of irrationalism that flourished in early 20th century Europe. It includes thinkers of the rank of Nietzsche and Bergson, whose influence was strongest, initially at any rate, on the literary avant-garde. But it also embraces their less subtle followers, writers such as Spengler and Clausius, whose primary claim to attention is as ideologues of the radical right. What unites these otherwise different thinkers is their suspicion of the intellect. They mock its authority, disparage its claim to objectivity. Reason, they claim, shuts us off from the abundance of life, encases us in an artificial world of its own creation. Everything it touches is reduced to machinery. Nature is plundered, society atomized, the soul desiccated. Ernst Jünger is typical of many in his call for the destruction of the values of a detached and lately autocratic intellect. The destruction of the educational work performed on man by the bourgeois era. The best reply to the high treason of the spirit against life is the high treason of the spirit against the spirit, and it is one of the great and cruel joys of our age to be a participant in these destructive acts. 1. Such visions of destruction and renewal were played out in two quite different spheres. On the one hand, they incited writers and artists to break the fetters of 19th-century naturalism, to see themselves as enhancers rather than mere recorders of life. André Gide, W. B. Yeats, and Rilke all found inspiration in Nietzsche. Indeed, their work is hardly conceivable without him. But the same ideas could also be interpreted, without complete distortion, in a directly political sense, as a call to throw off such life-denying principles as democracy and legality. Herein lies the tragic ambiguity of Lebensphilosophie. Although many of its exponents were repelled by the Nazi regime, they could hardly deny that its ascent to power had been significantly eased by their own enthusiastic destruction of the educational work performed on man by the bourgeois era. German Geist must take its share of blame for the catastrophes of German politics. There are not two Germanys, a good one and a bad one, wrote Thomas Mann in 1945, but only one, whose best turned into evil through devilish cunning too. Cassirer knew well the ambiguity of Lebensphilosophie. He admired the poetry of Nietzsche and Stefan George, he understood the achievement of Bergson and Schiller. He was unable, therefore, to follow the more Philistine members of the Vienna Circle in dismissing such productions as nonsense. His endeavor was rather to preserve the truth in Lebensphilosophie while at the same time stripping it of its destructive potential. This truth lay for him in its insight, inaccessible to scientific positivism, into the expressive worlds of myth and art. Lebensphilosophie errs only when it elevates these worlds into a more authentic reality, degrading the world of science to a mere shadow. The task of a critical philosophy of culture is to separate phenomenological truth from metaphysical error. This ambivalence gives Cassirer's writings on Lebensphilosophie a peculiar intensity. Unlike logical positivism, which engaged him only sporadically and incidentally, Lebensphilosophie is a recurrent theme in his work throughout the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. His criticisms of it have something of the nature of an exorcism, personal and cultural. This was not just an error to be refuted, but, in Warburg's language, a demon to be vanquished. Cassirer's critique of Lebensphilosophie is not just of historical interest. The particular forms of early 20th century irrationalism may be dead, but the basic Nietzschean critique of reason as a mask disguising the will to power is still very much alive. And it is clear that the familiar rationalist response to that critique to insist in a loud voice on the authority of reason doesn't advance the argument one way or another, it simply affirms what the other side denies. Cassirer suggests a way out of this deadlock. From his perspective, it is precisely the alienation of reason in positivism and its various successors that gives rise to the suspicion that it is just a mask or tool of hidden forces. These forces are, as it were, the shadow cast by a reason no longer able to acknowledge its connection with anything outside itself. Cassirer's aim is to defuse this suspicion by revealing reason as an aspect of the fundamentally symbolic character of human existence in general. The authority of reason is no longer left dangling in splendid isolation, but securely grounded in the normativity of symbolism as a whole. Of course, the skeptical doubt can always be transferred from reason in particular to symbolism in general. The symbol as such can be seen as an instrument of falsification and concealment. In some of his later works, Cassirer toys with this possibility. No longer can man confront reality immediately, he cannot see it, as it were, face to face. He has so enveloped himself in linguistic forms, in artistic images, in mythical symbols and religious rites that he cannot see or know anything except by the interposition of this artificial medium. 3. But this specter of global unreality, curiously prescient of certain versions of postmodernism, is untenable on Cassirer's own premises. Symbolism is not a dark glass separating us from reality as it is in itself, it is the medium within which any possible reality appears. There is, then, no conceivable extra-symbolic reality in contrast to which it can be denigrated as artificial. Culture is not a garment thrown over the bareness of nature, it is our nature. The mask is the face the mask. Point 4. If one side of Lebensphilosophy's inheritance is skepticism about modern civilization, its counterpart is a yearning for a more natural or harmonious way of life. This yearning hardly requires comment, it constitutes the common emotional basis of the environmental and anti-globalization movements of recent decades. Cassirer did not reject many of the concrete charges against modern science and technological. His goal was more fundamental. It was extirpate root and branch the nostalgia underlying these charges, to expose it as a vain, impossible nostalgia. Civilization is not a brute external fact, a technical necessity, but the inner destiny of the symbolic animal. There is no remedy against this reversal of the natural order. Man cannot escape from his own achievement. He cannot but adopt the conditions of his own life. 5. To grasp this destiny in all its seriousness, to assent to it not wearily, from resignation, but freely, in hope, is the task that Cassirer sets himself. It is a task that stretches his ingenuity and, as we shall see, his intellectual integrity to breaking point. The roots of Lebensphilosophie. Intellectual genealogies can be extended back almost indefinitely. In this case, it seems wise to stop with Goethe. The poet's famed naivete and wholeness, his celebration of living intuition and mistrust of scientific abstraction, was an inspiration not only to Cassirer but also to Dilthey, Clausius, Spengler, and Chamberlain. Goethe became what Christian Mauchel calls a crown witness for all those seeking an alternative to scientific positivism. Point 6. Already in 1906, Simmel, ever sensitive to cultural trends, could speak of Goethe's leadership of intellectual life in Germany. Point 7. In the final analysis, however, these early 20th century invocations of Goethe have something strained about them. A huge gulf separates the Weimar Privy Councillor from the prophets of modern irrationalism. Nowhere in Goethe do we find that radical mistrust of reason central to Lebensphilosophy. The intellect was not, for him, something alien to life, nor did he regard life as impenetrable to the loving, respectful, and pious endeavor of the cultivated intellect. 8 The modern crack between mind and nature was visible to him only as a looming threat, something to be anxiously averted. Were the eye not sun-like, how could we see the light? This assurance of harmony between man and nature, microcosm and macrocosm, is at the heart of Goethe's distinctive classicism. It is eons away, as Cassirer was repeatedly to insist, from the squinting, mistrustful gaze of modern irrationalism. For the real source of Lebensphilosophy, we must turn to Schopenhauer. If Goethe still saw life cloaked in human meaning, Schopenhauer viewed it as something radically alien and inhuman. Its essence is the blind cosmic will, the hidden spring of all phenomenal existence. We humans merely reflect this will in an indirect, masked form. We are, so to speak, its dupes, its marionettes. Geist itself is originally nothing but a tool of the will, an instrument of purposes it does not understand. Only in the products of higher culture in religion, philosophy, and above all music does it succeed in recognizing and overcoming these tainted origins. Nietzsche further radicalized Schopenhauer's philosophy of the will, annulling the privilege reserved by his predecessor for the products of high culture. Even the lofty creations of philosophy and religion, indeed especially these, are now revealed as so many sublimations of the will to power. Nietzsche's philosophy was commonly read as an incitement to throw off these disguises, to assert the will to power in its glorious nakedness. The younger generation, wrote Thomas Mann in 1910, derives from Nietzsche the affirmation of the earth, the affirmation of the body, the anti-Christian and anti-intellectual conception of nobility, which comprises health and serenity and beauty. 9 Such slogans, as Mann himself was well aware, did scant justice to a uniquely complex and protean thinker. Nietzsche was never a straightforward vitalist, he always insisted on the creative power of sublimation, symbolized for him by the figure of Apollo. But to no avail, it was the Dionysian Nietzsche who captured the imagination of Germany in the years after 1890. Far more than just a philosopher, Nietzsche became a mood, a rhetorical atmosphere penetrating every corner of national life. The German Jewish philosopher Karl Loewit was not alone in embracing the War of 1914 out of a passion for living dangerously which Nietzsche had instilled in us. An estimated 150,000 German soldiers went off to the trenches with Zarathustra in their knapsacks. 11 During the Weimar period, the philosopher was yet further politicized, finally metamorphosing into a prophet of the Third Reich. Nietzsche continues to be the epitome of German unreason, wrote a disenchanted Loewit in 1940 from Japanese exile. Like Luther, he is a specifically German phenomenon, radical and fatal. 12. But although the popularity of Nietzsche created the conditions for the success of Lebensphilosophy, he himself was not a Lebensphilosoph, at least not in the strict sense of the term. His writings were too wild, too literary. To achieve canonical status, the Nietzschean impulse had first to merge with ideas of a very different pedigree. Here we return to the developments in natural science outlined in the first chapter. The increasing abstraction of modern physics gave rise, as we saw, to a picture of scientific theories as utilitarian abridgments of sensation, a picture that could easily merge with the Darwinian view of the intellect as an instrument of biological imperatives. Promoted by such eminently sober figures as Mach, Avenarius, and William James, this set of ideas served to confer respectability on the more rhapsodic speculations of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. Spengler's view of Western science as the servant of the technical will to power, orientated to that end both mathematically and experimentally, was one influential product of this curious intellectual alliance. 13. The confluence of these two streams, positivistic and romantic, found a more refined expression in the thought of Bergson, the most immediate influence on interwar Lebensphilosophy. Bergson took from positivism its view of the immediately given as the sole reality, from which science is no more than a useful abstraction. But he went on to interpret this given in a manner owing more to the German Romantic tradition. No mere collection of sensations or elements, it is a continuous flux, every moment of which announces that which follows and contains that which precedes it. 14. A gulf now opens up between experience and its scientific analysis, the former is endowed with a value and significance inaccessible to the latter. Science's utility is bought at the price of reality, its concepts never actually give us more than an artificial reconstruction of the object, of which they can only symbolize certain general and, in a way, impersonal aspects. 15. If we want the object itself, in all its concrete glory, we must do away with concepts and adopt the standpoint of pure intuition. This is the method of metaphysics, a science that, in a phrase pinpointing Cassirer's disagreement with Lebensphilosophy, claims to dispense with symbols. 16. Bergson's influence in Germany owed much to his skill in couching fashionable anti-scientific sentiments in the language of academic philosophy. He must be seen as the real philosopher of life in our time, wrote Rickert, if we are to regard philosophy as a theory and not just a mood or conviction. 17. Schiller was rather less impressed by Bergson's rigor, which he contrasted unfavorably with that of the German phenomenologists, but waxed lyrical over the bold new spirit manifest in his work. Bergson is praised for having thrown off the cautious, skeptical attitude of science, which accepts as valid only what it has first filtered through its own self-imposed criteria. His philosophy is open and trusting, it views the world not as an enemy but as an object of possible marriage in intuition and love. 18. Schiller's essay concludes with a rapturous hymn to the new Weltanschauung, which will be like the first step of someone incarcerated for years in a dark prison into a blooming garden. And this prison is our human world with its civilization, circumscribed by an understanding geared towards the merely mechanical and mechanizable. And that garden is the multicolored world of God, which we see if still in the distance radiantly opening up and greeting us. And that prisoner is the European humanity of today and yesterday, who, sighing and groaning under the burden of his own machinery, with nothing but earth in his sights and weariness in his limbs, has forgotten his God and his world. 19. No genealogy of Lebensphilosophy is complete, finally, without a mention of Dilthey. This 19th-century intellectual historian was the most influential of the many German professors who tried to articulate and defend the autonomy of the Geisteswissenschaften. Dilthey took as his starting point the irreducible character of human understanding. We approach a sculpture or a poem not primarily as something to be explained, that is, subsumed under general causal laws, but to be understood. We see it as a unique, meaningful structure, an integral expression of Geist. The goal of humanistic knowledge is to reawaken the Erlebnis, the vital experience, locked up in such cultural artifacts. An old-fashioned Wilhelminian scholar, Dilthey confined his reflections within a broadly Kantian framework. His goal was, as he put it, a critique of historical reason. But his concept of Erlebnis lent itself to metaphysical interpretation. It could be viewed as the gateway to a reality more primordial and authentic than that described by natural science. Erlebnis quickly became the catchphrase of the new mysticism. Rickert, whose own theory of the Geisteswissenschaften was considerably less influential than Dilthey's, complained in 1920 that the word was being used so frequently and on so many different occasions that a more thoughtful or discriminating person might well shrink from uttering it at all. 20. All the main intellectual components of Lebensphilosophy are already present in these four pre-war thinkers. What the Weimar years added was primarily a new tone. Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Bergson, and Dilthey were all thinkers in the purest sense, working more or less in isolation on what they perceived to be fundamental questions of knowledge and existence. They were none of them, not even Nietzsche, for all his talk of barbarism hostile to civilization or higher learning as such. But in the work of their interwar successors, this probity is gone. The same theories are infused with a new vehemence, a new aggression. They are invoked as part of a general rebirth of life, as an expression of youth or German destiny. Philosophy has shaded into ideology, usually of a folkish, anti-liberal sort. This is not to deny that some interwar irrationalists, Heidegger in particular, were also great thinkers. Yet even here the question of ideology raises its head. Politics has entered the very marrow of philosophy, it is no longer clear where one ends and the other begins. This remarkable change of atmosphere was due to the First World War. Nietzsche notwithstanding, most Germans prior to 1914 were good Christians, loyal subjects, and believers in some variety of social and technological progress. The radical critique of civilization remained confined to a small circle of artists and intellectuals. The war changed all that. Had not all the forces of science, patriotism, and religion, in short, civilization, been deployed in its pursuit? What now remained of reason, of progress, of providence? Where could truth be found, except in experience itself? The French poet Valéry stated the predicament clearly. With our own eyes, we have seen conscientious labor, the most solid learning, the most serious discipline and application applied to appalling ends. So many horrors could not have been possible without so many virtues. Doubtless, much science was needed to kill so many, to waste so much property, annihilate so many cities in so short a time, but moral qualities in like number were also needed. Our knowledge and duty, then, suspect, 21. The post-war generation answered this last question with an emphatic yes. The intellectual and ethical ideals of the pre-war world, of which idealist philosophy had formed such a prominent part, suddenly seemed remote and abstract, if not actually corrupt. Their vaunted eternal validity mocked the reality of suffering and death. The German Jewish religious philosopher Rosenzweig, who served as an artilleryman in the Balkans, voiced the reproach of many. Let man creep like a worm into the folds of the naked earth before the fast approaching volleys of a blind death from which there is no appeal, let him sense there, forcibly, inexorably, what he otherwise never senses, that his eye would be but in it if it died, let him therefore cry his very eye out with every cry that is still in his throat. For all this dire necessity philosophy has only its vacuous smile. With index finger outstretched, it directs the creature, whose limbs are quivering with terror for its this worldly existence, to a beyond of which it doesn't care to know anything at all. 22. In this climate, the ideas of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, Bergson and Dilthey, became something more than objects of speculative, academic interest. They spoke directly to experience, they articulated a widespread mood of cultural disillusion. The years following 1918 saw the emergence of Lebensphilosophy as a distinct intellectual constellation. Youth, observed Weber in his famous 1919 lecture, Science as a Vocation, views science as an otherworldly realm of artificial abstractions that strive to capture the blood and sap of real life in their scrawny hands without ever managing to do so. 23 young people, added Troeltsch, thirst after a unified Weltanschauung and the unity of a living law. 24 And in 1920, a disaffected Rickert identified life as the concept which today dominates average opinion to an unprecedented degree. 25. Lebensphilosophy was no longer the product of a few refined minds, but a self-consciously populist ideology. The references to youth are not incidental. The new philosophy was closely associated with the youth movement that acquired a mass following in the years following 1918. Composed of myriad small groups of so-called Wandervogel, this movement was united in its contempt for the bourgeois world and yearning for a wholer, purer future. One of its immediate targets was the university system, with its rigid hierarchies and dead learning. Arguments derived from Bergson and Dilthey could be used to undermine the authority of Wissenschaft, while Nietzsche and Spengler provided a rich arsenal of abuse to hurl at its practitioners. A swollen student population, fresh from the trenches, poorly taught, impoverished, and without prospects, formed a ready audience for such ideas. The revolt against Geist became a revolt against Geist's salaried representatives. The politics of this new movement were vague and predominantly negative. Its followers scorned the Republic, but had no nostalgia for the House of Hohenzollern and little sympathy for established religion. Some espoused aristocracy, but a Nietzschean aristocracy of spirit rather than the old nobility. Many were nostalgic for the past, yet for a distant, mythologized past, the restoration of which implied the destruction of all existing institutions. This conservatism, if it can be so called, had little in common with the traditional variety. Although it borrowed some of its arguments, it radicalized them far beyond the intentions of their original authors. Lebensphilosophy belongs, in short, to that intellectual tendency known as the conservative revolution. A perceptive Troeltsch recognized as early as 1921 its ambiguous character. The revolution in science is in truth the beginning of the great worldwide reaction against the process of democratic and socialist enlightenment. We are witnessing again that kind of thing Novalis once said of Edmund Burke, namely that he had written a most revolutionary book against the revolution. 26. Looking back, Lebensphilosophy's revolution against the revolution seems to point unambiguously in the direction of fascism. But we must beware the fallacy of hindsight. Lebensphilosophy was always much more than just a variant of folkish ideology. It attracted many left-wingers and Jews, including the liberal Simmel and the unorthodox Marxists Ernst Bloch and Benjamin. Its critique of technology and rationalization went on to exert a huge influence on the counterculture of the 1960s. Some of its themes are still discernible, as noted earlier, in the environmental and anti-globalization movements today. 27 Nor should we overlook the huge difference of tone separating the romantic utopianism of most Lebensphilosophy from the all-too realistic methods of the Nazi regime. Metaphysical visionaries such as Heidegger were not particularly useful to Hitler, however abjectly they put themselves at his disposal, nor was the vulgarity of the Nazis welcome to many who had looked forward to a more romantic kind of Reich. Yet when all allowances are made, the idealistic despisers of the Weimar Republic cannot be entirely cleared of responsibility for what came in its stead. A certain coarsening of tone is only to be expected when utopian visions are translated into political reality. Cassirer's 1945 verdict still stands, although the new philosophy had no direct bearing on political events in Germany. It did much to enfeeble and slowly undermine the forces that could have resisted the modern political myths. 28. Cassirer's critique of Lebensphilosophy. Most neo-Kantians viewed Lebensphilosophy as little more than an assault on their professorial authority, responding with the bluster of a threatened guild. In his 1920 book, Die Philosophie des Lebens, Rickert dismisses the new philosophy as a fad that by blurring the distinction between fact and value, undermines the very possibility of philosophy as a systematic enterprise. 29 Cohen was even blunter. Tony Cassirer remembers him attacking a certain passage of Bergson as the most trivial, hollow, senseless twaddle I have ever read. 30 In his preface to Langgeschichte des Materialismus, Cohen denounces Nietzsche as an ignorant litterateur who threatens to return philosophy to the jungle of metaphysical speculation. Philosophy is possible only as Wissenschaft, as systematic, disciplined inquiry. The sciences of spirit presuppose the science of spirit. No spirit without science. Science is the alpha and the omega. 31. That Cassirer never shared these attitudes is due largely to his love of literature and the arts. The influence on him of Goethe and Warburg has already been discussed. Here we can also mention his friendship with certain members of the Stefan George Circle, including the famous Goethe biographer Friedrich Gundolf. According to his friend Dmitry Goransky, Cassirer could recite the poetry of Nietzsche and George for hours. 32 Under such influences, Cassirer came to appreciate the aesthetic aspects of Lebensphilosophy, softening somewhat the moral and intellectual disapproval of the older neo-Kantians. He urged Cohen, without success, to tone down his attack on Bergson, and sharply criticized Rickert's Die Philosophie des Lebens. 33 Cassirer's writings on myth, religion, and poetry strike a note quite foreign to neo-Kantian rationalism. Erich von Kahler, the influential, if none too perceptive, author of The Vocation of Science, could even number him alongside Spengler as a representative of the new thinking. 34. It is not hard to see why Cassirer might be counted a Lebensphilosoph. In his conviction that natural science has no monopoly on objectivity, that there are other, more primordial ways of having a world, he is in perfect agreement with Bergson and his successors. But the agreement is superficial only. What distinguishes Cassirer is his further claim that our relationship with the world, although originally prescientific, is nonetheless always symbolic. There is no stratum of pure intuition untainted by cultural interpretation. Thus Bergson's conflict between pure intuition and symbolism must be reinterpreted as a conflict between different forms of symbolism, between, say, mythical and scientific symbolism. And this latter conflict, unlike the former, is always open to mediation, as Cassirer's own philosophy of symbolic forms attempts at length to demonstrate. Even if they differ in their products, myth, religion, art, science, and language are all rooted in the same underlying symbolic capacity. Cassirer's aim, in short, is not to exalt unreason at the expense of reason but to comprehend them both as aspects of our symbolic creativity. He wishes to defuse the sterile, self-perpetuating opposition between lifeless mind and mindless life. The origins of Cassirer's distinctive attitude toward Lebensphilosophy can be traced back as far as Substance and Function. There, it will be recalled, Cassirer criticizes Rickert for positing an unbridgeable gulf, a hiatus irrationalis, between the particularity of real objects and the universality of scientific concepts. Such a gulf, claims Cassirer, presupposes the traditional abstractionist theory of concept formation. But the genuine scientific concept does not abstract from the particular, it retains it in all its uniqueness as a member of a functional series. Here no insuperable gap can arise between the universal and the particular, for the universal itself has no meaning other than to represent and to render possible the connection and order of the particular. 35 And by the same token, the particular has no meaning outside the structure of universal concepts. Every astronomical factum involves in its formulation the whole conceptual apparatus of celestial mechanics. 36 There are no brute facts, no bare particulars. We must abandon both the notion of a pure, unmediated given and the view of science as an abstraction from such a given. What, it might be asked, does any of this have to do with Lebensphilosophy? Rickert himself was no Lebensphilosoph, indeed, he was highly critical of the new tendency. But his theory plays all too easily into its hands, for it carries the perverse consequence that science, far from advancing our knowledge of reality, separates us further and further from the real kernel of the factual. 37 Precisely this was to become the constant refrain of Lebensphilosophy. It required only the slightest shift of emphasis for Rickert's abstraction to become mutilation, and for its victim, the concrete particular, to acquire the halo of martyred innocence. This philosophical shift reflected a widespread cultural development. Science's increasing technicism, its distance from everyday human experience, brought as its concomitant a yearning for a direct, non-scientific relationship with the world. Seen from this angle, Lebensphilosophy appears simply as the shadow cast by reason's ever-increasing alienation. As Cassirer perceptively remarks, it is most enthralled to technological concepts and problematics precisely where it sets out most energetically to defend itself against them. It is not free of those chains it is wont to scoff. 38. In all his subsequent writings, Cassirer follows the same basic strategy pursued here in his early critique of Rickert. His aim is always to defuse the opposition between concepts and intuition, to show that what appears at first glance purely intuitive is in fact already conceptual, or at least incipiently conceptual. The sphere of the conceptual is, to borrow an image from John McDowell, unbounded, it has no outside. 39 This takes the edge off Lebensphilosophy's suspicion of science. There is no longer a stratum of pure, unsullied intuition in contrast to which science can be denigrated as mere abstraction or technique. What appears to Lebensphilosophy as an absolute opposition between two fixed and independent realms is revealed as a relative opposition between two different stages in the ongoing process of objectivization. In Cassirer's mature philosophy, this originally purely epistemological insight acquires a new anthropological scope. At stake now is not just the objectivity of science but the validity of the symbolic function as such. Cassirer's endeavor is to show that all human activity, hunting and dancing as well as scientific research, unfolds within the sphere of the symbolic. To leave this sphere is not to come closer to nature or life but to forfeit any recognizably human existence. The mind cannot peel off, like snake skins, the forms within which it lives and exists. in which it not only thinks but also feels and perceives, sees, and gives shape to things. It cannot, by a kind of organic metamorphosis, enter into another level of life different from the one it is in. 40 Man, as Cassirer puts it elsewhere, is an exile from the paradise of immediacy. He has partaken of the tree of knowledge and therewith forever left behind the limits of merely natural existence, of life which is unconscious of itself. 41 The metaphor of paradise is not quite adequate to Cassirer's purpose, though. For what he calls merely natural existence is unavailable to us not just by divine fiat or some analogous misfortune. It is unavailable necessarily, it is not even a coherent possibility for creatures such as ourselves. The nostalgia at the heart of Laban's philosophy has no real object. Its yearning for the paradise of immediacy is in reality a yearning for nothingness, for death. Far from an overcoming of modern nihilism, Laban's philosophy is one of its deepest manifestations. Let us now turn from general observations to particular individuals. Cassirer commented on many Laban's philosophin over the course of some 25 years. To avoid repetition, I shall here concentrate on only a couple, Clausius and Simmel, each representative of a different strand of early 20th century irrationalism. Ludwig Clausius. Clausius was one of many shadowy figures haunting the intellectual demimonde of the Weimar Republic. A major influence on the youth movement, he was also a member of the so-called cosmic circle of avant-garde bohemians surrounding Stefan George and drawing inspiration from Nietzsche and the Swiss mythologist Johann Jacob Bachofen. Clausius elaborated a complete private mythology based on the opposition between soul, Seele, and intellect, Geist. These two cosmic principles respectively, female and male, creative and destructive, passive and active, are locked in mortal yet unequal combat. What we call progress is in reality nothing but the slow annihilation of the soul, its gradual dismemberment by a rapacious, domineering intellect. Under the pretext of profit, economic development, culture, it is intent on the destruction of life. It attacks it in all its forms, cuts down forests, extinguishes species, wipes out indigenous peoples, smothers and disfigures the landscape with the varnish of commerce, and degrades those living creatures which it spares, like livestock, into mere merchandise, into the marked objects of an unlimited greed. 42 Today, adds Clausius, this process reaches its climax with the triumph of Jewish American capitalism. Torn is the bond between human invention and the earth, extinguished for centuries, if not forever, the primal song of the landscape. 43. This brief summary might appear to confirm George Lukács's view of Clausius as a second-rate proto-fascist. But that would be too hasty. Clausius was indeed an irrationalist and an anti-Semite. He had no sympathy, though, for fascism's technological and military zeal, which from his standpoint was just another expression of Geist. His ideal was pacific, matriarchal, and backward-looking. The Nazis responded in kind. Clausius, complained Alfred Rosenberg, advocates a sinking back into a formless chaos. Into conditions which can never be regarded as desirable. 44 Nor was Clausius just an apostle of the right. His critique of technology exerted a powerful, if hidden, influence on the unorthodox Marxist left, especially Benjamin. But where Clausius really succeeded in breaking through the barrier separating respectable thought from right-wing crankiness was in his psychology, which paralleled, in a loose form, much contemporary phenomenology. His theory of expression, in particular, elicited appreciative if wary responses from such eminently sound intellectuals as Karl Buehler, Plessner, and indeed Cassirer. 45 Clausius's 1956 obituary in Die Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, written by none other than Habermas, commends his subtle description of the constitution of consciousness. 46 All of which demonstrates once again the fallacy of interpreting Weimar intellectual life under the rubric bad right versus good left. Cassirer's treatment of Clausius in the third volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms looks on the surface like a remarkable demonstration of either generosity or appeasement, depending on one's point of view. Ignoring his primitivism and anti-Semitism, Cassirer focuses solely on the most respectable part of his thought, his doctrine of expression. This he endorses wholesale, quoting it at length as an illustration of his own standpoint. The soul is the meaning of the body and the body is the manifestation of the soul. Neither acts upon the other, for neither one belongs to the world of things. Since acting upon is inseparable from the interaction of things, the relation of cause and effect is merely a designation of separated parts of a relationship already thus analyzed. Meaning and appearance, however, are themselves a relationship, or rather they are the prototype of all relationships. Anyone who finds it difficult to visualize a relation which is incomparably different from that of cause and effect, and of an infinitely closer kind, need only consider the analogous relation of the sign to what it designates. As the concept inheres in the linguistic sound, so does the soul inhere in the body. The former is the meaning of the word, the latter the meaning of the body. The word is the cloak of the thought, the body is the manifestation of the soul. No more than there are wordless concepts are there souls without manifest form. 47. It is on the basis of this symbolic view of the body-soul relationship that Cassirer attempts, as we saw in chapter 6, to dissolve the traditional problem of other minds. There is no need to postulate a dubious inference from bodily actions to mental states, for the latter are manifest in the former, like thoughts in linguistic sounds. Only when a misguided scientism seeks to convert this symbolic relationship into a causal one does the problem of other minds arise. Clausius thus becomes a crucial ally for Cassirer in his struggle against Cartesian dualism. But Cassirer's courtesy is, as so often, double-edged. He seizes on the passage quoted above not only because it gives eloquent expression to his own viewpoint but also because it inadvertently undermines Clausius's official doctrine of expression. That doctrine holds expression to be a direct, uninhibited outpouring of emotion, as exemplified by the joyful skipping of an unleashed dog or the angry pounding of a table. Everything deliberate, learned, or reflective is a diminution of genuine expression, an impairment of its original purity. Yet if the expressive relation is symbolic, as Clausius himself asserts, then this doctrine must be false. For the relation between a symbol and what it symbolizes is never analogous to a pure outpouring or discharge. Even if expressive gestures seem peculiarly direct when compared to more artificial forms of symbolism, they are never simply automatic, but always encompass an element of spontaneity, of free formation. Otherwise they would not be forms of action at all, but mere passive reactions, like shivers or blushes. 48 Cassirer's endorsement of Clausius thus turns out to be neither generosity nor appeasement, but a subtle form of sabotage, a jujitsu deployment of Clausius's words against his own public intentions. Cassirer was, if you like, a deconstructionist avant la lettre. This debate over the nature of expression has a hidden sociological dimension, the basic terms of which derive from Ferdinand Tönnies's classic Gemeinschaft und Gesellschaft. The concept of Gemeinschaft, community, formed a natural counterpart to Clausius's ideal of pure expressive openness. It indicated the arena within which such openness might flourish. Gesellschaft, society, was seen, by contrast, as a sphere of theater and masquerade. The usual target of this dichotomy was Weimar politics, whose squalid machinations could easily be contrasted with the camaraderie of the Wandervogel. The deeper import of Cassirer's critique now becomes clear. If expression is always symbolically mediated, there can be no such thing as a community of pure self-disclosure, and likewise no fall into artifice. Human behavior always contains an element of artifice, explicit or implicit, without which it would not be recognizably human at all. What appears to Clausius as a corruption of the primordial authenticity of Gemeinschaft is in fact a state of being proper to the symbolic animal. Cassirer was not alone in asserting the claims of distance and convention against what Richard Sennett was later to call the tyranny of intimacy. The critique of expression was, as Helmuth Leithen has shown, a common theme of Weimar social thought. Expression is no longer an unfiltered manifestation of a stimulus center, as Clausius had claimed. Skidelsky emphasizes the intellectual element in the spontaneous. Plessner notes that every expression, as soon as it appears, becomes subject to the regularities of the symbolic order. Brecht recognizes the intersubjective significatory character of self-expression, drawing far-reaching consequences from it. 49 All these writers were engaged in what might be called an anthropological defense of Gesellschaft against the fashionable valorization of Gemeinschaft. They all sought, in other words, to ground the artificiality of modern civilization in human nature itself. Cassirer can be included in their number. Cassirer returns to Clausius in the fourth volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. 50 Once again, he compliments him on having grasped the nature of expressive experience with a purity and depth perhaps unequaled by any previous theory, and being able to do justice as almost no other to the true significance of myth. 51 But this time praise is followed by explicit criticism. Clausius is so deeply immersed in the expressive world of myth that he cannot see it from the outside, cannot grasp it as one form of symbolic activity among others. He accepts it rather on its own terms, as a direct revelation of ultimate reality. Such a metaphysical hypostasis of myth leads inevitably to the denigration of all other forms of symbolism to the level of mere abstractions. From this hypostasis, from this elevation of the world of expression to the position of the sole reality, it now immediately follows that anything that goes beyond this world, that belongs not to the dimension of pure expression but to that of representation or signification, must pale into insignificance and become a mere scheme of 52 Clausius's error mirrors that of logical positivism. If positivism grants natural science a monopoly on meaning, disenfranchising the expressive world of myth, Clausius grants myth a monopoly on meaning, disenfranchising the significative world of science. Both viewpoints are equally one-sided and confused, the elevation of expression as sovereign over signification and the elevation of signification as sovereign over expression. 53. Cassirer wants to dissolve this fruitless conflict between two equally partial viewpoints. All symbolic forms are simultaneously revelation and concealment, each opens up certain lines of vision and shuts down others. The attempt to elevate any single one to the status of ultimate truth only succeeds in obliterating its distinctively symbolic character. Such a dissymbolization is all too evident with Clausius. Identifying myth with truth simplicita, he cannot but conceive of it as a passive submission or surrender to an immediately given reality. In a phenomenological sense this is not entirely false, it captures myth's own sense of itself as something given, handed down, or revealed. Yet pure passivity is ruled out by the basic premise of the philosophy of symbolic forms. There is no seeing that is purely receptivity, that does not also include a formative function. Even myth, no matter how far back we trace it and no matter how overwhelmingly feelings predominate in it, is still a kind of configuration of reality. As the expressivity of the world, it necessarily involves its metamorphosis, its transformation into an image. 54 Myth, like gesture, is always already an expression of the spontaneity of Geist, even if it is not yet explicitly conscious of itself as such. Cassirer's ultimate purpose in insisting on the symbolic, spontaneous character of myth is to diffuse any invidious contrast between it and the more evolved forms of culture. Clausius, as we have seen, sets up a dichotomy between the pure self-disclosure of reality in myth and science's empty will to power. But precisely this dichotomy is untenable from the standpoint of the philosophy of symbolic forms. Myth is not just passive submission to reality but a mode of spiritual formation, naturally evolving into other modes of spiritual formation. And science, by the same token, is not just calculating will to power, forever severed from myth's plenitude of being, but a further development of the very same creative forces that find their initial expression in myth. Clausius's stark contrast between myth as pure receptivity and science as pure drive is dissolved in the unity of the symbol, whose essence is neither receptivity nor drive, but the will to shape, to give order to experience. The philosophy of symbolic forms meets with Geist everywhere as the will to power, but as the will to formation. It is not the naked domination of the world, but its formation that language, art, knowledge, and religion are struggling with. 55. Cassirer was not, it should be added, entirely hostile to Clausius's culture critic. Indeed, he summarizes it at length and with obvious sympathy: what we call the understanding, will, or culture, these are only names for humankind's unrestrained drive to dominate, only names for that calculating will to appropriate, which separates itself from the inexhaustible fullness of life in order to subjugate it all the better and make it obedient to man's will. But searing and convincing as this condemnation of human culture may seem, it holds true only, and this is the rub, if we understand by culture nothing but an aggregate, the constantly renewed accumulation of goods. 56. The whole point of Cassirer's philosophy is to rescue culture from this restrictively technological definition. Culture is first and foremost will to form; only when it loses itself in scientism and technicism does it degenerate into will to power. And this, in turn, breeds that all-pervasive suspicion, that urge to unmask and debunk, of which Clausius's theory is only the latest exemplar. Modern psychology and modern society have repeated the same theme in innumerable variations. The will to power, the economic impulse, the sexual appetite appear in ever new disguises. Life has become a play that we perform for ourselves and for others, all the world a stage and men and women merely players. 57. To this modern hermeneutics of suspicion Cassirer opposes his own hermeneutics of recovery. His aim is not to unmask modern civilization but rather to redeem it, to reveal its hidden logos, thereby allowing us to reclaim it as our own. George Simmel. Simmel was a Lebensphilosoph of a different stamp from Clausius. If Clausius rebelled against modern civilization with the fury of a Zarathustra, Simmel confronted it with irony and resignation. Liberal, metropolitan, and dandified, he was both repelled and fascinated by the forces of modernity, which he analyzed in essays of fragmentary brilliance. Simmel is now acknowledged along with Tönnies and Weber as a founding father of German sociology. But during his lifetime he received little institutional recognition, remaining for most of his career a lowly Privatdozent at the University of Berlin. Not only was he Jewish, which remained a bar to advancement throughout the Wilhelmian period, but his work was considered too literary and flashy by the academic establishment. Simmel's main impact was on the young and rebellious, among whom he acquired a reputation as a sympathetic interpreter of modern trends. His lectures, which, unusually, were open to women, were always packed. One attendant was the undergraduate Cassirer, who later recalled how it was on the advice of Simmel that he first made his fateful acquaintance with the works of Cohen. 58. The germs of Simmel's later Lebensphilosophy are already visible in his magnum opus of 1900, The Philosophy of Money. Toward the end of this work, Simmel makes an important distinction between subjective and objective culture. The former refers to individual Bildung, the latter to the transpersonal structures of knowledge and production. Simmel's pessimistic thought is that subjective culture is being outstripped and crushed by the perfection of objective culture. The complexity of modern science, scholarship, industry, and bureaucracy is beyond the capacity of any single individual, however gifted, to assimilate. Culture is no longer, as it was for Goethe and Hegel, the sphere of self-realization, but a maze of strange, unintelligible procedures, a labyrinth within which we lose ourselves. How many workers are there today, even within large-scale industry, who are able to understand the machinery with which they work? In the purely intellectual sphere, even the best informed and most thoughtful persons work with a growing number of ideas, concepts, and statements, the exact meaning and content of which they are not fully aware. 59. Such thoughts recall the familiar Marxist theory of alienation. There is, however, a crucial difference. For Marx, alienation is fundamentally an economic process, a consequence of the specialization of production under capitalism. But Simmel understands it in a much broader sense, as a process encompassing not only the specialization of production but also the growth of bureaucracy and the proliferation of knowledge. Hence the Marxist solution, the abolition of capitalism, is not available to him. For even if the abolition of capitalism could undo the economic aspects of alienation, it would not touch its deeper source, which lies in the ongoing objectification of all dimensions of human life. Political optimism thus gives way to cultural pessimism, Marx's secular millennium to Weber's iron cage. Apart from a brief yet characteristic lapse during the First World War, Simmel's attitude toward the problems he diagnosed was one of uncompromising fatalism. In a series of short essays written toward the end of his life, Simmel elevates the contradiction between subjective and objective culture into a vast metaphysical drama. There is a deep estrangement or enmity between the life and creative process of the psyche on the one hand and its content and products on the other. The vibrating, boundlessly developing, restless life of the creative soul of any type is confronted by its fixed and intellectually unshakable product. It is often as if the creative movement of the soul were dying from its own product. 60 In modern times, this process of cultural reification has provoked a passionate reaction. Life has risen up in revolt, not against this or that cultural form, but against the very idea of cultural form as such. The various manifestations of this resurgence of life include the philosophy of Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and the American pragmatists, the art of Vincent van Gogh, the cult of youth, and the fashion for free love and religious mysticism. 61 Simmel writes about these movements with sympathy, but concludes that they aspire to something that is by its nature unattainable. Life cannot manifest itself in its immediacy, it is ineluctably condemned to become reality only in the guise of its opposite, that is as form. 62 This is the tragedy of culture. Cassirer grappled with Simmel a number of times throughout the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. As usual, he begins by noting points of agreement between himself and his old teacher. Simmel is not Clausius, he has, to his credit, no ambition to resurrect some lost mythical wholeness. He recognizes that life cannot become visible in its pure immediacy but only in the mirror of culture. 63 What Cassirer disputes is Simmel's right to take this fact tragically. Such an attitude is possible, he argues, only on the assumption that life in itself knows no division, that its turn to the idea, inescapable though it may be, constitutes a kind of self-alienation, a fall into otherness. But this contradicts Cassirer's already mentioned doctrine of natural symbolism. Life contains within itself a potential for formation, it is already incipiently symbolic. Thus no absolute opposition can arise between it and the realm of forms. No matter how deeply we enter the realm of organic processes or how high we go into the sphere of intellectual creativity, we never find these two subjects, these two substances, so to speak, whose harmony and metaphysical relationship are being questioned here. We meet up with a completely formless life as seldom as we meet up with a completely lifeless form. 64. Cassirer does not wish to deny that we can experience a relative conflict between life and culture. As pure process, life cannot come to rest in any one of its products. The infinity which is denied to the finished configuration lives in the pure process of configuration. This does not become solidified in any individual creation, because it is the eternally productive act. 65 Here is the germ of truth in Simmel and indeed in Laban's philosophy more generally. Unlike the mainstream analytic tradition, Cassirer was sensitive to the discrepancy between private impulse and public act. He writes eloquently about the failure of language to capture the turmoil of our inner lives. He quotes Schiller, "Why can the living spirit not appear to spirit? When the soul speaks, alas, it is no longer the soul that speaks." 66 This failure is felt most keenly by great artists, thinkers, and religious visionaries. In seeking to give utterance to his vision of the divine, the prophet must draw on symbols handed down by tradition. So long as he is still inspired and filled with the inner force of vision, these are nothing other than symbols for him. But for those to whom the proclamation is imparted, the symbols will once again become dogmas. 67 Hence the despair of the prophet, the despair of Goethe's Mohammed when he realizes that all he has bequeathed to the world is a new jargon. But while acknowledging the possibility of such a conflict, Cassirer resists the temptation to absolutize it. Simmel's grand metaphysical strife between life and form is better envisaged as a local conflict between the process of formation and its product, between what Cassirer calls the forma formans and the forma formata. And this latter conflict, unlike the former, is always open to resolution. Although the forma formans must, for the sake of its own preservation, become the forma formata, it nonetheless retains the power to regain itself from it, to be born again as forma formans. 68 No cultural object, however venerated or abused, however encrusted with dogma or cliché, can become entirely alien. It always retains a trace of human life, awaiting retrieval in the act of sympathetic interpretation. That which is true of individual objects is likewise true of epochs. The truly great cultural epochs of the past are not like erratic blocks that reach into the present as witnesses of a bygone time. They are not inert masses, but the conglomeration of huge potential energies, which are only waiting for the moment when they are to come forward again and make themselves manifest in new effects. 69 History is not an irreversible process of sclerosis but a never-ending play of opposing forces, of tradition and revolution, death and rebirth. In the face of Simmel's pessimism, Cassirer holds faith with Vico's conviction that nothing created by man can ever become entirely alien to man. The question of technology. Cassirer's response to Clausius and Simmel can strike the reader as an elaborate exercise in missing the point. Although both philosophers of life couch their critique in the abstract language of German metaphysics, their primary concern is clearly the concrete fact of modern technology. Cassirer, though, takes their metaphysical pronouncements entirely at face value. His rejoinder is pitched on a purely spiritual level. It treats the problem as one of cultural interpretation or the psychology of genius, ignoring such prosaic facts as the division of labor. 70 All of which encourages the suspicion that there is something escapist about Cassirer's optimism. Was he, like Don Quixote, able to maintain his noble bearing only by resolutely turning his face against all unpleasant aspects of the modern world? Or should he be compared to Thomas Mann Settembrini, the humanist man of letters, whose eternal harangues on behalf of reason and enlightenment evoke in Hans Castorp the unflattering image of an organ grinder? Many of Cassirer's readers have arrived at precisely this conclusion. Cassirer's great weakness as an intellectual historian, comments Peter Gay, is his failure to do justice to the social dimension of ideas. 71 More recently, Wilfried Gessner and Gideon Freudenthal have leveled the same reproach. Cassirer's optimism, writes Freudenthal, is purchased at the expense of the reduction of all products of human creativity to high spiritual culture. 72 It is true that Cassirer never entirely overcame the unworldliness of the German Mandarin tradition, with its suspicion of sociology and ignorance of economics a striking shortcoming in a supposedly universal philosopher of culture. Only in a short essay published in 1930, Form-und-Technik, does he attempt to correct the imbalance. Form-und-Technik has not received the attention it deserves, due largely to accidents of publication history. 73 Yet it is the only place in which Cassirer directly answers the charge against modern technology. It is a fascinating attempt to extend the hermeneutics of recovery beyond its natural field of religion and culture. And although it ultimately fails, its failure casts a revealing light on what I have already diagnosed as Cassirer's more general failure to develop a properly independent conception of moral reason. The philosophy of technology was already well established in Germany by the time Cassirer wrote Form-und-Technik, constituting a native counterpart to the better-known British discipline of political economy. If Adam Smith and David Ricardo had defended technology in utilitarian terms, as a device for reducing labor costs, German thinkers tended to view it as an expression of human creativity, a means by which man reshapes himself and his world. The peculiarity of this German tradition was due not only to the influence of post-Kantian idealism but also to the existence of a large number of philosophically trained engineers. In Britain, by contrast, a wide gulf of class and culture separated the elegant abstractions of economists from the grubby world of Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Lebensphilosophy made its own ambiguous contribution to this uniquely German tradition. We have already looked at Clausius's bitter denunciation of technology as an enemy of life and the soul. But as the 1920s wore on, and the German economy revived, the terms of this rhetoric were increasingly inverted. No longer an enemy of life, technology was lauded as its most glorious expression. Americanism, wrote Rudolf Kaiser in 1925, is young, barbaric, uncultivated, and willful. Is fanaticism for life, for its worldliness and present-day forms. 74 This vitalist glorification of technology could also take an aggressively militaristic form. Junger and Spengler both tried to detach technology from its roots in bourgeois civilization, reinterpreting it as the expression of a savage will to power. The passion of the inventor, wrote Spengler in 1931, has nothing whatsoever to do with its consequences. Anyone who imagines this knows little of the beast of prey nature of man. All great discoveries and inventions spring from the delight of strong men in victory. They are expressions of personality and not of the utilitarian thinking of the masses. 75. These debates over the meaning of technology lie in the background of Cassirer's essay. Form und Technik is directed against both the British utilitarian defense of technology and the Spenglerian vision of it as a manifestation of the will to power. From its perspective, both interpretations are equally guilty of psychological reductionism, the difference between them lying only in the type of psychology appealed to 18th-century hedonism on the one side and a debased Nietzscheanism on the other. Form und Technik returns to the older idealist standpoint, according to which technology is not the action of a preggiven subject on a preggiven world but a medium through which man defines himself and his world. Such an outlook represents, for Cassirer, a fundamental demand of human dignity. Spirit does not in the final resort tolerate or bear any purely external determination. Even where it places itself in the hands of a foreign power and sees its development determined by it, it must at the very least seek to penetrate the core and meaning of this determination. And by this means it resolves even its fate back into freedom. 76 Nor is this intended as a purely idealistic exercise in hermeneutic retrieval. From the clarity and determinacy of seeing, insists Cassirer, emerges a new power of action, a power by means of which spirit defends itself against every external determination, every mere fatality of objects and objective effects. 77 Stirring words, but as we shall see, fundamental difficulties stand in the way of their realization. The enterprise of reclaiming technology for human culture is most successful when it remains at a high level of philosophical abstraction. Cassirer persuasively attacks the view that technology as such, the use of tools, can be explained in terms of appetite or will to power. The decisive point never lies in the material goods won by it in the quantitative extension of our sphere of influence, by means of which one bit of external reality after another is progressively subordinated to the will of man. This overcoming would remain in the final resort fruitless if the spirit merely acquired and penetrated new world stuff. The real, the deeper dividend lies in the gain of form, in the fact that the extension of action at the same time transforms its qualitative meaning, thereby creating the possibility of a new world aspect. 78. The tool, in other words, is not just an instrument for the subordination of a preggiven reality, it is a vital component in the constitution of reality. To drive the point home, Cassirer envisages a hypothetical mythical stage of culture prior to the invention of tools. The denizen of this realm, Homo divinans, views the world as directly amenable to his wishes. The mere representation of a desired object is regarded as sufficient for its attainment. Desire leaps directly to its goal, it has no conception of the intermediate stage. Homo divinans has, in short, no conception of objectivity, at least not in the full sense of the term. Such a conception first arises with the invention of the tool. By interposing a series of intermediary links between the wish and its fulfillment, the tool creates an image of the world as an independent causal structure, a structure that, in Francis Bacon's famous phrase, must be obeyed in order to be mastered. Nature is no longer an amorphous stuff to be twisted into any desired shape or form. The objectively possible sets limits to the omnipotence of fantasy. And this new independence on the side of the object corresponds to a new self-possession on the side of the subject. The wish becomes the will, vague hankering coalesces into active intent. The object is just as much the guiding thread which first gives the will its definition and constancy as it is its limit, its counterbalance, and its resistance. 79. Cassirer's immediate target in this passage is J. G. Fraser's well-known view of magic as a kind of primitive experimental physics, differing from modern physics in degree rather than kind. But behind Fraser stands the long tradition of empiricist social science, with its view of cultural forms as so many manifestations of an unchanging human nature. Innovations in science or technology are understood as breakthroughs in technique, as new and more efficient means of satisfying the same basic ends. Utility functions, to use the language of economics, the inheritor of this tradition, are treated as given. All that remains is the technical question of their optimization. Cassirer's comments on technology strike at the roots of this tradition. Technology is never just a means of satisfying given preferences, it shapes preferences, transforming them from mere wishes into wills. A similar objection applies, ipso facto, to the more aggressive naturalism of Spengler and Jünger. Scientific experiment is not and cannot be the stratagem of intellectual beasts of prey, as Spengler colorfully describes it, because the world inhabited by beasts of prey, intellectual or otherwise, is fundamentally different from the world projected by science. 80 There is no unbroken continuity between the realm of nature and that of culture, or indeed between the various phases of culture itself. So far so good. But when Cassirer turns from technology in general to its specifically modern, mechanical form, he runs into difficulties. Machine technology is governed by Marx's law of emancipation from organic limits. 81 If the hand tool simply extends and accentuates the natural movement of the human body, the machine supplants it with a dynamic alien and often opposed to the body, or indeed any other natural thing. There is no doubt that this denaturing of technology entails huge gains in efficacy. The problem of flight could not be solved, notes Cassirer, until engineers freed themselves from the example of birds and abandoned the principle of moving wings. Technology here follows the same general trajectory as language, whose original attempt to mimic objects onomatopoeically is later supplanted by a purely symbolic relationship. Yet whereas Cassirer looks favorably on the increasing autonomy of language, his attitude to the corresponding progress of technology is mixed. For in this latter case the gain is merely practical, which in Cassirer's eyes counts for little, whereas the loss is one of expressive unity. Here Cassirer adds his voice to the lament of Ruskin, Marx, and others over the devastation wrought by the machine. The feeling of solidarity that unites the hand worker and his tools is progressively dissolved, the connection between work and product ceases to be immediately experienced. For the of goal the product, its true telos, is now entrusted to the machine, the human being becoming an absolute dependent in relation to the whole work process apart, dwindling more and more to a mere fragment. 82. But much as Cassirer deplores the alienation of the worker, his real indignation is reserved for the corruption of the consumer. Man is held fast, even more inexorably than by the mechanism of work, by the mechanism into which he is thrust by the products and proceeds of technical culture, and in which he is thrown, in a never-ending frenzy, from appetite to consumption, from consumption to appetite. 83 Here is the ethical center of Cassirer's critique. His protest is not against social injustice so much as hedonism, his stance is not that of a Marxist but a classical moralist. Gains in efficiency cannot, for one raised on Plato and Kant, weigh against the much graver forfeit of virtue inherent in modern consumerism. Anyone who has not from the very outset surrendered to the demands of mere utility, but retains a sense for ethical and intellectual standards, cannot overlook the serious inner defects of the much lauded technical culture. 84 Similar remarks can be found in the writings of Adorno and Heidegger. Their huge political differences notwithstanding, all three shared the natural antipathy of men brought up to regard culture and science as absolute values to an economic system founded on the satisfaction of subjective wants. Moral antipathy to capitalism typically leads to the demand for some sort of external curb on the pursuit of private self-interest. Adorno found such a curb in communism, Heidegger in Nazism. But such extremes are avoidable. Social democrats also regard the pursuit of profit as morally dubious, or at the very least neutral, but are prepared to tolerate it on condition that its proceeds are made available for political redistribution. Ethical reason, exiled from the marketplace, finds its sanctuary in democratic politics. John Rawls has given classic expression to this point of view. The market economy, in his theory, possesses no inherent legitimacy, but only such as is bestowed on it from without, by political consensus. The economy and the polity belong, in Kantian terms, to the separate realms of fact and value. The former is morally inert, it must draw whatever moral significance it possesses from the latter. Given Cassirer's dim view of technical culture, one might expect him to agree with Rawls in seeking some external moral political check on its free operation. But he does no such thing. On the contrary, he is highly critical of thinkers who try to foist on technology a measure which does not originate from within itself, or goals that in its pure formative will and power it does not know. 85 And indeed, there are deep philosophical reasons why Cassirer cannot recognize any purely external judgment on technology. For it is central to his thought, as I tried to show in Chapter 5, that there is no such thing as an independent faculty of pure practical reason. Practical reason has been dissolved into the various modes of symbolic formation. There is no standpoint external to these modes from which they might be assessed and judged. Each one carries its own criterion of value within itself. This explains Cassirer's insistence that any genuine judgment on technology must be one from it itself, from an insight into its indwelling immanent law. 86 The Kantian Rawlsian standpoint, the standpoint of pure practical reason, is not available to him. This is the rock on which Technik founders. Its presuppositions demand an imminent retrieval of technology, yet its pessimistic analysis of technical culture renders any such retrieval impossible. It is condemned to uncover a telos where there is no telos to be uncovered. Hence the feebleness of its concluding pages, in which Cassirer desperately tries to salvage grounds for hope from the development he has so bleakly sketched. The relationship between technology and free market capitalism is, he ventures, one of historical accident rather than logical necessity. Indeed, there exists within technology a principle tending toward some form of socialism. For technology stands under the ideal of the solidarity of work, in which ultimately all work for one and one for all. It creates, even before the truly free community of will, a kind of community of fate between all those who are engaged in its work. Thus one can with justice designate as the implicit meaning of technical work and technical culture the thought of freedom through servitude. If this thought is truly to take effect, it is of course necessary that it should progressively convert its implicit meaning into an explicit one, that which in technical creation occurs should be recognized and understood in its fundamental direction, should be raised to intellectual and moral consciousness. Only to the extent that this happens will technology prove itself as the conqueror not just of natural forces but also of the chaotic forces in human beings. 87. The language of this passage is more than usually imprecise, but the main thought seems to be that our growing economic interdependence demands expression in some kind of central economic planning. Popular in the 1930s and 1940s, this claim is almost exactly false. As Friedrich Hayek and Ludwig von Mises suggested, it is precisely the fact of economic interdependence that makes any system of central planning unworkable. And even if it were true, would one really look forward to a society founded on the unlovely principle of freedom through servitude? But perhaps it is unfair to subject Cassirer's vague rhetoric to close analysis. The crucial point is that his abandonment of Kant's faculty of pure practical reason obliges him to conjure up a spurious historical teleology in order to underwrite what is in essence an ethical stance. Cassirer can no longer pronounce judgment from the chair of pure reason, but must instead appeal to a momentum in which he himself has no real confidence. He has handed himself over as a hostage to history. Conclusion. One question remains. Why does Cassirer's project of hermeneutic recovery, so persuasive in relation to myth, religion, language, art, and science, break down when extended to modern technology? What is it about this last field of human activity that renders it so peculiarly resistant to philosophical comprehension? Here we return once again to the Goethean Bildungsideal at the heart of Cassirer's philosophy. Central to this ideal is the conviction that every conquest of external reality is at the same time a consolidation of the self. We discover ourselves not in introspection but through struggle with the world. Try to do your duty, and you know your medal straight away. 88 This idea permeates the philosophy of symbolic forms. All the different forms of culture are simultaneously figurations of the world and configurations of the will. Even myth, the most passive of the symbolic forms, contains, albeit implicitly, an active element. In religion, language, art, and science, this active element is raised to consciousness and individualized. This is why Cassirer is able to describe human culture, taken as a whole, as the process of man's progressive self-liberation. 89. We have seen how Cassirer manages to encompass the simpler forms of technology in this process of self-liberation. They too are presented not just as creations of man but, in Schiller's evocative phrase, as his second creator. 90 Yet when it comes to advanced technology, this reciprocal relation breaks down. The conquest of the external world no longer serves to educate desire, but merely to create new opportunities for its satisfaction. The specific causes of this breakdown are, as we have seen, the alienation of the worker and the enshrinement of consumer choice. These two developments both vastly extend the domain of hypothetical at the expense of categorical imperatives. Work is no longer viewed as an end in itself, but as a means to consumption. Consumption, in turn, is no longer subject to the discipline of objective moral, aesthetic, and intellectual standards, but only to the tyranny of fashion and desire. Under such conditions, the traditional empiricist picture of the intellect as a slave of the passions becomes an objective social reality. Society is permeated by a purely technical, instrumental rationality. Philosophers question whether any other conception of reason is so much as intelligible. The result is the thoroughgoing animalization of humanity. It is no longer possible to regard man as anything more than a very clever monkey. This melancholy diagnosis is not unique to Cassirer. It represents the considered response of many members of the German-educated elite to industrial civilization. Similar thoughts are expressed in the writings of the Frankfurt School, Heidegger, and the liberal historian Meinecke. The higher reason of Goethe's day, writes Meinecke, did not fare well in the advancing technological age. Homo sapiens was supplanted by Homo faber. No longer was there a striving for a harmony of the various mental and spiritual forces. There was only a one-sided, exaggerated peak production of one force at the expense of the other. 91 Goethe himself set the precedent for such attitudes. Although on the whole friendly toward the ideals of civilization and enlightenment, he was significantly ambivalent when it came to modern technology. What aroused his suspicion was precisely technology's inhuman quality, its capacity to bypass higher reason and act directly on the senses. It is a strange state, Eckermann reports him saying after a piano concert, to which the great improvements in the technical and mechanical part of the art have brought our newest composers. Their productions are no longer music, they go beyond the level of human feelings, and no response can be given them from the mind and heart. How do you feel? I hear with my ears only. 92. It was natural for many liberal and left-wing Germans, educated in the Goethean tradition of Bildung, to interpret the Nazi dictatorship as an inevitable consequence of modern technology. Hitler exercised his hypnotic spell, claims Horkheimer, over people who had been stripped of their spontaneity by the industrializing process. 93 Increasing rationalization, echoes Meinecke, has succeeded in stamping a mechanistic character on life, and in lessening the spontaneity of the spirit. 94 For both men, it is technology's destruction of spontaneity, that quintessentially Kantian attribute, that clears the ground for totalitarian rule. The difference between them is that Horkheimer looks to politics as the forum in which spontaneity might still be exercised, whereas Meinecke resides his faith in the old Goethean tradition of cultural enlightenment, a tradition that has so spectacularly failed. It is hardly surprising, given their common intellectual background, that like Horkheimer and Meinecke, Cassirer should identify the destruction of human spontaneity as the chief evil of industrial civilization and a crucial precondition of fascism. Tony recalls her husband taking a keen interest in the manipulative power of American radio advertising. Soap or master race, scouring powder or anti-Semitism, he said, anything can conquer the market in this manner. 95 Here are the germs of Cassirer's last work, The Myth of the State. Yet despite such typically Frankfurtian reflections, Cassirer, like Meinecke, continued to look to culture rather than politics as the ultimate safeguard of humanity. In the final chapter, I examine in more detail why this should be so. 8. Heidegger. Was this philosopher not some Aristotle gone berserk, pitting the greatness of his thinking power against his thinking? Arnold von Bugenhagen. Lebensphilosophie was a popular movement, growing up outside or on the fringes of academic philosophy. To trained eyes, it revealed a fatal inconsistency. In attempting to discredit science, it drew freely and unthinkingly on its findings. This was the gist of Russell's devastating rejoinder to Bergson. Of Bergson's theory that intellect is a purely practical faculty, developed in the struggle for survival, and not a source of true beliefs, we may say, first, that it is only through intellect that we know of the struggle for survival and the biological ancestry of man. If the intellect is misleading, the whole of this merely inferred history is presumably untrue. One such naivete put Lebensphilosophie beyond the pale of academic respectability. However, Lebensphilosophie's banishment was not as complete as it first appears. Many of its underlying impulses found their way into the austerely academic movement of phenomenology, where they were purged of the psychologism so objectionable to Russell and others. Skidelsky was a key figure in this development. As we saw in the last chapter, he sympathized with Bergson's metaphysics of intuition, but rated it no more than a superficial al fresco drawing compared to the subtle etching of the phenomenologists. Point 2 Through the efforts of Skidelsky and others, motifs from Bergson, Dilthey, and Nietzsche were translated into the rigorously presuppositionless idiom of Husserl, a process paralleling the transformation of positivism into logical positivism. Thus was born that strange monster, a rigorous irrationalism, a system against systems. This monster came to maturity in Heidegger's masterpiece, Being and Time. Heidegger was Cassirer's nemesis. The little magician of Meßkirch was out to destroy everything represented by the Olympian philosopher of culture. Yet he had great respect for Cassirer as a thinker, regarding him, according to Hans-Georg Gadamer, as the only one worth publicly responding to. 3 Cassirer was similarly ambivalent. However much I disagree with Heidegger in terms of standpoint, he wrote, I nonetheless prize his work as an achievement of the highest significance, which everywhere bores back into the philosophical depth of philosophical problems. For Heidegger's challenge elicited from Cassirer a more explicit statement of his own philosophical ethic. It forced him to clarify, through opposition, the humanistic vision at the heart of his work. The confrontation between Cassirer and Heidegger reached its public climax with the Davos debate of 1929. This debate encapsulated, in the eyes of contemporaries, the great cultural antagonisms of Weimar Germany. On the one side stood Cassirer, heir to Kant and Goethe, scholarly, courteous, and emollient; on the other side Heidegger, the lapsed seminarian, dark and fervid. A humanist, haute bourgeois confronted an anti-humanist, provincial Gentile. The symbolism was overwhelming. A young student, recalled Levinas, could have had the impression that he was witness to the creation and the end of the world. 5. 4 years later, Heidegger embraced the Nazi Revolution, while Cassirer was forced into exile. It is easy, looking back, to see in the confrontation at Davos a portent of this later history, a foreshadowing on the intellectual plane of what would later assume a directly political shape. Cassirer was obviously a liberal through and through, while Heidegger's rhetoric of hardness and resoluteness was readily adaptable to fascism. Yet that is not how Davos struck contemporaries. To them, its significance was philosophical, cultural, and generational, not political. Heidegger's thinking may have heralded a radical break with the past, but that break had not yet received the form he gave it in 1933. When his Nazi sympathies finally became evident, most of his followers, among them many Jews, were dumbfounded. They were now faced with the delicate task of disentangling a philosophy they esteemed from an ideology they despised. Heidegger's philosophy, and this is of course a serious worry, contains nothing to rule out a fascist interpretation. But neither should it simply be identified with fascism or with any other political stance. Philosophical theories are not just sublimated ideologies, they have a dynamic of their own, cutting across ideological boundaries. It was not Heidegger's politics that endeared him to thinkers such as Sartre and Ernst, but his hatred, shared by them and countless others, of the outworn clichés of bourgeois humanism. The totems of humanity and progress had lost their sheen in the eyes of a generation schooled on violence and mistrust. The thread of tradition, as Ernst called it, had been broken, the individual thrust back, denuded, into his private existence. That was the truth to which Heidegger's philosophy gave voice. It was a truth prompting some toward fascism, others toward communism, and others still toward a liberalism shorn of the illusions of the 19th century. 80 years on, the tide has turned in favor of Cassirer. The horrors of the two world wars have faded, Europe and Germany are reunited, liberal democracy has triumphed over much of the globe. It no longer seems self-evidently absurd to talk of human culture, taken as a whole, as the process of man's progressive self-liberation. 6 Yet the verdict of Davos cannot simply be annulled, there can be no return to the blithe optimism of the 19th century. The old promise of culture to raise us above the accidents of individual existence, to grant us a portion of infinity, is broken beyond repair. Our eyes are for the payoff, the quo bono, be it financial, political, or sexual. Modern liberalism is accordingly more modest than Cassirer's. It no longer dares encompass the totality of civilization, but only the official sphere of politics and economics. Whether such a truncated liberalism is in the long run sustainable is a question I shall return to in the final chapter. The Origins of Existence Philosophy. On May 4, 1933, Husserl, recently suspended from his chair at Freiburg University as a non-Aryan, penned a bitter letter of complaint against his former student Heidegger, now installed as rector. What was also hard to take, he wrote, was the way in which Heidegger and the other proponents of existence philosophy, largely derived from caricatured versions of the ideas contained in my writings, lectures, and personal teachings, twisted the radical scientific purport of my life's work into its very opposite, damning that work by praising it fulsomely as something that had been entirely superseded, something that it was quite unnecessary to study any more. 7 Yet Heidegger could also claim, with some justice, to have been simply following through a logic inherent in Husserlian phenomenology. Let us unravel in more detail the threads of this disputed history. In a famous essay of 1910, Husserl unveiled a new vision of the philosophical enterprise. 8 Philosophy, he urged, must quit the merry-go-round of groundless speculation and clashing viewpoints, and become at last a rigorous science. It must set aside all theories and assumptions, however seemingly well established or scientifically grounded, and return to the only source of pure, absolute knowledge, the immediately given. To the things themselves, must be the rallying cry. Positivism, notes Husserl, also regards the immediately given as the source of all knowledge. But it naively imports into its understanding of this given assumptions drawn from the scientific study of nature, such as that of sensory elements interacting causally. To guard against such lapses, philosophy must rigorously bracket or abstain from all judgments of natural science and common sense, including the judgment that anything exists at all. It must set aside what Husserl calls the natural attitude, in which attention is directed toward an independently existing world of facts, and focus exclusively on consciousness itself. Here it discovers a wonderful new realm, a paradise of immediately intuitable essences. Even if all orange things, with all their light-refracting properties, were to drop out of existence, orange itself would still have the essential properties it does, it would still be essentially between red and yellow and opposite blue. In its hunger for new beginnings, its radical skepticism toward all inherited opinion, its retreat into the inner citadel of consciousness, Husserl's project bears an obvious resemblance to that of Descartes. But there are also important differences. Descartes' ego is a self-contained substance, with only external, causal relations to an outside world. Husserl, by contrast, is heir to Franz Brentano's view of consciousness as intentionally directed, as consciousness of. The world is not essentially cut off from consciousness, it is given along with consciousness itself. Husserl's bracketing of the world does not, then, imply any doubt, methodological or otherwise, as to its existence, but only a refusal to take for granted the interpretation placed on it by the natural sciences or common sense. Its aim is not the securing of knowledge but the clarification of meaning. The whole being of the world consists in a certain meaning, Husserl explains, which presupposes absolute consciousness as the field from which this meaning is derived. 9 Whether or in what sense this makes him an idealist is a question that has been debated ever since. But how original, one might ask, was Husserl's enterprise? Wasn't the insistence on submitting natural science to philosophical reflection and critique already a central theme of Neo-Kantianism? No wonder that Neo-Kantians such as Naderp at first greeted Husserl as an ally in their own struggle against naturalism. They overlooked a crucial distinction, though. The Marburg School's critique takes its bearing from the fact of natural science, working backward to uncover its constitutive conditions. Husserl, by contrast, is interested first and foremost in the world of prescientific experience, the Lebenswelt. His aim is to reveal the essential structure of this world, and only then to show how it is transformed, through a process of mathematical idealization, into the world of science. The Marburg School, as Husserl put it to Leo Strauss, begins with the roof, phenomenology begins with the foundation. 10. Once they had grasped the true nature of Husserl's enterprise, the Neo-Kantians could not give it their consent. There could be, on their premises, no such thing as a world given in intuition prior to scientific theorizing. For according to Kant, intuition is necessarily only of particulars. The task of subsuming these particulars under concepts, of building up a general world picture, falls to the active, constructive faculty of the understanding. Husserl's central concept of eidetic intuition, intuition of essence, is a contradiction in terms. But from Husserl's point of view, Kantianism has simply taken over from naturalism its root error of arbitrarily restricting what can be given in intuition. The two schools differ only in how they seek to overcome this restriction, by appeal, in the one case, to a fictitious psychological mechanism, in the other, to the equally fictitious faculties of understanding and reason. Husserl's students were delighted by what they viewed as a decisive break not just with positivism but also, more important, with the outworn tradition of Neo-Kantianism. The logical investigations, wrote his student Edith Stein, caused a sensation primarily because it appeared to be a radical departure from critical idealism which had a Kantian and Neo-Kantian stamp. It was considered a new scholasticism. Knowledge again appeared as reception, deriving its laws from objects, not, as criticism has it, from determination which imposes its laws on the objects. 11 Among young phenomenologists, wrote Stein's colleague and friend Fritz Kaufmann, the Neo-Kantianism concept of construction became almost an invective. 12 These differences must be borne in mind when we come to examine Heidegger's relation with Cassirer. Although no more an orthodox phenomenologist than Cassirer was a Neo-Kantian, Heidegger continued to conceive of truth in passive terms, as a disclosedness or unveiling of being, whereas Cassirer always stressed the role of human spontaneity in the building up of an objective world. In its rejection of tradition, including the tradition of scientific enlightenment, Husserl's phenomenology was characteristically modern. But its new ideal of knowledge was also, as Stein suggests, a very old one. It was a return to the medieval concept of truth as adequatio reiet intellectus. It implied, in opposition to the active, domineering reason of Kant, a passive, almost mystical openness to reality. It is hardly surprising that most of phenomenology's new recruits were drawn not to the logical and methodological questions central to Husserl but to problems of ethics, aesthetics, and theology. Catholics, especially, were attracted to this new scholasticism. Schiller and Heidegger were both Catholics when they joined the movement. Dietrich von Hildebrand and Stein converted after several years within it. Husserl's students liked to view themselves as a quasi-monastic order, dedicated to the restoration of philosophical rigor. Discipline and purity were cultivated. Husserl was referred to, without irony, as the master. In this atmosphere, Husserl's phenomenology underwent a subtle and to Husserl himself, at first imperceptible change of character. This manifested itself initially as a change in the relative importance attached to different kinds of intentional act. Husserl himself had gestured only perfunctorily to such non-cognitive acts as desiring, resolving, and valuing, assuming that they could be dealt with on the model of the more basic cognitive acts of perceiving, judging, remembering, and so forth. But in the work of his followers, this emphasis was reversed, with non-cognitive acts becoming the primary focus of attention. Schiller developed a theory of evaluation, Adolf Reinach of promising and commanding, Stein of empathetic awareness. And this shift of focus was accompanied by a theoretical reorientation. For it turned out that many such non-cognitive acts couldn't be dealt with on the model of the cognitive acts, as Husserl had assumed, but required a revision of some of his basic philosophical assumptions. As we have seen, Husserl demands that the phenomenologist bracket or put out of action the entire spatio-temporal world and all its inhabitants, his own empirical self included. All that survives this phenomenological reduction is the pure subject of consciousness, the I that necessarily accompanies all acts of thinking, willing, desiring, and so forth. This transcendental ego seems a plausible enough device so long as we confine ourselves to purely cognitive acts. These do not, at first glance, imply a body or other human beings. Problems arise when we turn to non-cognitive acts, though, for many such acts cannot in principle be described from the transcendental standpoint. Promising, to take Reinach's example, is an essentially social act. It presupposes a physically embodied agent surrounded by other such agents. Bracket this context, and promising as such disappears from view. In this and many other cases, the transcendental perspective does not so much clarify as abolish the phenomenon in question. Reflections such as these pushed Husserl's disciples away from his idealism, as they perceived it, toward a view of the self as essentially social, practical, and embodied. Point 13. This development reached its climax with the publication in 1927 of Heidegger's Being and Time. All vestige of Husserl's transcendental ego has here vanished, swallowed up into concrete, historical being in the world. We encounter the world first and foremost as a locus of concern, of plans and expectations, not as an object of detached contemplation. The ready-to-hand is ontologically prior to the present at hand. Heidegger has in effect radicalized Husserl's critique of positivism and turned it against Husserl. Just as Husserl asserted the primordiality of objects over sense data, so Heidegger asserts the primordiality of objects of practical concern over those of bare perception. In Heidegger's eyes, Husserl has betrayed his own ideal of presuppositionless inquiry. Under the pressure of an ancient tradition, he has enshrined the world of disinterested contemplation as the one true reality and demoted the world of practical engagement to the status of the merely subjective. But this distinction has not been won from the phenomena themselves, but imposed on them in accordance with a particular metaphysical theory. Husserl has, so to speak, jumped off the phenomenological train in mid-journey. Yet this now raises a crucial dilemma for Heidegger. The original purpose of Husserl's transcendental ego was to safeguard phenomenology against contamination by the factual. Hasn't this safeguard now vanished? What is to prevent phenomenology from collapsing into empirical psychology or sociology? Or to put it another way, how can a concrete, factual ego become the object of essential analysis? Surely such an analysis must, by its nature, abstract away from everything concrete and factual. It is in response to this dilemma that Heidegger introduces his deepest, most original thought. Dasein, the kind of being that is my own, is essentially factual. This elision collapses at a stroke the distinction, central to Husserl, between the realm of facts and the realm of essences. Phenomenology can no longer bracket factual existence, but by the same token factual existence becomes amenable to a properly phenomenological, that is to say, an a priori and presuppositionless inquiry. The hour of existentialism has struck. What does it mean to say that Dasein is essentially factual? Roughly speaking, it means that my having been born in a particular year, in a particular land, to particular parents, everything that Heidegger designates as the Dwarfenheit or thrownness of Dasein is no mere accident that can be scraped away to reveal some underlying metaphysical essence, but rather constitutes me from the ground up. I am not essentially a soul, a rational animal, a transcendental ego, or anything else. Kant's intelligible substratum of humanity is a myth. But if Dasein is not open to the kind of essentialist analysis familiar from the philosophical tradition, neither does its explication fall solely to the empirical sciences. The particular facts of human existence may belong to psychologists, sociologists, and historians, but the bare fact of existence, facticity itself, as Heidegger calls it, remains a proper subject of philosophical inquiry. But now the problem raised above returns in full force. Having dissolved the distinction between fact and essence, how can Heidegger guarantee the philosophical purity of his enterprise? The problem is particularly pressing in view of the fact that being and time outlines what looks, at first glance, like a highly personal, culturally specific picture of the human situation. It is laden with the language of Christian theology. It talks of guilt and fallenness, conscience and resoluteness. It also incorporates many themes from contemporary Lebensphilosophy and right-wing cultural criticism. The tram-riding, newspaper-reading public, das Man the they, is depicted with a scorn every bit as withering as that of T.S. Eliot or Stephen George. Yet Heidegger vehemently denies such associations. He insists that he is engaged in fundamental ontology, not ideological polemic. But can he have it both ways? Hasn't he abandoned, together with Husserl's transcendental ego, any safeguard against the parochial and modish? This accusation, first raised by Gilbert Ryle, has been leveled against Heidegger ever since, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon world. Analytic philosophy's stubborn dryness, its self-confinement to formal problems of meaning, originates in a desire to avoid such contamination. Like a philosopher of the analytic school, writes Stuart Hampshire of his favorite poet W. H. Auden, he does not want to be taken to mean more than he actually says, even by the narrowest margin, for he does not want to be an oracle, indeterminate in meaning. It is too late for these indulgences, which have in any case proved themselves insanitary and dangerous. 14. Yet from Heidegger's point of view, it is not he but his rationalist opponent who is the traitor to genuine philosophy. All highfalutin talk about transcending the contingencies of history, of viewing the world sub specie aeternitatis, masks a lazy wish to shuffle off the burden of concrete existence, to become anonymous. It is a mark of inauthenticity, of Das Man. True rigor lies not in the somnambulant rituals of academic philosophy but in existence's alert awareness of itself. 15. Here is a new vision of the philosophical enterprise, together with new standards of success and failure. Hence Heidegger's indifference to accusations of having prostituted his discipline. From his point of view, what was there to prostitute? To philosophize authentically is simply to heed the call of being, whatever that may be. And when, in 1933, being spoke in the strident accents of Germany's new chancellor, who was Heidegger to resist? The road to Davos. Given all their deep intellectual and personal differences, it is to their credit that Cassirer and Heidegger managed to maintain civilized professional relations with each other as long as they did. Their first meeting was in 1923, when Cassirer invited the still obscure Heidegger to lecture to the Hamburg branch of the Kant Society. They met again at Davos, and finally in Freiburg in 1932, when Heidegger invited Cassirer to present his well-known essay on Rousseau. The two philosophers read and reviewed each other's work. Each stole ideas from the other, translating them into his own philosophical idiom. Only when Heidegger embarked on his disastrous dalliance with Nazism in 1933 did this wary pas de deux finally come to an end. In 1925, the Deutsche Literaturzeitung sent Heidegger a review copy of the second volume of the Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, dealing with myth. Heidegger was at that point working on the manuscript of Being and Time. Was he influenced by Cassirer? It is certainly a possibility. One of Cassirer's central thoughts is that our scientific conception of space as a bare metric, homogeneous, and infinite, represents an abstraction from a more primordial mythological space composed of discrete places, each with its own unique significance. A similar thought crops up in Being and Time. Space is first encountered, argues Heidegger, not as pure dimensionality but as a series of environmental regions disclosing themselves to the concernful circumspection of Dasein. And both thinkers identify the sun, giver of warmth and light, as the primordial source of spatial meaning. There is no cosmology, however primitive, writes Cassirer, in which the contrast of the four main directions does not in some way emerge as the cardinal point of its understanding and explanation of the world. The east as the origin of light is also the source of life. The west as the place of the setting sun is filled with all the terrors of death. Wherever we find the idea of a realm of the dead, spatially separate and distinguished from the realm of the living, it is situated in the west of the world. And this opposition of night and day, light and darkness, birth and death, is also reflected in countless ways in the mythical interpretation of the concrete events of life. They all take on a different cast, according to the relation in which they stand to the phenomenon of the rising or setting sun. Day 16. Here is Heidegger's version of the same thought. Thus the sun, whose light and warmth are in everyday use, has its own places: sunrise, midday, sunset, midnight. These are discovered in circumspection and treated distinctively in terms of changes in the usability of what the sun bestows. The house has its sunny side and its shady side. The way it is divided up into rooms is oriented towards these, and so is the arrangement within them, according to their character as equipment. Churches and graves, for instance, are laid out according to the rising and the setting of the sun, the regions of life and death, which are determinative for Dasein itself with regard to its own most possibilities of being in the world. Dasein, in its very being, has this being as an issue, and its concern discovers beforehand those regions in which some involvement is decisive. Point 17. A similar, if looser, analogy exists between Cassirer's and Heidegger's treatment of time. Both thinkers posit a form of temporality prior to modern science's infinite sequence of identical moments. Cassirer talks of a mythical time in which past, present, and future are all distinct in their significance. And Heidegger speaks of a primordial temporality belonging to the essence of Dasein as a being aware of its own finitude. Point 18. But even if Heidegger does derive the foregoing ideas from Cassirer, which given the vagaries of influence, must remain an open question, the use he makes of them is entirely his own. Cassirer presents his insights into mythological space and time as inductions from anthropological research, which, while they may be supplemented by subjective or phenomenological analysis, can never be supplanted by it. The course of our investigation leads us, as always, through the world of forms, through the region of the objective spirit, from where, by a process of reconstruction, we seek access to the realm of subjectivity. 19. Heidegger, by contrast, claims a strictly foundational status for his investigation. Fundamental ontology may find clues in anthropological research, but it is in no sense based on such research. The primordial is not the primitive, access to it is won not through the syncretistic activity of universal comparison and classification but through the a priori interrogation of Dasein itself. Point 20. Indeed, immersion in alien and primitive cultures of the sort found in Cassirer's work on myth may be symptomatic, hints Heidegger darkly, of Dasein's self-alienation, its lostness in the restless bustle of Das Man. 21. This methodological disagreement conceals a deeper divergence of worldviews. Myth, for Cassirer, is something to be overcome, if only ever partially and provisionally, in the higher forms of religion, art, and science. Heidegger's primordial space and time belong, by contrast, to the being of Dasein itself, and hence cannot be overcome, even partially, but only forgotten or concealed. Such forgetting or concealing is symptomatic of what Heidegger calls, with heavy theological overtones, the fallenness of Dasein. The scientific neutralization of space robs the world of its worldhood. The objectification of time in clocks and calendars smothers over authentic being towards death. Here, Heidegger reveals his kinship with the anti-scientific primitivism of Clausius and company. He too wishes to return us to a purer, more authentic state of being, albeit one located not in some mythologized past but under the surface of everyday life. Heidegger's review of mythical thought finally appeared in 1928, an impressive delay, even by the standards of academic journalism. It begins with a sympathetic summary of Cassirer's work, but goes on, as one might expect, to criticize its lack of ontological foundations. The interpretation of the essence of myth as a possibility of human Dasein remains accidental and directionless as long as it is not founded on a radical ontology of Dasein in the light of the problem of being in general. For all its value as a guide to empirical ethnology and the history of religion, Cassirer's work is not yet philosophy. 22 Here is the same foundationalist conception of philosophy encountered earlier in the writings of Wittgenstein and his logical positivist followers. For all their differences, Schlick and Carnap might have agreed with Heidegger that Cassirer's investigation into the forms of human culture was not yet philosophy. Heidegger goes on to suggest what an interpretation of myth based on his own radical ontology of Dasein might look like. Cassirer, it will be recalled, places particular emphasis on the overwhelmingness of myth. The mythical consciousness views the world not as something to be understood and mastered, but as an iron destiny, inscrutable and inexorable. But this overwhelmingness is ultimately only apparent, for myth exhibits, if still naively and unconsciously, the same spontaneity that later manifests itself consciously in the more advanced products of culture. It is, in Hegelian terms, an alienated form of consciousness, awaiting reclamation in the higher forms of religion and art. Heidegger also seizes on overwhelmingness as a central characteristic of myth, but interprets it from a quite different angle. No longer a mere appearance to be overcome in the course of cultural evolution, it is now seen as grounded in and disclosing a basic feature of Dasein itself, namely, its Dwarfenheit or thrownness. 23 Myth is thus, if not constitutive of Dasein, at any rate closer to it than the sophisticated products of modern civilization. Primitive phenomena, as Heidegger puts it in Being and Time, are often less concealed and less complicated by extensive self-interpretation on the part of the Dasein in question. A way of conceiving things which seems, perhaps, rather clumsy and crude from our standpoint, can be positively helpful in bringing out the ontological structures of phenomena in a genuine way. 24 In other words, Heidegger hails as peculiarly revelatory a form of thought that for Cassirer is fundamentally alienated and unfree, while condemning as opaque those forms that for Cassirer represent the very summit of human creativity. Davos. The great confrontation between Cassirer and Heidegger took place in March 1929, under the auspices of the Second Davos Hochschule. Running from 1928 to 1932, this annual retreat was intended to foster understanding between the intellectual elites of Europe, especially those of France and Germany. Cassirer himself had been involved in setting it up. Among the 200 or so students in attendance were such future luminaries as Levinas, Carnap, Joachim Ritter, and Maurice de Gandeluc. Lecturers included Leon Brunswick and Kurt Riesler. The baronial pomp of the Grand Hotel and Belvedere provided an appropriate backdrop. In this atmosphere of cosmopolitan elegance, redolent of the pre-war, bourgeois world of the Magic Mountain, Heidegger cut a singular figure. Tony recalls him entering the grand opening dinner timid as a farm boy pushed through the gates of a palace. He had black hair, piercing dark eyes, and reminded me immediately of a workman from somewhere in southern Austria or Bavaria. 25 Heidegger heightened the effect by appearing at formal functions in his ski suit, something unheard of, he boasted to his friend Elizabeth Blockman. 26 Such manifestations of rugged originality were calculated to impress a generation reared on mountain hikes and campfire songs. Heidegger had the Zeitgeist on his side. But for most attendants at Davos, he was also the greater thinker. His thought seemed to surge up from some primordial depth, while Cassirer's floated placidly on the surface. Heidegger was a true philosopher, Cassirer a mere professor of philosophy. 27. In the run-up to their final debate, Heidegger and Cassirer were both invited to lecture on subjects of their choosing. Both took the opportunity to strengthen their own position vis-a-vis their opponent. Heidegger's lectures, subsequently written up as Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, are a masterpiece of exegetical sabotage. Their strategy is to recast the great 18th-century rationalist as a proto-existentialist, thereby denying his neo-Kantian guardians, Cassirer included, possession of his legacy. To modern minds, this might seem an oddly roundabout way of pursuing a philosophical agenda, but one must bear in mind Kant's status as the patriarch of German idealism. The interpretation of his works was no mere scholarly exercise, it was a battle over sacred relics. Did Heidegger's lectures have a racial subtext? Was he trying to pit a German Kant against the Jewish Kant of Cohen and Cassirer? The answer is probably yes. It was only a few weeks since the Nazi philosopher Othmar Spann had publicly bemoaned the fact that Germans should have to be reminded of their own Kantian philosophy by foreigners. 28 Heidegger had already shown inklings of anti-Semitism, grumbling in a letter of reference about the Jewification, Verjutung, of German culture. 29 His Davos lectures might well have been intended by him, and understood by alert members of his audience, as an attempt to rescue Germany's national philosopher from the hands of his Jewish interpreters. Such thoughts, however, were firmly in the background at Davos. Heidegger's ostensible target was the Marburg School's interpretation of Kant's Copernican revolution. For Cohen and Cassirer, Kant's achievement had been to demonstrate that human reason does not latch onto a ready-made object but constructs the object after a plan of its own. Such constructive activity was exemplified for Cohen by the natural sciences, for Cassirer by culture as a whole. A problem now arises. If the construction of reality falls to the natural sciences or the symbolic forms, what task remains for philosophy? It can no longer claim a direct, unmediated access to reality, but only to the various forms within which reality appears. It must renounce the old title of ontology, and become a theory of knowledge or culture. Heidegger loathed this conception of philosophy, which in his view constituted an abject surrender of its autonomy. At Davos, though, he does not attack it directly but queries its foundation in Kant. According to him, Kant's Copernican revolution in no way implies that thought constructs its object. Thought remains, as before, a relation to a pre-given object. Kant's novel idea is rather that this object itself possesses an essential relation to human existence, to Dasein. His philosophy is an account of what Dasein must be in order to be capable of having a world. It is an ontology, albeit an ontology of a new and unusual kind, an ontology of the specifically human world. Intuition, the faculty through which objects are given to us, accordingly moves into the center of Heidegger's Kant interpretation. The two intellectual faculties of understanding and reason are not ignored, but their role is as far as possible downplayed. Neither is viewed as capable of constructing the object in the neo-Kantian sense, both are ultimately dependent on an object already given in intuition. And as the fundamental form of intuition is time, this in turn implies the essential finitude of all human thought. Kant's Copernican revolution thus turns out to be a remarkable anticipation of the basic thesis of being and time. It entails, when rigorously followed through, the destruction of the former foundation of Western metaphysics, spirit, logos, reason. 30 Thus was the great 18th century rationalist transformed into a prophet of 20th century irrationalism. Cassirer's lectures, of which his rudimentary notes survive, are similarly strategic in intent. Their subject is philosophical anthropology, the discipline recently made fashionable by Skidelsky and Helmut. This signals a new turn in Cassirer's thinking. Possibly in response to Heidegger's challenge, he now deepens his theory of culture into a theory of man as a symbol-using animal, thereby accommodating many of the concerns of existence philosophy. Man, the symbolic animal, possesses no ecological niche, no fixed place in the hierarchy of natural being. He is a vagabond, free to remold himself and his world at will. According to the theoretical biologist Jacob von Uexküll, quoted by Cassirer at Davos and frequently thereafter, every animal species dwells securely within its Umwelt or surround world of characteristic objects and situations. The world of the fly is composed of fly things, the world of the lion of lion things. Only in the case of man, adds Cassirer, is this closed circle broken. We have been cast out of the paradise of organic existence so typical of the simple forms of life, which seems to surround and shelter them with loving care. 31 In return, we have been granted the power to build up symbolic worlds of myth, religion, language, art, and science, worlds that have their source not in our natural constitution but in our free creativity. Discernible in all this is a version of Heidegger's concept of the Unheimlichkeit, the uncanniness or homelessness of Dasein. The resemblance was not lost on Heidegger, who not long after attending Cassirer's Davos lectures also drew on Uexküll to illustrate the anomaly of the human condition. 32 But note again the differences. For Cassirer, the Unheimlichkeit of man is grounds not for angst, vertigo, or any other such emotion but for celebration. Man's exile from organic nature is simultaneously his passport to the world of culture. He does not remain in a state of stunned self-awareness, brooding over himself, but seeks expression in the universal forms of religion, art, and science. And even if he can never come to rest in such forms, this was Cassirer's point of agreement with Simmel, neither can he do away with them altogether. He can only replace old with new, stale with fresh. Man's ability to create and recreate his cultural world is his greatest pride. It is, as Cassirer put it in his final debate with Heidegger, the seal of his infinitude. 33. This solution to the dilemma of human homelessness is unavailable to Heidegger. His Dasein is not just natureless but irremediably concrete and finite. There is no escape for it into the sphere of the universal. Indeed, the very attempt at such an escape is the defining mark of inauthenticity. Science, culture, the whole world of objective spirit belongs to das Man. It can never express individual existence, but only dilute and palliate it. Only by renouncing the false infinity of culture and confronting its own mortality face to face can Dasein attain to authentic self-awareness. This is the gist of Heidegger's famous analysis of death in being and time, the most immediately popular section of that difficult work. In his Davos lectures, Cassirer acknowledges Heidegger's achievement in having once again raised the death problem in all its primordiality and depth after its banishment by positivism. Heidegger's analysis strikes, he claims, a deeply religious, especially Protestant note, comparable to that of Luther's sermon of 1523, "We are all faced with death, and no one can die for another, but each must be armed and ready to do battle with the devil and death himself. I will not be with you then, nor you with me." 34 But Cassirer's courtesy is, as so often, deceptive. His ulterior purpose in relating Heidegger to Luther is to situate him within a particular theological tradition, thereby undermining his claim to have provided a truly radical, presuppositionless ontology of Dasein. Heidegger has, by implication, simply given expression to a certain religious attitude, with no precedence over any other. This is Cassirer's cue to introduce his own philosophical or pagan attitude to death, whose source is Plato's Phaedo. The man who lives in the idea need not fear death, for through participation in the idea, through the in it, dawns on him the assurance of an eternity which outshines and outlasts all Dasein, in its necessary finitude. 35 Cassirer's Platonism is, however, of a strictly post-Kantian, romantic variety. there is no literally transcendent realm of forms, but only such as we create for ourselves, in our striving for transcendence. Nor is the entire burden placed on theoretical reason. All the products of human culture, art, and religion included, are offspring of the same Platonic eros, the same passionate protest against the fact of death. 36 Platonism has been reduced to a mere stance, a heroic attitude, without foundation in the reality of things. From Heidegger's point of view, this is just so much empty rhetoric. The lost Platonic realm of forms cannot be recaptured in the mode of the as if. The various strategies of transcendence extolled by Cassirer are in reality strategies of evasion. They belong to the arsenal of Das Man, for whom death is always a public occurrence, never my own. Even the person of Cassirer, this German who wasn't really a German, this Jew who wasn't really a Jew, this man of the 18th century adrift in the 20th, seemed somehow inauthentic. Heidegger refrained from making the obvious point at Davos, but others later made it for him. At first glance, wrote Kaufmann, neither the tenor nor the themes of the essay on man betray any effect of the crisis of man in our eschatological age, not to speak of the experiences of the author himself, who was driven from land to land as a victim of racial persecution and global war. Cassirer's happy eyes saw man even as late as 1944 only in the light of his cultural products, not in the darkness of his earthly struggle, nor in the hours of his despair and in the loneliness of his death. 37. The final Arbeitsgemeinschaft or workshop between Cassirer and Heidegger took place on March 26. Although not billed as a showdown, everyone present naturally understood it as such. The contrast between the two men was palpable. On the one side, wrote the student Ludwig Englert, this little dark brown man, this fine skier and sportsman, with his energetic, resolute mien, this dour, chilly, sometimes almost rude person, who, in impressive isolation, and with the deepest moral seriousness, lives for and serves the problems he sets himself, and on the other side, the man with the white hair, not only externally but also internally an Olympian, with broad mental vistas and comprehensive concerns, with his cheerful mien, his gracious obligingness, his vitality and elasticity, and, last but not least, his aristocratic refinement. 38. Alas, Cassirer's gracious obligingness did him no favors. Most of those present found his performance weak and appeasing. Cassirer speaks well, but somewhat pastorally, wrote Carnap in his journal. Heidegger, serious and objective, as a person very attractive. 39. Heidegger himself was disappointed by his opponent. In the discussion, he wrote to Blockman, Cassirer was extremely polite and almost too obliging. Thus I encountered too little opposition, which prevented the problems from being given the necessary sharpness of formulation. 40. The transcript of the debate, prepared from notes by two of Heidegger's students, is disjointed and hard to follow, but nonetheless confirms the impression of a Cassirer eager to make peace with a brusque and unyielding Heidegger. 41. Cassirer begins by complaining that Neo-Kantianism has become the scapegoat of the newer philosophy. 42. But what is Neo-Kantianism? Isn't everyone a Neo-Kantian now? Heidegger curtly rejects the overture. Neo-Kantianism, he reiterates, interprets Kant as a theoretician of science, whereas he understands the great philosopher as a metaphysician of human finitude. Cassirer strikes back. Finitude is only the starting point of Kant's philosophy, not its end point. Kant's ultimate purpose was to explain how man, his finitude notwithstanding, is able to grasp the universal, necessary truths of mathematics and natural science. Does Heidegger really want to renounce this universality? Does he really wish to withdraw completely to the finite creature? Here we get to the heart of the issue between Cassirer and Heidegger. Are the products of human culture bound to the finitude of human existence, or do they contain a moment of transcendence, an eternal validity? Cassirer agrees with Heidegger that there is no metaphysical spiritual realm in the Platonic or Christian sense, but insists nonetheless that human existence is capable of objectifying itself in the forms of culture, thereby attaining an immanent infinitude. Such self-transcendence through culture is liberation from the constriction of Dasein. It is deliverance from the angst that is the keynote of finite existence. Cassirer concludes with a confession, as he calls it, of his idealist faith. He quotes Schiller's poem Das Ideal und das Leben, throw off earthly dread / flee from narrow, stifling life / into the realm of the ideal, 43. Heidegger remains unmoved. From his perspective, Cassirer's flight into the realm of the ideal is just a divertissement, an evasion of the demands of concrete existence. True freedom is not freedom from Dasein but rather becoming free for the finitude of Dasein. The task of philosophy is not to console man with thoughts of eternity but to awaken him to his own nothingness. It is, concludes Heidegger, with a rude jibe at Cassirer, to throw man out of the lazy aspect of one who merely uses the works of the spirit back into the hardness of his fate. Deadlock has been reached. Cassirer knows that Heidegger is not amenable to logical argument, yet is unwilling to resign himself to relativism. So he appeals, in classic Marburg fashion, to the fact of linguistic communication. He and Heidegger may disagree, but they nevertheless understand each other even in this disagreement. Each speaks his own language, and it is unthinkable that the language of one should be translated into the language of another. And yet we understand ourselves through the medium of language. Hence there is such a thing as the language. And such a thing as a unity transcending the multitude of different ways of speaking. Herein lies what is for me the decisive point. And that is why I proceed from the objectivity of the symbolic form, because here the inconceivable is accomplished. Language is the clearest example. We assert that we here stand on common ground. Yet this last, desperate attempt to establish common ground with his opponent is also doomed to failure. Heidegger does not deny the fact of linguistic communication but regards it as of no philosophical significance. Language and the other symbol forms are purely ontic or empirical, not ontological. Mere mediation will never advance matters productively. It is the essence of philosophy, as a finite concern of man, that it is bounded by the finitude of man. Heidegger concludes the debate with a harsh reminder that the differentiation of standpoints is the root of philosophical endeavor. Reading the transcripts of Davos, it is easy to see why Heidegger was proclaimed the victor. Not only was he a more powerful rhetorician, he was also armed with a well-worked-out critique of Cassirer's style of philosophizing, based on the concept of inauthenticity. He could claim to have fathomed Cassirer, to have tapped his falseness. Cassirer, by contrast, had no grip on Heidegger. That is why, after an initial, futile attempt to persuade his opponent that he too was really a neo-Kantian, he resorted to a confession. It was a revealing moment. The heir to Kant had cast himself in the role of Luther. But even if historically Heidegger emerged the winner, philosophically the issue is less clear-cut. Cassirer's appeal to the common ground of language contains, in embryo, the makings of a powerful counterargument. Being and time is, after all, written in German, albeit German of a very odd kind. It draws on a set of common understandings, and it is only by means of these understandings that it can hope to convince or persuade. But what now becomes of the radical singularity, the incommensurability, of Dasein? Hasn't it already been overcome, even in the act of its own proclamation? The paradox is akin to that of the mystic, who strives with words to convey the inadequacy of words. Cassirer's insight here is a prescient one. Language was to become a central theme of both continental and analytic philosophy after the war. In England, thinkers such as Ryle and J. L. Austin appealed to the essentially public nature of linguistic communication as proof against all forms of solipsism and dualism, a strategy akin to Cassirer's at Davos. Although he had no direct contact with the analytic movement, Cassirer helped pave the way for its reception by later German thinkers. Habermas included. 44 Cassirer's view of language as a symbolic form, possessed of a unity transcending the multitude of different ways of speaking, also played a role in the development of structuralism, the dominant anti-existentialist paradigm in continental philosophy in the 1960s and 1970s. Indeed, his short paper of 1945, Structuralism in Modern Linguistics, contains one of the earliest uses of that term in its modern sense. Cassirer's talk of the common ground of language contains, moreover, an implicit ethical appeal. Doesn't Heidegger's insistence on the irreducible singularity of Dasein undermine the very possibility of a common morality? Doesn't it condemn us to a war of all against all? At Davos, however, this appeal remains necessarily implicit. As I suggested in Chapter 5, Cassirer lacked a concept of the ethical as a sphere distinct from culture in general, and so did not see it as standing in need of special justification. To speak of language and the other symbolic forms just is to speak of ethics. But to the younger generation, children of the First World War, this equation appeared monstrously complacent. Ethics had to be disentangled from a discredited philosophy of culture and restored to its original metaphysical or theological dignity. This was the task confronting Heidegger's former students Strauss and Levinas after the war. Epilogue. After 1933, Heidegger was, in Cassirer's eyes, beyond the pale of normal philosophical discussion. In The Myth of the State, he appears alongside Spengler as one of those who, although not directly responsible for the victory of Nazism, nonetheless helped to enfeeble and slowly undermine the forces that could have resisted the modern political myths. A philosophy of history that consists in somber predictions of the decline and inevitable destruction of our civilization, and a theory that sees in the Dwarfenheit of man one of his principal characters, have given up all hope of an active share in the construction and reconstruction of man's cultural life. Such philosophy renounces its own fundamental theoretical and ethical ideals. It can be used, then, as a pliable instrument in the hands of the political leaders. 45. Such connections are easily visible in retrospect. But was Davos itself an essentially political debate, a clash between liberalism and anti-liberalism? The question is a delicate one. It cannot simply be dismissed out of hand, as it might be in the parallel case of two analytic philosophers arguing over the meaning of index cycles. Philosophy in the 1920s was not yet the self-contained, technical discipline it is today. Cassirer quite openly tied his philosophy to a broader cultural and political agenda. His Davos lectures are sprinkled with quotations from Goethe and Schiller. Heidegger was less explicit, but alert listeners would have heard in his talk of hardness and resoluteness echoes of Spengler and Junger. Even his decision to lecture on Kant can be understood, as I have argued, in polemical terms, as an attempt to rescue the great philosopher from the hands of his Jewish interpreters. 46. It would be a mistake, however, to reduce Davos to its political aspect, to view it as a mere translation of ideological conflicts into the language of metaphysics. 47. At stake was a genuinely philosophical question: although God is dead, and the heavens silent, is an immanent infinitude still to be found in products of human thought and culture? Or is such infinitude merely an echo of the departed deity? This is, I repeat, a philosophical question, not a sublimated political one. Of course, it may be that a negative answer to it implies fascism, or at any rate undermines liberalism, but that is altogether another matter. The truth of a philosophical proposition is not dependent on its political implications. Whoever has philosophy at heart must treat its problems on their own terms, dealing as best he can, through irony, esotericism, or simple silence, with any unpalatable consequences. What he cannot do is change his metaphysics to suit his politics. I am therefore skeptical of recent attempts to revise the verdict of Davos in line with current political sensibilities. Many scholars, especially in Germany, regard Cassirer's rout and subsequent neglect as an injustice, a national disgrace, for which amends must now be made. The question remains pertinent, indeed overdue, writes Enno Rudolph, why so constructive and rigorous an anti-nihilistic critique of European modernity as that developed by Cassirer had to lose out, in German philosophy since Heidegger, to the destructive type of anti-modernism. 48. Cassirer lost out not just in Germany, though, but all over Europe, and for reasons that are not just political but authentically philosophical. As we have seen, his vision of philosophy as the critique of culture gave way to the a prioristic conceptions of Wittgenstein and Husserl, a shift whose ultimate explanation lies in the First World War and the accompanying loss of faith in history. Lost faith is not easily recovered. We cannot just go back to Cassirer, we cannot pretend that the 20th century didn't happen. Heidegger's impact on modern thought and culture has been, by contrast, immense. Most of the great shapers of post-war intellectual life, Alexander Kojève, Hans Jonas, Rudolf Bultmann, Levinas, Sartre, Ernst, Jaspers, Gadamer, Marcuse, and Strauss fell under his spell. The existentialism that swept Europe in the 1940s and 1950s was his creation. The structuralism and post-structuralism that replaced it grew out of his later philosophy. And this massive influence has been almost wholly to the detriment of liberalism, as the political affiliation of so many post-Heideggerian philosophers attests. It is ironic that fascism, defeated on the battlefield, should enjoy this ghostly afterlife in the realm of ideas. Analytic philosophy has withstood the influence of Heidegger, but only by transforming itself into a purely technical discipline, indifferent to questions of culture and politics. Russell was a free-thinking progressivist, Freya an anti-Semitic reactionary, yet they could converse with perfect amicability on the subject of symbolic logic. Whether this marks the advent of philosophy as rigorous science or its final descent into triviality is another question. Our contemporary situation is, then, a torn one. We are inheritors of two histories, the one political, in which liberalism triumphed over its fascist and communist rivals, the other philosophical, in which it lost out to the existence philosophy of Heidegger and the technicism of the analytic tradition. Cassirer's liberalism was all of a piece, it was at once political, cultural, and philosophical. Such unity of vision is impossible for us. Our political principles find no support in our cultural tastes, religious beliefs, or metaphysical insights. We pay tribute to Cassirer, but Heidegger remains the secret master of our thoughts. 9. Politics. Everything begins in mysticism and ends in politics. Charles P. Guy. It was all in vain, said Cassirer to Tony on hearing the news of Hitler's appointment as Chancellor. I shall never write a word again. It is a curious comment. Could Cassirer really have believed that a series of abstruse works in the philosophy of science, language, and culture might have helped prevent the collapse of democracy in Germany? If so, he was more than usually deluded. Yet his remark can be understood in another, more sympathetic sense. Although not directly political, Cassirer's philosophy has as its ultimate goal the preservation of what might be called liberal civilization in Germany. It champions the freely developing personality against all technocratic narrowness, mystical self-surrender, and ideological stupidity. It is directed against those very forces that triumphed in 1933. That is why Cassirer could receive the news of Hitler's victory as a personal defeat. From the late 1920s onward, Cassirer strove to give his thoughts a contemporary slant. Even when he buried himself in historical scholarship, one eye was always on the current crisis. His 1932 work on Rousseau tries to reclaim that thinker from the aficionados of noble savagery. To his book on the English Platonists praises them for having preserved a nucleus of genuine ancient philosophical wisdom against the forces of dogmatism and bigotry. 3 And in the preface to the Philosophy of the Enlightenment, he urges contemporaries to hold up to themselves that bright clear mirror fashioned by the Enlightenment. Much that seems to us today the result of progress will be sure to lose its luster when seen in this mirror, and much that we boast of will look strange and distorted in this perspective. 4. Cassirer did not limit himself to such Aesopian hints, he also wrote essays and delivered lectures in defense of constitutionalism and human rights. In 1928, he was invited by the Hamburg Senate to give the speech on Constitution Day, a festival boycotted by many German professors, who instead celebrated, with pointed contempt, the anniversary of the Kaiserreich. Despite the misgivings of his wife, who did not want to give succor to anti-Semitism, Cassirer accepted and delivered an important statement in defense of the Republic. The following year he was appointed rector of Hamburg University, the first Jew to hold such a position in Germany. When Constitution Day came around again, he insisted, against strong opposition, on its celebration. "I intend," he wrote to Tony, "to take the opportunity to tell the German universities a few clear truths. I cannot, alas, promise you a very calm time over the next 4 to 5 weeks, but I know that you would be the last to counsel me to some kind of lazy peace in this matter of principle." 5. Cassirer's brand of liberalism was not unique to him. It belongs to the quintessentially German tradition of Bildungsliberalismus, the tradition of Goethe, Humboldt, and Thomas Mann. Unlike its Anglo-French counterpart, this tradition was not centrally concerned with problems of politics or economics. Indeed, it often adopted political or economic stances that seem, from a Western perspective, distinctly illiberal. Freedom, for it, was first and foremost of the mind. Its exponents were typically bold in philosophical speculation, timid before authority. They admired the critical spirit of modern science, but feared its social consequences. Their piety was intense but diffuse, merging insensibly into love of poetry and music. Above all, they sought to defend the autonomy of science and culture against political partisanship and commercial exploitation. This ideal of autonomy was often compromised in practice, becoming at times little more than a mask for class privilege, but it remained nonetheless an ideal and an integral part of the Western liberal tradition. Today, this tradition is all but dead. Liberalism is understood, if at all, in a narrowly legal or economic sense, as a doctrine of human rights or free trade. Yet it is an open question whether liberalism in this restricted sense can long outlive the erosion of its cultural foundations. Can a society composed solely of private individuals, sequestered in self-interest or fanaticism, be held together by mere contract? Can selfish prisoners ever learn to cooperate? Cassirer's appeal lies in his promise to ground political liberalism in a broader vision of human culture. He epitomizes that attitude of mind dispassionate, ironic, and optimistic without which liberalism in the narrow sense cannot hope to survive. It is an enchanting vision. But it is also a fundamentally innocent one. Liberalism may have triumphed in the political sphere, but it was the illiberal philosophy of Heidegger that won the day at Davos and went on to leave the deepest stamp on 20th century culture. Who now shares Cassirer's faith in the humanizing power of art or the liberating power of science? Who now believes that the truth will make us free? Even optimists limit their hopes to economics and politics, disclaiming any broader vision of human redemption. Francis Fukuyama's end of history is not the glorious consummation of Hegel or Marx, but a vista of endless banality. Contemporary liberals are faced, whether they like it or not, with the unpromising task of erecting a philosophy of political hope on a foundation of cultural despair. The myth of the state. Cassirer's only full-length study of politics, The Myth of the State, is like many of his works a child of circumstance. Commissioned as an article by Fortune magazine in 1944, it expanded rapidly into a book and was finished a few days before his sudden death in April 1945. These confused origins go some way toward explaining its lack of coherence. It begins with 4 chapters on the nature of myth, proceeds to a series of essays on the history of political ideas, and concludes with some observations on Nazism. Many of these sections are fascinating in themselves, but their interconnection is never properly explained. Any overall thesis has to be inferred from hints and clues scattered along the way. But the most striking weakness of the myth of the state is its vague, abstract treatment of Nazism. Cassirer does not even mention it by name, instead referring euphemistically to the myth of the 20th century or the modern political myths. The subject was clearly too painful to tackle in detail. Point 6 But this understandable reluctance to confront a personal tragedy dovetails rather too smoothly with the strategy of idealization inherited from Cohen and ultimately Hegel. Nazism is dissolved into a constellation of ideas. Its origins are sought not in the barracks and beer cellars of Munich and Vienna but in the works of Machiavelli, Hegel, Carlyle, and Arthur de Gobineau. Cassirer was not the only German Jewish intellectual to adopt such a highbrow approach to fascism. Adorno and Strauss are similarly bookish in their treatment of the subject. Those whose business is ideas tend, unsurprisingly, to exaggerate their impact. It would have to wait for Arendt and George Moss to overcome this occupational prejudice. These flaws notwithstanding, a coherent and interesting thesis can be disentangled from the myth of the state. Nazism, or totalitarianism more generally, is presented as a technically orchestrated revival of mythical modes of thought and social organization. 7. It is the combined product of the ongoing instrumentalization of political reason, a process Cassirer traces from Machiavelli through to Hegel, and the innate tenacity of myth. The myth of the state thus raises to the level of explicit reflection a theme that we have already often discerned in the background of Cassirer's thought, namely, the complicity of technocratic rationalism on the one hand and irrationalism on the other. Indeed, the seeds of this idea can be traced back as far as Warburg's lecture on the serpent ritual. The civilization of the machine age destroys what science, emerging from myth, had painfully conquered, the zone of contemplation that became the zone of reason. 8. Having reduced reason to a mere technique, serviceable in any end, modern civilization is left defenseless against the crudest irrationalism. Forgetful of its origins, it finds itself condemned to repeat them. No great ingenuity was required for Cassirer to adapt his thoughts on myth to modern totalitarianism. Contemporary right-wing irrationalism was always, as we have seen, the ulterior target of his reflections on mythology. It is no accident that he invokes Clausius and Schiller as authorities on expressive meaning, or notes, in clear allusion to Spengler, that today it is openly asserted that all historical understanding is and must be permeated with mythical elements. 9. In any case, the association of political ideology with myth was a commonplace of early 20th century social thought. Georges Sorel's Reflections on Violence, the source of the conceit, was widely read in interwar Germany, influencing such diverse figures as Carl Schmitt and Benjamin. Whether or not Cassirer himself read it hardly matters, its ideas were so much in the air they would certainly have been familiar to him. And after the publication of Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century in 1930, it required no great daring to associate fascism and myth. Myth, in Cassirer's sense of the term, signifies the primordial social unity from whose matrix all higher forms of culture gradually arise. In Nazi Germany, this development has been reversed. The various symbolic forms have been crushed back into unity, they have lost all vestige of autonomous existence. This is the meaning of the Nazi concept of Gleichschaltung, or bringing into line 10. But the concept of Gleichschaltung was established in the realm of ideas long before it became a political reality. It can be traced, argues Cassirer, to Gobineau's reduction of all cultural values, religion, patriotism, morality, and art to the overriding value of race. In the hands of the Nazis, Gobineau's totalitarianism of race became an instrument for the thoroughgoing leveling of culture and society. The myth of the race worked like a strong corrosive and succeeded in dissolving and disintegrating all other values. 11. In totalitarian societies, each aspect of everyday life, speech, and behavior is once again brought under a rigidly prescribed ritual. The ceremonies of Nazi Germany are as regular, as rigorous, and inexorable as those rituals that we find in primitive societies. Every class, every sex, and every age has a rite of its own. 12. The result is an insidious passivity. Nothing is more likely to lull asleep all our active forces, our power of judgment and critical discernment, and to take away our feeling of personality and individual responsibility than the steady, uniform, and monotonous performance of the same rites. Many inhabitants of Nazi Germany, even the best educated, have ceased to be free and personal agents. Performing the same prescribed rites, they begin to feel, to think, and to speak in the same way. Their gestures are lively and violent, yet this is but an artificial, a sham life. In fact, they are moved by an external force. 13. Thus in Nazi Germany, as in primitive mythical societies, the collective swallows up everything. One symptom of this regression is the disappearance of the religious and legal concept of individual responsibility. In primitive societies, Cassirer observes, guilt is conceived as a kind of hereditary miasma, passing from the culprit to his relatives and descendants. Revenge is directed against the entire family or tribe. All this returns in our modern political life, but here it appears in a different shape and on a much larger scale. It is no longer the tribe or the family that is accountable for man's actions. An incomparably higher force replaces and succeeds these small social groups. The omnipotent state or the leader who is invested with the whole authority and power of the state, is the source of all moral standards and obligations. It is for him to decide what is good and evil. 14. Totalitarianism is not, however, a simple regression to primitivism, it is also the climax of a distinctively modern development. In the original sense, myth designates a condition prior to the emergence of complexity, autonomy, and individuality. Totalitarianism is an attempt to destroy, by force or stealth, these accomplishments. Myth is unconscious and purposeless, totalitarianism conscious and purposive. Totalitarianism thus represents a strange synthesis of the most primitive form of human existence with a uniquely modern, instrumentalist mode of thinking and acting. Myth has always been described as the result of an unconscious activity and as a free product of imagination. But here we find myth made according to plan. The new political myths do not grow up freely, they are not wild fruits of an exuberant imagination. They are artificial things fabricated by very skillful and cunning artisans. It has been reserved for the 20th century, our own great technical age, to develop a new technique of myth. Henceforth myths can be manufactured in the same sense and according to the same methods as any other modern weapon as machine guns or airplanes. 15. This brings us to Cassirer's second main theme, the rise of the secular state and the attendant instrumentalization of political reason. Here Machiavelli emerges as the pivotal figure. His decisive innovation, claims Cassirer, was to liberate political power from the constraints imposed on it by Christian theology. The state is no longer viewed as a divine institution, subject to eternal laws, but as a purely factual, human creation. The sharp knife of Machiavelli's thought has cut off all the threads by which in former generations the state was fastened to the organic whole of human existence. The political world has lost its connection not only with religion or metaphysics, but also with all the other forms of man's ethical and cultural life. It stands alone in an empty space. 16. Machiavelli's notorious instrumentalism. His assessment of all acts, virtuous or vicious, in terms of their political efficacy is a consequence of this severing of politics from any broader ethical context. Statecraft becomes an exercise of pure technique, comparable to a game of chess. Sometimes he shook his head at a bad move, sometimes he burst out with admiration and applause. It never occurred to him to ask by whom the game was played. Obviously that makes no difference for the man who is interested in the game itself and in nothing but the game. 17. It required many centuries, argues Cassirer, for the consequences of Machiavelli's theory to come to fruition. Only now, when the state exercises a power unimaginable in the 16th century, can we gauge its full danger. Now we can, as it were, study Machiavellism in a magnifying glass. 18. This historical evolution was accompanied by an intellectual revaluation. In the 2 centuries following Machiavelli's death, his philosophy, although influential in political life, remained an ethical pariah. Only in the 19th century was it granted a distinct moral legitimacy. Hegel's concept of the cunning of reason paved the way for this reappraisal. It allowed the various deceptions prescribed in the Prince to be presented as instruments of a higher ethical purpose, as subterfuges of Geist itself. It was new and it was a monstrosity. Cassirer quotes Meinecke as saying, when Machiavellism was inserted into an idealistic system that tried to embrace and support all ethical values, whereas, hitherto, it had existed only outside the ethical cosmos. What happened here was almost to be compared to the legitimization of a bastard. 19. Thus Cassirer arrives at a surprising conclusion. It was the secularization of politics by Machiavelli in the 16th century that laid the foundation for its mythologization in the 20th century. The technique that he envisaged in a purely realistic sense was later, when extended from princely intrigue to the more turbulent stage of mass politics, placed at the service of myth and fantasy. But there is no real surprise here. For it is, as we have seen, a recurring theme of Cassirer's thought that any attempt to eliminate myth root and branch can only succeed in clearing the ground for its revival. The foe which knowledge has seemingly defeated forever crops up again in its own midst. 20 Cassirer's critique of Machiavelli parallels his earlier critique of Comte. Just as the French positivist banished myth from science, only to end up transforming science itself into a kind of myth, so Machiavelli banished myth from politics, only to pave the way for the modern political mythologies. In place of the positivist elimination of myth, Cassirer pins his hopes on its imminent overcoming within the higher symbolic forms. He has already, as we have seen, outlined this process in cultural terms. Now he gives it a specifically political dimension. As an alternative to Machiavelli's abrupt disenchantment of politics, he invokes the gradual transformation, under the influence of ancient Stoicism, of the medieval natural law tradition into the modern doctrine of natural rights. This form of secularization preserves what Machiavelli's more dramatic form destroys, namely, the connection of the state to the organic whole of human existence. It safeguards the central idea of moral limits on political power, while at the same time putting brackets around its original theological expression. The concept of human rights thus emerges as the legitimate heir of monotheism. Cassirer does not develop the theme of human rights in any great detail in the myth of the state. For a more extensive treatment, we must turn to his 1928 Constitution Day speech, The Idea of the Republican Constitution. This speech had an overt polemical purpose to convince its audience that the idea of the Republican Constitution as such is in no sense a stranger to German intellectual history, let alone an alien intruder, that it has rather grown up on its own soil and been nourished by its very own forces, by the forces of idealist philosophy. 21 Cassirer accordingly rejects the familiar view of the French Revolution as the brainchild of Rousseau, tracing its lineage back instead through the American Declaration of Rights to Sir William Blackstone, Wolfe, and ultimately Leibniz, the first of the great European thinkers who affirmed with full emphasis and decisiveness the principle of the inalienable fundamental rights of the individual. 22 Cassirer hoped by such arguments to confound the prevailing view of constitutionalism as foreign to the national culture. It was, as Tony perceived, a quixotic undertaking. To rouse Germany at that time called for means other than those which Ernst was accustomed and willing to deploy. 23. But Cassirer's pitting of Leibniz against Rousseau also has a deeper theoretical purpose, to affirm that human rights are innate and inalienable, that they do not derive from but precede the hypothetical social contract. Rousseau, in Cassirer's interpretation, betrays this insight. According to his theory, the individual, on entering into communion with others through the social contract, gives himself up, without reservation, to the will of the community. 24 Thus Rousseau enters the lists alongside Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Hegel as an apostle of state absolutism. In opposition to this baneful lineage, Cassirer affirms the alternative tradition of Leibniz, Wolfe, Blackstone, and the American founding fathers. The social contract, according to this tradition, is subject to an inherent limitation: it must always respect the fundamental, inalienable right to personality. There is no pactum subjectionis, no act of submission by which a man can give up the state of a free agent and enslave himself. For by such an act of renunciation he would give up the very character which constitutes his nature and his essence, he would lose his humanity. 25. Cassirer's own position emerges indirectly through this historical narrative, a method of argument typical for him. His criticism of Rousseau is at the same time a criticism of the so-called German concept of freedom through the state. His own preference is for the Anglo-Saxon liberal conception of freedom from the state. Yet he avoids the utilitarianism usually associated with this conception, appealing instead to the idealist notions of humanity and personality. Cassirer has, one might say, married a negative conception of political freedom to a positive conception of spiritual freedom. This union is not original, its prototype can be found in Leibniz, Kant, and Humboldt. But in an era when liberalism of any kind was viewed as an excrescence of the English commercial spirit, as a philosophy of life from which German youth now turns with nausea, with wrath, with quite peculiar scorn, Cassirer's reminder of a distinctively German form of liberalism was apt and timely. Point 26. The eclipse of the political. For all their nobility, Cassirer's political writings are guilty of the charge, famously leveled by Schmidt against liberalism as a whole, of failing to grasp the distinctive character of the political. Politics appears in them as a purely negative quantity, a realm of brute force to be restricted in the higher interests of culture and morality, rather than as the expression of a positive ethos of its own. This accounts for Cassirer's one-sided treatment of Machiavelli. As Isaiah Berlin and others have argued, Machiavelli was not a crude moralist but rather the advocate of a distinctively political morality of civic pride and glory. Point 27. Such a conception was foreign to Cassirer. Public life as such had no appeal for this gentle professor, who drew his ideals from the private realm of science, literature, and music. Culture, not politics, remained for him the supreme forum of self-expression and self-liberation. Cassirer's apoliticism has many causes. Psychologically, it reflects that intense dislike of conflict touched on several times already in this book. Sociologically, it reflects the indifference of many Germans, Jews especially, but non-Jews as well, to a sphere that was still by and large closed to them. Goethe's stress on Bildung and contempt for party spirit soothed the pride of an educated though politically weak middle class. Apoliticism could take a reactionary, aesthetic form, as in Thomas Mann's famous Reflections of a Non-Political Man, but among liberals it more often manifested itself as an extravagant faith in the power of law and moral principle. Unless all the legal scholars in Germany rise up tomorrow as one man and protest this paragraph, said Cassirer in response to Hitler's new definition of law as that which serves the Führer, Germany is lost. 28. It was a gallant gesture, yet all too typical in its confusion of intellectual authority and political power. Legal scholars, like the Pope, command no divisions. Cassirer's apoliticism has not just a biographical but also a strictly philosophical motive. From his Kantian perspective, the local attachments to class, party, or nation constitutive of politics have no positive moral meaning, but only the negative significance of a barrier to ethical universalism. That is why he could see in Machiavelli no more than amoralism, in Hegel no more than power worship. He made no concession to the fact that the vast majority are moved to action not by the imperatives of universal moral reason, but by particular attachments and obligations. His vision was, as he himself conceded in an essay on Man, utopian. Following the collapse of the Kaiserreich, some of Germany's most far-sighted liberals began to cultivate a more positive attitude toward politics. They realized that the German liberal tradition, with its emphasis on law and private self-cultivation, had ill-prepared its followers for power. Weber warned against importing into the political sphere of responsibility standards appropriate to religion or private life. 29. The sociologist Helmuth Plessner urged young Germans to relinquish their dreams of Gemeinschaft in favor of a more worldly ethic of prudence and tact. Weber and Plessner both had as their goal the political education of Germany. Both realized that the contempt of educated Germans for the sordid business of politics had opened the field to the worst elements of society. So long as a nation conducts its politics with a guilty conscience, wrote Plessner, it is no wonder that decent and upright people want nothing to do with politics. 30. Cassirer viewed the situation entirely differently. For him, the central problem was the erosion not of the public but of the private sphere, and his solution lay in the world of human culture composed of intellectual, ethical, and artistic forces. 31. He was thus incapable of explaining why Germany, a nation rich in such forces, could nonetheless have prostrated itself before Hitler. He had no choice but to view Nazism as a witch's Sabbath, an abrupt reversal of Germany's entire history. Germany renounced all those ideas that had been the forming powers of her culture. What had been held in the highest esteem was derided and despised, what had been abhorred was admired and glorified. Religion was inverted into paganism. Science and objective thought were declared to be invalid and impotent. The ethical ideals of the classic epoch of German literature, the ideals of Lessing and Herder, of Goethe and W.V. Humboldt, were scorned and ridiculed. The idea of the legal state, as it had been established in the works of Kant and Fichte, was said to be null and void. In a few years everything seemed to have changed its face. What happened there may be described by the words of the witches in Shakespeare's Macbeth: fair is foul and foul is fair. It was a real witches' Sabbath, a revival of the crudest conceptions and an outbreak of the most violent passions, an orgy of hatred and fury. 32. The Germany presented in this passage is, needless to say, a product of pure intellectual idealization. Focusing exclusively on his nation's cultural glories, Cassirer never noticed its political failings. He overlooked such matters as the defeat of the 1848 revolutions, the emasculation of democracy under Bismarck, and its disintegration between the wars. Even his view of German culture is lopsided, leaving out as it does Nietzsche, Wagner, and their many followers. Only thus was he able to view Nazism as an inversion of all Germany's highest ideals. He was deaf to the correspondence that Thomas Mann and others discerned between those very ideals and the coarse realities of power. But it would be unfair to censure Cassirer's apoliticism too severely. Of all the civic philosophies that flourished between the wars, his was one of the least pernicious. Indeed, there is much to be said for his defense of the neutrality of art, science, and philosophy against encroaching politicization. Cassirer's only failing was not to realize that in the modern world, an autonomous private sphere requires the support of free political institutions. Certainly the Nazis had no difficulty, having dismantled the already feeble organs of political representation in Germany, in extinguishing the last vestiges of private freedom. Law, culture, morality, even friendship and love could not long survive the destruction of the public realm. Natural rights and symbolic forms. Even more striking than Cassirer's apoliticism, however, is his failure to bring his defense of liberalism into any kind of systematic connection with his philosophy of symbolic forms. In his political works, he appears in the straightforward guise of enlightener and rationalist. But his philosophy of symbolic forms owes more, as we have seen, to the expressivism of Goethe and Herder. His writing contains only vague suggestions as to how these two very different intellectual currents might be reconciled. The problem can be stated as follows. Human rights traditionally rest on a doctrine of human nature, whether theological, rationalistic, or naturalistic. Yet Cassirer denies the existence of any such thing as human nature. He views humanity not as a fixed essence but as an ongoing project of self-creation. Man's outstanding characteristic, his distinguishing mark, is not his metaphysical or physical nature but his work. 33 Surely this vision of man undermines the very idea of universal rights. Cassirer, comments Strauss in his perceptive review of the myth of the state, seems to trace the romantic revolt against the Enlightenment to aestheticism. But is not aestheticism the soul of his own doctrine? 34. One solution available to Cassirer is to elevate man's very lack of essence, his inherent open-endedness, into a foundation for human rights. Human creativity demands a space for its realization, protected by law against the encroachment of state and society, or it will wither and die. Cassirer, on this interpretation, was a 20th-century disciple of Humboldt and Mill. His endeavor, like theirs, was to bolster the tradition of human rights with impulses from Romanticism, thereby salvaging it for an age bereft of faith either in God or the rational essence of humanity. But even if this represents an accurate reconstruction of Cassirer's thinking, it is doubtful whether the proposed compound of Romanticism and ethical universalism is stable. There is no pre-established harmony between the urge for self-realization and the claims of social justice. Indeed, there is nothing to prevent the former from coming into direct conflict with the latter. What if the mighty of this world can realize themselves only by trampling on the weak? The same neo-Hellenism invoked by Humboldt and Mill as a basis for civil liberty was later, in the hands of Burckhardt and Nietzsche, to inspire a glorification of hierarchy and war. Cassirer was unable or unwilling to perceive the germs of nihilism in German Romanticism. Again and again he sought to tether it to the Enlightenment, ignoring its further development by Schopenhauer and his successors. We must therefore regard as wishful thinking his attempt, if that is indeed what it is, to re-establish the natural rights tradition on the basis of an expressivist anthropology. The initial question remains, how can Cassirer possibly reconcile his philosophy of symbolic forms with his espousal of universal human rights? Another possibility open to Cassirer is to emphasize the teleological dimension of the symbolic process. Even if there is no such thing as human nature, there may nonetheless exist a universal and constant direction of cultural development, culminating in the public recognition of inalienable rights. The most important stage in such a development is that leading from myth to religion, for it is this, rather than any scientific advance, that first establishes the individual as a moral personality, a locus of responsibility, and hence a potential bearer of political rights. Religion, by which Cassirer means in particular monotheistic religion, is the first form of moral individualism, giving way in time to purely secular forms. It is in this light that Cassirer interprets Nazi antisemitism, as a backhanded tribute to the Jews' role in overcoming the tribalism of myth. In the face of the new tribalism, Jews are called on to represent all those ethical ideals that had been brought into being by Judaism and found their way into general human culture, into the life of all civilized nations. And here we stand on firm ground. These ideals are not destroyed and cannot be destroyed. 35. Here too, however, the attempt to provide political liberalism with cultural foundations encounters serious difficulties. Cassirer is able to incorporate religion into his narrative of cultural progress only by surreptitiously reinterpreting it in an idealistic sense. No longer an encounter with an extra-human reality, it has become an expression of purely human ideals, which have subsequently found their way into the life of all civilized nations. But this understanding of religion is blatantly at odds with its own self-understanding. No one could consistently accept it and affirm the substance of traditional Jewish, Christian, or Muslim faith. The moment religion is viewed as an aspect of culture, as a symbolic form, it is no longer truly believed. Cassirer's endorsement of religion is of a peculiarly treacherous kind, and must tend, far more indeed than any open attack, to its eventual secularization. It was reflections such as these that led to the revolt against theological liberalism in the early 20th century. Thinkers such as Barth and Rosenzweig realized that the attempt to incorporate religion into a narrative of cultural progress à la Hegel or Cassirer must lead to the obscuring of its own distinct perspective. For this theology, wrote Barth, to think about God meant to think in a scarcely veiled fashion about man. 36 On the popular level as well, theological liberalism has fallen under the suspicion that it is a mere stepping stone to atheism. Liberal churches and Reform synagogues have presided over the gradual dwindling of their congregations, while their fundamentalist rivals have gone from strength to strength. Never has the old hope of reconciling religious faith with political liberalism seemed more vain. In recent years, a few philosophically sophisticated liberals have once again tried to open up a dialogue with religion. Habermas and Larry Siedentop have warned against the increasing divorce of secular from religious norms, with its accompanying dangers of militant anti-clericalism on the one hand and fundamentalist reaction on the other. They have urged liberals to abandon the a prioristic economic or juridical modes of argument popular in recent decades, and acknowledge their debt to religious tradition. 37 Profane reason itself, claims Habermas, in a clear echo of Cassirer, derives much of its impulse from those world religions which disenchanted magic, overcame myth, sublimated sacrifice, and disclosed the secret. 38 Rather than cutting ourselves off from this source, we should translate its insights into secular language, thereby reclaiming them for the democratic public sphere. It is a wise and civilized endeavor. Yet there is no reason to expect it to succeed where its predecessor failed. Habermas and Siedentop share Cassirer's anthropocentrism. Like him, they prize monotheism for its introduction of certain values or ideals that can and should go on to find secular expression. But why on earth should believers assent to this aufhebung of their faith? The eternal drama of sin and salvation must weigh more heavily with them than any merely political redemption. Habermas himself concedes that the translation of religious into secular concepts leaves behind an irreducible residue of meaning. When sin was converted to culpability, and the breaking of divine commands to an offense against human laws, something was lost. 39 This something still stalks the secular conscience, providing employment for psychotherapists and drug dealers. There is, of course, another way of drawing the connection between monotheism and liberalism. Rather than treating the religious language of souls as a preliminary allegory of political rights, one might instead treat it as literally descriptive of a reality on which political rights themselves rest. Precisely because we are beings with souls, with an inherent dignity, we may not be arbitrarily coerced, exploited, imprisoned, and so on. This view of the matter does not give rise to any tension between the perspective of believers and that of their sophisticated liberal sympathizers. However, it implies a metaphysics alien not only to Cassirer but to the entire tendency of modern scientific civilization. My conclusion, then, is skeptical. Having dissolved human nature into history, what meaning can Cassirer attach to human rights? The only solution available to him is to cast history itself as a teleological process, in which the universality of monotheism gives way to the universality of the liberal state. But this solution fails, as we have seen, because it imposes on religion an interpretation that is not its own, that it must in the final resort cast off. The more firmly religion asserts its own distinct truth, the less support it gives to grand narratives of historical progress. The rise of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim fundamentalism shows that the issue is not just academic. Cassirer's failure to ground his political convictions in his philosophy of culture is symptomatic of a more general failing. We have inherited liberal political institutions from our past, but not the surrounding climate of ideas that once nourished them. Gone are the certainties of the Christian era, gone, too, the cultural optimism of the 18th and 19th centuries. Our predecessors believed that political liberty would lead not only to greater material prosperity but also to the spread of knowledge, the weakening of prejudice, and the flowering of the arts. Who would dare to assert that now? Culture itself is a tainted word. Heidegger's exaltation of bare existence, his denunciation of Geist as a refuge of the weak and dishonest, has filtered into popular consciousness. 1,000 rock lyrics proclaim the authority of the immediate, the transient. Desire, we are told, is most authentic when it is unsublimated, suffering when it is unredeemed. Under these conditions, liberalism has become a purely official creed, publicly upheld rather than deeply felt, the province of lawyers and academic specialists. Economists can explain the role of law in stimulating growth, but not the point of growth itself. Political philosophers elaborate theories of justice, yet have nothing to say about their historical or metaphysical foundations. The expansive vision of Humboldt, Tocqueville, and Acton has hardened into a set of peremptory legal claims, advanced in shrill, dogmatic tones, or at the point of a gun. No wonder we look back with nostalgia to a liberal such as Cassirer, whose interests were not confined solely, or even principally, to politics but spanned the breadth of human civilization. His was a humane and happy dream, and even if it was only a dream, it casts a reproachful shadow on our present age.